How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Good, good. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the show. How's it going? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is everybody having a good night? I hope so. Friends, welcome to the show. Who's here tonight? Data, how's it going? Hold action near sure. June, not June, Gina. Where'd June come from? I don't know, but Gina, hello. The pasta's here? Oof, Magoof, I had some of you earlier today. You're not here, Sponge? Dang, all right, I miss you, buddy. I don't know, man. Gina, I'm sorry. It's been a long weekend. What's up, Shaw Monk? What's up, Stargate? Patchwork? Ugly Games? Got your piece in. Also, June, what's up? For any Junes out there, Junes, Julys, classic summer months. Friends, welcome to the show. Great Worm, how's it going, buddy? Data, love to see you. Melissa Games, how's it going? Bildo, I'm gonna be honest. So I have something right now that you guys, I don't know how many of you guys know about, but I have a subreddit now. Well, wait a second. I have to figure this out. How do I log out? Enter. I have a subreddit now. Oh, login is a different account. Login is my login is me. Login is Cinder. There's my password. Password's not right. That password? Oh. Alright, whatever. We'll figure it out later. I have a subreddit now. And in that subreddit, it's gonna look, I know the most horrifying thing that I'm about to show you is that it's about to look like I use non-dark mode. But here's my subreddit. And I posed a question that you guys I want to answer. I want you to send me your answers to them. We're looking for horror-related things that aren't in D&D that we think would be cool in D&D. And I noticed that we got a bunch of submissions already, but not really submissions, ideas. We're going to look through them on stream at some point, not today. Bildo... Wait, did Bildo... Yeah, Bildo, you posted this. You see this little link where you said I did it wrong? So Bildo sent in a whole series of SCP things. And yeah, one of them's me. We're not going to look at them on stream tonight, but we're definitely going to look at them on stream because that's crazy that you did that. I don't know if you made those recently or not, but they seem cool. So we're going to go through them at some point. But if you guys want to join the subreddit or things like there, it's a place to post clips or whatever the fuck you want to do. Ah, friends. Tonight is the second to last Halloween-themed homebrew night that we are doing for Halloween-themed Halloween time. Next week is the final one, and next week the theme is just Halloween. So however you want to interpret that theme, you could do a consumerism monster. Whatever. However you want to interpret that theme, the link to submit for next Sunday is in the video thing, or you can hit the... Those are the commands. But tonight, friends, we are looking at your haunted object theme pieces of homebrew. So the piece of homebrew tonight was the theme for tonight. The prompt, as it were, was haunted objects. Now, I explicitly said in the form that this thing that you send me doesn't actually need to be an object, and it doesn't actually need to be haunted. It just needs to be something that is evoked by that theme. Does that make sense? Stream Elements, why did you just say 3? You okay? What was that? Am I a haunted object? Some might say. Why did Stream Elements just say 3? Did I make something weird accidentally? Stream Elements, did we have a weird conversation before the show started? What's going on here? Oh, my headphones are about to die. Oh boy, are we counting now? No, I don't. I think Stream Elements just said 3. I don't think there was a reason. Okay. Are we counting now too? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I know, Fancy Sloth VR. We got that spooky red light. We got underlighting. Ooh, the special effects. The graphics. They're undeniable. They're undeniable. Oh my goodness. Guys, do you want to see what the wheel looks like for tonight? We had a couple last minute submissions. But I think I got all the a couple people DM'd me and were like, hey, I didn't get my piece in. So I put their pieces in. Uh-oh, Plague Doctor's getting inappropriate. Everybody calm down. You apologize? All right, good. As long as you apologize. You made yours just to be seen. You won't use it and you barely put work into it. Oh, I love that. There's nothing that makes me more excited to read somebody's work when they tell me they barely put work into it. It invigorates the soul, does it not? Truly the highest of art is that art which we throw forth uncaringly and demand for it to be seen. You guys want to, why submit it? I don't know. I don't know, Ross, because they want to, man. It's okay. Listen, I'll say this. Sometimes, okay. A moment of clarity amidst a sea of cacophony. Sometimes you will spend 3 years on something and it will not be that great and it will not feel that finished. And sometimes you will spend 5 minutes on something and it will feel great, and it will feel finished. So sometimes it's okay for it to take 2 seconds. Patrick, what's up? Is Patrick here? Patrick, hey, if you want to come on stream tonight, you're welcome to, but no pressure if you don't. The theme for tonight is a little bit of an esoteric one. It's haunted objects. Ooh, spooky! How does he do that with his lighting? Wow, he's such a cool creator. Yeah, I'd support him no matter what he did. No matter who was left in his wake. No matter what strange meat bags were found hidden below his floorboards. You know? You guys want to see what the wheel looks like for tonight? 33. So the wheel is, okay, we're just counting forever. All right, we're counting forever. New theme of the show, we count. We are the counters. I'll take it. You don't have to come, whenever you want to, Pat, hit me up. Or if I don't see you DM, if you DM me and I don't see it, you can hit me up here in the chat. I'm not always the best at checking Discord, you know that. How's the volume of everything, by the way? Is the volume good? No one was kicked out of the wheel today. I very intentionally made it more open-ended because I don't actually like when the minions have to kick people out of the wheel. It makes me sad. So I went with a little bit of a... The reason why I did the theme Haunted Objects was because I was like, this is interpretive. Ye can interpret. Sponge, you thought you submitted yours? Well, I don't see it here. Spooky seems even less broad, yes, but I would argue that... Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say to that, Data. Spooky is less broad. Or more broad. But, there were several pieces that genuinely the only thing the person did was they took the word spooky and they put it in front of the name of the piece. It was very obvious that they did that. At least that's what the minions tell me. I don't know. Remember, guys, I wasn't in charge of that. That was the minions. Patrick, you want to come on stream? All right, let me grab you. I have to adjust the music and stuff. It's gonna get louder and then it's gonna get quieter. We're just gonna get quieter, maybe? Okay. Okay, it's gonna go like that. Let me grab Patrick. I believe I can spook. Hey, Patrick.
Howdy, howdy.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. That spooky, scary Discord ringtone gets me every fucking time.
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't heard it yet. I feel like you probably have some setting that I don't have, or maybe more updated, or maybe you've given Discord more power over you than I've allowed it.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that honestly seems right. It's like reaching into my soul and like figuring out how to fuck with me. That seems right.
Yeah, chat. How's the volume levels of me to Patrick? Does it sound good? Pat's really quiet. I thought Pat was quiet. Let me make him louder.
Yeah, cool.
I thought Pat was. All right, talk for a second,
Howdy,
Patrick.
friends.
How is it now? Is he better?
Hello.
Is he better?
Hopefully I'm a little bit more dialed in.
Is Patrick still quiet? Pat is low. Is he still low?
Yeah, well, hold on. We'll give it one more second.
I just made him a lot.
More.
I just made him a lot louder.
Gold Jester, hi. Ace, hi.
He's
good
better.
To see you. Name.
Pat's
good.
Fine now. Okay, cool.
Dodo says we're good. Cool.
Okay. Hi, Pat. How's it going, buddy?
Good. Went pumpkin and apple picking.
Pumpkin and apple picking, you say?
Yeah, it was quite possibly the most aesthetic thing I've ever done.
Was it real pumpkin and apple picking, or was it that thing where you go and you find pre-made ones? Because some places don't let you do the proper picking anymore.
Yeah, no, it was like go wander in the fields. I mean, there wasn't like, it's like a week before Halloween, so there wasn't like a ton left. But yeah, it was legitimately like all the tall apples were still available.
Well, that's good for you. That's good for you. If you and Emily were Instagram-y people, would you have gotten a lot of pics? It would have been very pic-heavy.
We did get a lot of pics.
Yeah, but they'd have been all over the gram. They'd have been all over the grams.
Yeah, it was that kind of scene. It was good stuff.
Yeah. Well, Pat, do you know what the theme is for tonight? You know why people... So, I think that Stream Elements has started a revolution in the chat. Do you see it?
I do. I don't understand what happened with Stream Elements.
It just said 3.
It just said 3.
Yeah, maybe it was like... I don't know. So. I'm not sure. But anyway...
That's wild.
You'll 100%
Wait, hold on. We just got to 69. We gotta stop. No higher. No!
Oh, it's okay. It's already... It's too late. You guys... I will say this. Patchwork and Plague Doctor, you guys got to work out your timing a little bit. You messed up the count there.
Yeah.
Everything else was pretty on point except for that, which is surprising. You guys should probably work that out in the DMs though. Pat, do you know what the theme for tonight is haunted objects. And
hell yeah.
I would argue that this could go in a lot of different directions. I didn't really look I didn't listen. The minions told me that everything was above board this time, so I didn't really look through them. But I'm curious if there are going to be really any that like genuinely are not horror or scary at all, but sort of just lean into other ideas of what that could mean. I'm very curious to see.
Yeah, I'm into that. I will also say that whoever is the first person to pull a subclass for this one wins my special prize of the night, which is just me being glad that somebody did a subclass.
I guarantee you. Just because we had 31 submissions. You know what I think is interesting?
One of them's gotta be.
And I actually think I like it. On the nights that there's no theme, we'll get like 150 submissions. On nights where there is a theme, we'll get like 30 submissions. So I think the vibe that we're gonna do moving forward is we're gonna do a couple. We're gonna do maybe like every other week thing or something like that, because I like having the open theme nights where it's just like anything goes. And everybody can post whatever they're working on.
What are the people doing, right?
But the themes,
how many?
I don't know. The themes are also good to like get the people that like are interested in like doing something a little bit extra. Because they're smaller, it's like if you participate in that one, it's way more likely that your things are gonna get looked at.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's also like I was having this conversation earlier today. There's a lot of value in prompt and constraint, right? Where it's like. This is good practice if you are maybe kind of kicking around some ideas that are, you know, maybe a little bit rehashed or warmed over. Or you just can't quite get your pen moving today. Like these are fun. Yeah.
Kelka Andu today, our friend from France / Lord of the Rings. It's so funny. Listen, they might, what if they hate Lord of the Rings? And I've just been associating them with the Elven language for too long. Well, I apologize if that's true.
Feel like they would say something.
Hopefully they would. But I will say so in the Discord, people were suggesting that every week we do suggested themes. And I don't love. I don't hate that idea. But here's the thing: I feel like suggested themes, it still creates a situation where, like it. I don't know. I like the limited theme nights. I feel like they're different. They're different. Sure. They're different feeling, and they also like come with an inherent benefit, which is like if you participate in this. It's more likely your stuff's going to get looked at. So there's a buy-in to it that I like, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And suggested themes are just like, hey, here's a fun prompt, right? Which is like, if you need some recommendations, try building this. But if it's not the rule, it's just a suggestion. You're still mostly going to be washed out by people who already have something that they want you to look at.
Do you know what
Which
I think?
Is fine, but
do you know what I think I'm going to do? And Bildo, so Bildo is my only mod on my Reddit right now. If anybody else wants to be a mod, or if Bildo, if you want to make anybody a mod, we can make more people mods. But if Bildo, if you want to do this, or if I want to do this, what we could do is we could post a theme like once a week on the subreddit, and be like, here's and then people could even post their things in there and like discuss it there. So maybe we will do suggested themes that like won't be like official, but we'll post them in the Discords just to give people chatting. I think that would be fun.
Yeah. You mean subreddit?
Subreddit. What did I say? Yeah, something like that. Discord is one of those other things. Anyway, let's spin this fucking wheel.
Yeah. Let's spin the wheel.
Subreddit theme would be perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, then let's do it that way. I
think that's fun. I think that's cool. And again, it's just like it's a prompt, right? It's not changing the format of the show.
No, not at all. And because of the way that the Reddit works in general, you can have your own mini conversations in there if you want.
Exactly.
Excuse me. I will say, Pat, I want to tell you something off screen, but I'll DM it to you in a minute. After right, cool. I gotta read this first. Snotty says, I realized hours before the stream that this was a theme. Ooh. So I made this very quickly. I like the general idea, but I have only made one item before. So please be very critical of the basic item design. I want to learn as much as possible. One thing that I'm going to say that I also think is a benefit of the theme is the theme sort of forces you to not have a lot of time to work on your piece. So when we're reviewing Homebrew that has a theme to it, I genuinely am coming at it more from an understanding that a lot of people are going to be in this exact position, where it is likely the very first draft. And I think that is good and fine. But I also think it's a good way to inform the way we read them, you know? What are you going to say, Pat?
I agree. No, I agree. It's interesting to see things in their sort of rougher state.
Yeah. All right, I sent you a message. I didn't type it correctly because I typed it as fast as I could. It's just a reality. It's just a reality of doing the types of streams we're doing right now. It's just hard to find those moments, which is unfortunate. I'm gonna try to find one this stream. We'll see if we can.
Cool. Yeah, we'll look for it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the haunted effigy. Let's take a look. Right. Did Snotty say something about it? They did. I forgot it already. Oh, this is their first magic item, something like that? Okay.
First magic item, yeah.
Or second magic item? Okay. Now, the question is, at what point is Great Worm going to give up? Is this going to just be what happens all stream? Are we counting all stream?
I feel like if it gets down to just Great Worm, and this is for chat to interpret how they want to handle this. If it gets down to just Great Worm for too long, I would encourage the mods to mute him.
I'm down for that. I'll say this. I'll say mods, when you think it's deteriorating from the conversation or making it so it's getting in the way, eliminate it.
We've made this the prisoner's dilemma now, though. You know that, right? Like,
what's the prisoner's dilemma?
It's the philosophical problem of who betrayed. If it just is one person, they get screwed. But if everyone cooperates, then everyone does okay.
So are you saying that if everybody types numbers, then I can't mute everybody? Because I can mute everybody.
No, yeah. I mean, if everybody's typing numbers, I say leave them alone. It's obviously a running bit. But if it gets down to just one person, you got to mute that one person.
All right, fair. I accept. All right, let's check out this haunted effigy. Speaking of muting people. Well, maybe it doesn't mute people. I don't know. Say the word Bildo. I say the word. You have the power. Whenever you decide, it's in your hands or anyone's hands. Patrick has the power too. All of you do. Okay. This small wooden figure is adorned with bony antlers and shrouded in tattered robes. When held, it instills feelings of dread and a nausea. And you can just say "and nausea," not "and a nausea." While attuned to this item, you can use an action to throw the effigy to an unoccupied space you can see within 30 feet of you. Upon reaching a solid surface, you could just say when it hits. Actually, I don't even think you need to say that. I think you could just say wherever. Yeah, I think you probably could just drop
wherever
that.
it lands.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing.
The effigy grows into a medium size and reverts back to its original size after 1 minute. The original size after 1 minute thing, you probably should put at the end. You could just say it grows to be medium size. You might even want to say specifically how big it becomes, because we don't really know how small it is. We just know small. So like in other things where there are magic items that grow like this, they usually say the size they are and they say the specific dimensions they grow to. So I would say that. Yeah,
because here, when it says this small wooden figure, I interpret small as like, oh, this is maybe like 6 inches in height, which is like the tiny size class because it's not a creature.
Yeah. So you should clarify that.
You switch to medium, which is using creature sizes. You should be more specific.
And don't say upon being deployed, because you don't mention anything deploying before. This also is not the vibe of that word. Like, I would maybe use that word if you were making like a tactical military magic item, but this is like a spooky statue. So I would probably say something like, I would probably put both of these together. I would say when it lands, it immediately grows to whatever in size, and each creature within 30 feet of it must make a DC 20 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they must immediately move towards it equal to their walking speed. Say move towards it. I would... I don't know how I feel about it doing forced movement not on their turn. I might make it the kind of thing where they make the saving throw if they move within 40 feet of the radius or start their turn within the radius. And if they fail, they have to use their full movement speed to walk towards it.
I don't know. I mean, I think you could have it be a reaction eater in an interesting way. On a failed save, it must immediately use its reaction to move. But then at that point, you should give it a fixed movement, 30 feet.
Yeah, okay, so each creature immediately uses their reaction, moves 30 feet towards it.
But it has to consume action economy here, one way or the other, right? Like, it either has to consume their reaction, or you should move it off to their turn so it consumes their movement.
Each affected creature that moves to within each creature that ends this movement within 5 feet of the effigy has its maximum hit points reduced by 6d6 until the start of your next turn, and becomes frightened of the effigy for 1 minute. Once used, the effigy can't be used again for 1d4 days. A curse.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to finish reading because I just went through this curses. While attuned to this item, your dreams are haunted by the effigy. When the effigy is used, you must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw at the end of your next long rest. On a failed save, your maximum hit points are permanently reduced by 1.
My thought about the that I was going to interject here is that I don't love frightened for a minute, hit points reduced by 66 until the start of your next turn. Like, I don't love having to keep track of both until the start of your next turn and something happening for a minute. I would maybe find a way to collapse that into one effect happens. During the course of that effect, for whatever its duration is, their hit point maximum is reduced by this amount, even if you need to change the amount, and they are frightened. I will say that it's weird that they have to move toward the effigy and then they become frightened of it, because frightened means that you can only move away from it. So that's a little clunky. I honestly feel like this is doing more charm than frightened. But yeah, I think that those are my thoughts on the core effect before the curse.
Yeah, I like the idea a lot of an object that draws you in and like saps your life force as it draws you in. And I almost want to suggest you lean more into that. Like, what if it was like tiered? So like, what if creatures within what if the initial pulse is more than 40 feet? What if the initial pulse is like 100 feet? And each creature that starts their turn in that area, they make a wisdom saving throw, and then they have to move towards it. And if they end their turn within certain brackets of distance to it, it affects them more or less. So if they end their turn within 60 feet of it, it does 1d6. If they end their turn within 30 feet of it, it does 2d6. And it can almost be like a pulsing thing. So it's like you throw it and it becomes this beacon that like slowly draws you in and saps you more as you get closer to it. The other thing that I want to say is I'm not sure why it's reducing maximum hit points and not doing damage. I understand that it's different mechanically, but I don't think it makes sense for this. What I would probably do if I were you is I would lean into something happening when something drops to 0 hit points in there, or just clarify that the damage it does reduces maximum hit points. I don't know. It feels, I don't know how I feel about it being only that specific mechanic. Just feels a little
like
odd.
Sapping your life, right? Or it's like draining your vitality.
Yeah.
And this is a way to sort of represent that. I mean, obviously, taking your HP could do that too. But I kind of get it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
I mean, it brings up a lot of questions that I think are the kinds of things that I feel like you don't need to ask if you just word it a little differently. So, like, for example, if you change it to it deals 6d6 damage and their hit points are reduced by that amount, does exactly the same thing. But then when their hit points aren't reduced after a round, where are their hit points? So if I have 50 hit points and then my hit points are reduced by my max hit points are reduced by 12, when it goes back, do I have 50 hit points again or not? Like, that needs to be clarified here. And if you want it to be clarified, an easy way is you make it damage, and you make that damage you make that damage reduce maximum hit points. But I like the idea. I think it's fun, and I like that the curse kind of does a twisted version of what it does. I like that too.
Yeah. I think that's cool. I would also, one thing about the curses, I would say that maybe when the effigy is used, you should just make the saving throw then, because otherwise you're gonna have to remember to make the saving throw at your next one.
Guys, don't you fucking start with the counting again. I'm someone's on Ace the donut. You are the sacrifice. I'm timing you out for 10 minutes.
I will say, stream. There is something about your subreddit post from Stream Elements that there's just a 3 trailing on the end.
Yep,
of
no,
that.
I understand that. But I've decided now that I've decided it's enough. You guys did your stupid little dance. What, you want a high five for collectively stopping counting at a number? High five. There you go. You get it. Now chill. Ace, you can come back in 10 minutes. That's how we do it. When we get grumpy. Cinder, you're being so grumpy. Calm down. Sorry. Hey, the Marauders, what's up? You did dodge a bullet, Kelkaan.
We love to arbitrarily crack the whip in this thread.
Listen, if there's one thing that's important in a healthy relationship, it's to dramatically increase intensity at seemingly irrelevant moments so that you always feel like something might go wrong. I feel like that's a really healthy thing in a relationship.
That's a healthy dynamic.
Yeah,
for sure.
Anyway, let's give Snotty a round of applause. This is a really fun, spooky item. Great.
Yeah, this is really good for like a quick first draft. I think it's really aesthetic in a way that I like a lot. I feel like this would be a very fun item to have in a game.
All right, good brains in the chat. Really, don't listen to that relationship advice. That wasn't real relationship advice. Don't be silly.
Ironic relationship advice.
Don't be silly, you goof.
Ironic relationship advice. Ugh. Another good thing about another healthy thing in relationships is never knowing when someone is being genuine, passive aggressive, or ironic.
Yeah, but because of the nature of this parasocial thing that I have with most of these people, I actually think it is healthy in that way because it sort of creates situations that makes them hesitate. We want an element of forced hesitation with our audience, I think.
Yeah, parasocial relationships are kept in check by fear. That seems right.
Listen, you fight fire with fire, you know? You battle an unhealthy thing with an unhealthy thing.
Genuinely.
You're afraid? All right. I'm going to throw some boogies at you. Literally says, once again, I came with a strange name and my even stranger subclass. We have an artificer, excuse me, not an artifact, an artificer with his haunted mask. As for the Infernox Mascara, I will clarify the flavor of the subclass. Is this... I'm not going to talk about... I don't want to read about your past subclass. This is the one that was... It's a fiendish cult person. Cool. Oh, you want to ask something else? Let me ask you... That was... They're talking about a subclass that I looked at of theirs before. That was a guy that could summon a whip.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. From all the classes in D&D 5e, which one do you dislike the most? Example for the monk for being dead meat. I literally made a video today on my YouTube about how I think it's kind of dumb to be like any class is the worst. I think the best way, the difference between why is this so big? The difference between a good class and a bad class is often the dungeon master. More than anything else.
Yeah, that's a good point. Pretty much every single class has a fair number of problems, and every single class has stuff that they do really, really well.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, you are doing yourself no benefit with the color of this. This is hard to read. It hurts my eyes. So I would dramatically change your color scheme.
What's really interesting here is that from like a design perspective, this is insufficiently contrasting, and the contrast ratio changes too aggressively. What that means to normal people is that colorblind people will not be able to fucking read that. And y'all know who's fucking colorblind?
Is this a colorblindness thing? Is that why this sucks to read?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, it's not good to read for anyone, but because of these specific colors that were chosen and because of the low contrast, it is a colorblindness thing. Yeah.
It's because I have heightened awareness of the light spectrum in terms of dark to light, but less awareness of the color spectrum.
You're more lumen sensitivity.
I'm very lumen sensitive.
Yeah.
One thing that I have heard about colorblind people, and I don't know if it's normal. It's hard to read for normal sighted people as well. All right, word. One thing that I have heard about colorblind people, and I do not know if this is true. But I have heard that colorblind people see better in the dark, depending on the type of colorblindness they have, because if they have the type of colorblindness where they're missing certain types of cells, they're replaced with the other ones, and the other ones are for dim light vision and like movement recognition. Which another way to interpret being able to see good in the dark and be able to see movement well is that's hunter vision, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
It is.
I mean, to be fair, there's a reason
I'm a fucking
why
hunter.
Animals can see in color way more often than predator animals can.
Because we don't need that.
Because
I don't want to see your camouflage. I just want to see you run as I chase you down to make my meal and feed my babies. Yeah, yeah, Batcore. I wouldn't say that I'm colorblind. I would say that I have predator vision.
Correct.
How easily or difficult is it for a DM to make a class play well or feel satisfying is what makes it good or bad. I think that there are classes that are easier or harder to make satisfying, but I do think that it's the dungeon master's job to like be paying attention to what classes, like if one of your players is a monk, you should make sure that they're getting shot at with arrows. If one of your players is a ranger and they want to do natural explorer, you should make sure the terrain poses a threat. Like you need to, build bridges that your players know how to walk across or are excited to walk across. You know, picking it up, putting it down.
Monks.
Did I post this in the chat? It's so laggy. Is it laggy for anyone else?
Yeah, there it is.
That just might be your internet, my friend. This is the Artificer Specialist, the Haunted Doctor. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there lived an old scientist who was making thousands of haunted masks. Why, do you ask? Because he made a deal with an eldritch entity for its powers. What for? No one knows.
This is a hell of a writing style.
Listen, it's consistent. What is for sure is that when the old man finished making all those masks, he tossed them to the seas as part of his deal. What the fuck are we reading about? The mask, you know what this reads like? Okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing, and it is consistent right now, but this reads like when I ask one of my, like when I was a preschool teacher and I would ask one of my students to tell me a story.
Yeah.
There was one time there was a scientist and he made 1,000 masks, and he made them for a space god, for power, and no one knows why. And then he threw them into the ocean. You know, that's just like, yeah, I got you. I'm with you. I'm with you, Jared. Keep going.
I mean, to be fair, that preschooler did, in that specific instance, did do a pretty good job of tying those things together. I don't know if that's abnormal for preschoolers, but that, you know, not bad.
No, preschoolers are really smart usually. Little kids are very smart. People have a hard time acknowledging how smart little kids are, is because the same pace that they get smart, they're constantly testing their at the same pace in which they get more intelligent, they push boundaries and test authority more. So there are a lot of times where a little kid seems like they don't understand something, but they're genuinely just understanding it and sort of figuring out if it's okay if they pay attention to it or not. So they're choosing not to. Happens a lot.
All right, fair enough.
The masks found a suitable master in order to either control him or be controlled by him. What? Who's him?
I think the mask found suitable masters is the idea.
Okay.
Like, now we're transitioning into this Artificer specifically, which is like, yeah, you've got to.
Some of them give the power. Some of them give the power to become an unstoppable serial killer who haunts the flesh and thrill of battle. Others give the power to heal the injured and aid brave in battle. Now let me ask you, what will you choose? Okay, so I guess
there's a sentence there that just doesn't. What is that? Some of them give power to become an unstoppable serial killer who haunts flesh and the thrill of battle. What on earth does that mean?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest.
That's just not a good.
I'm going to be honest. I think that the first part, I think where after he throws the things into the sea, that's where you stop writing in this style and you transition into writing like you're actually explaining what the subclass is, and you take this whole first part and you just put it in italics, make it a quote. Yeah. And then you completely get rid of this part and rewrite it in a more traditional way. That's what I would do if I were you.
I think that's right.
So it looks like this is going to be one of those subclasses where it's kind of two subclasses depending on what you pick. You get a crow or an owl mask. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in medicine. You don't need to say medicine checks. You can just say medicine, and you gain proficiency in the herbalism kit. If you already have proficiency in the herbalism kit, you gain proficiency in another artisan tool of your choice. You are proficient in all tools as an artificer. I believe. I'm pretty sure. 99% sure. Maybe not.
Herbalism kits artisan tools?
No,
I don't think so.
No, they're not. But
you should. Yeah.
But artisan tools, you already are. You're not. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure you are. Maybe not right away.
Somebody said we're not, so let's check. Because if there's one thing I like more than checking things, I like checking things in a way that proves someone wrong. Let's see. Only one type of artisan tool of your choice, apparently. All right, I guess not all tools.
There's a thing later.
Maybe there's a thing later that you get that are like that?
You can make artisan tools.
Oh, yeah.
3rd level, you can make artisan tools. So this is fine, as written.
All right, cool. See, we live and we learn, friends. Okay, at 3rd level, when you wear this mask, also none of this stuff should be in italics. You opposited what you should put in italics. This should just be written normal. When you wear this mask, you begin to hear voices that provoke you to kill. In this stage, you have the choice to restrain this temptation or succumb to it. You gain one of the following features: crow or owl. I think you missed the U there. Your body is transformed by the mask, turning you into a more ferocious-looking version of your previous self. Your hit die become D12s. How does that affect everything else? Do you recalculate your hit points? In addition, you gain a chainsaw that can deal 1d8 plus your intelligence slashing damage while wielding it in one hand, and 2d6 plus your intelligence slashing damage. I guess in 2 hands. You need to clarify. You don't say in 2 hands. And at 5th level, it counts as magical. Why is any of this happening? And I don't mean that in a rude way. I genuinely mean, how does this tie to a mask? What is going on here? So
I also feel like right away,
like
the mask.
Why are we getting a chainsaw? Why are we getting a chainsaw? What is going on?
I feel like we've really lost the plot here, where it's like you go from oh, there's some masks and we're not really sure, kind of they're spooky. We're not really sure what's going on here, but I know it's an artificer, so I'm going to be building and upgrading the mask. That's what being an artificer is.
Yeah. Also,
right?
why the hell are we learning about a fucking eldritch deal with the sea and masks? Like, if that's not actually going to be in the mechanics, we don't spend your whole half of your time talking about it. Somebody in the chat said this, but if a much easier way to deal the hit point thing is to do what like the mountain, what the dwarf does, not the mountain dwarf, the other dwarf, the hill dwarf, or the dragon blood sorcerer, where your hit points go up by 1 and go up by 1 for each level that you have in this class. So basically, every time you level up, you gain more hit points. So it's not exactly the same as your hit point going up by a d12, but it's very similar. That's just a much easier way to write it. But yeah, man, why the fuck are we getting a chain? Why is our crow mask power a chainsaw? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, like, what is the crow mask? How does this have anything to do with being an artificer? And how does it tie into the other third level feature of learning medicine? Yeah.
Yeah, good call. Or you can get the owl mask, though, which makes your hit die a d10. All the same feedback for the d12. Apply it to here. In addition, you become capable of healing your allies. You can, as a bonus action, either send a healing energy in a 30-foot distance to your ally, restoring some amount, or touch an ally. You basically get an alternative version of Cure Wounds. You can use this feature equal to your proficiency bonus +2 per short rest. +2 for +2 plus proficiency bonus per short rest for a 30-foot distance heal is a little too much, I think.
That's a lot. Yeah.
I think you could do that. I think you could do that per long rest. I also feel like this is sort of, I don't know how I feel about this, because as a artificer, you could get Cure Wounds or Healing Word. Both of those are just spells artificers can learn. So like, it's
yeah.
I mean, I'm like, what this reminds me of is there's a warlock, the Celestial Warlock, gets the ability to heal at a range. I think it's as a bonus action as well. But it's like a separate feature, and it's just dice. Even though it's similar to Healing Word, it is just dice, and you can sort of stack those or not. This is just too similar to those mechanics, and why is this the owl? What is healing? I don't know. There's a whole section of the lore that I'm not getting here.
I also don't understand.
Dream Druid gets something like this too, yeah.
The whole thing was set up about you being like this malevolent force, eldritch gods commanding these powerful masks with like unknowable violence contained in them, and then apparently one half of this path is just being a healer. And I feel like if you're gonna build lore into the thing, flavor into the thing in this way, don't make not engaging with that flavor like fully half of your options, right? Like, if you want the masks to be evil, the subclass should be evil.
Yeah,
that should just be what that is. Let it be what it needs to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little I don't know. It's definitely, I feel like I definitely feel like it is a lot of ideas that I don't see the connection. Great Worm, is it similar? It is, you know what it is? I mean, it's similar to the Mercy Monk in that way, where the Mercy Monk does punch damage or punch healing, but even that, it's like the lore is a little bit more sold there. Chainsaw. Jason doesn't use a chainsaw, my dear Eladrin, my dear elf. Jason uses a machete.
Somebody just said Plague Doctor, as if that explains the chainsaw murder stuff.
I think I don't know, who's to say.
This could be a Plague Doctor Artificer, and that's a cool idea. But at 3rd level, that is not what's being represented.
No, this isn't this isn't that. At 5th level, you get an attack twice. That's fine for a martial one. It makes sense. At 9th level, you gain one of the following features of your choice. You gain. Do you gain these? Okay, wait a second. Question. So.
Yeah, this is good. Is it a tree?
Is it a tree? Like, if I pick the crow mask, am I stuck on the crow path, or could I pick the owl one at this level? Either way, let's see what the crow does. Crow furry. I think they mean no. It's spelled.
Oh no, it does say furry.
I think it's fury is probably what they mean though.
Should be.
When you hit a creature, you can force it to make a con saving throw equal to your spell save DC. On a failure, they take 1d10 plus your intelligence modifier poison damage and become poisoned until the end of their next turn. On a success, the creature takes only half damage. It can be used equal to half your Artificer level rounded down per long rest. I mean, doing a little bit of an extra poison thing, I think is fine. I think that's fine. I probably wouldn't make it plus your intelligence modifier. I'd just make it extra damage. But getting a little poison injection attack, I think that's fine. The problem here is that we're still not seeing what this is supposed to be. Like, this is still these feel truly like random features.
At this point, we've made there's a good and an evil. There's a violent and a healing path to what is effectively just like a box of features, right? They're not really artificery. There's no flavor really tying it together. You either get buffs to damage or buffs to healing. Yeah, I'm imagining the whole thing.
I think the way to make it feel like an artificer, and the way to make it feel like it makes sense that it's like a mask, is to tie the features that you get to things that you are getting or adding to your mask.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's right.
The owl one,
I mean, you could do some cool stuff like poison resistance by adding like a filter to it, right? Mm-hmm. Like, there's stuff you could do here that could be really cool.
Yeah. The owl one essentially allows you to cast shield on somebody, which I think is also an interesting idea, but we're still just feeling sort of random. I'm gonna skim the last one. I don't even think I'm gonna be honest. I don't actually think we need to read the last one. I think with this piece in general, I like the idea of a plague. Maybe they got the plague doctor because it's the haunted doctor, and the picture is like a guy in a mask with a cleaver.
I mean, there is a plague doctor on the left in light blue.
I can't even see that. It literally is impossible. I literally can't see it.
Sure.
I'm looking at it right now and I'm trying to see it. I think is the eye here. Yeah, I can kind of see it. But yeah, so the main thing that I would say here is I think that you need to focus the build a little bit more.
Honestly, do a Plague Doctor Artificer that gets buffs to healing by way of this mask. Some stuff like poison resistance to help sell the fiction of the thing. And then also gets like what is it, like insect swarm or infestation, whatever that spell is, like gets some spells that are like pestilence oriented, and that'd be fucking cool. That's a niche of an artificer that feels artificery and isn't filled.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like that. It feels like space that you're mimetically playing with, but your mechanics just don't line up there.
If you do decide you want to go with this sort of dual subclass where it's like you could go good or bad, I would also encourage you to make the features that you're picking between mirror each other a little bit better. They feel a little bit disjointed in how they sit in the space. So, like, for example, if you were going to do something like the Owl Wisdom feature where you can boost a creature's AC, the alternative to that would be, potentially lower a creature's AC, something like that. I would lean into the duality nature if you're going to be making it more of a duality subclass.
I would genuinely just completely change the third level features because they're so aggressively based around changing your hit die, and that is just like, why is this an artificer?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I agree. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Very important to the class.
It also, like, what is changing the hit die? Like, what is like? There's
what is it?
Why is being an artificer of this specialty leading, like, there's a big leap in logic or some, there's a big leap there that
100%.
I'm not able to find what the other side of it is.
It feels like you're making them better because they would need to be better in order to fulfill the mechanical thing that you want to fulfill, which is not helping to sort of sell the fiction.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Learly. Let's give Learly a round of applause. Let's give Learly some braids. Brains. I'm gonna be sad when we have to go back to doing regular applause.
We got a few more weeks.
I really like doing the brains thing. Only like a week, really.
Yeah, true.
Next we have Uruk Captain. I love the
nice.
Uruks. I love their captains. Let's see. Curious to see what you think about this item. When I made it, I was trying to make something similar to the Iron Hand of Vecna. Let's take a look.
Interesting. I will say also Lily wins the prize for first subclass.
They do. Ah, looks like you did not make your piece publicly viewable, good sir. Or you did not type the link correctly.
No.
So thank you very much for your piece, but next time you must make sure your piece is publicly available. A great way to check if your link is working is to try to open it in an incognito window. If you can open it in an incognito window, that means other people can open it. If you can't, that means that it is locked behind your privacy.
Yeah. What he said.
You only do work in incognito? Oh, you're living on the edge. Adine.
Damn.
Aiden. Adine.
Aiden. Aiden. Aiden.
Something I whipped up for a PC a little while ago. I edited it for clarity and balance here. All right, let's take a look.
Got all the confidence of somebody from a cooking show.
That was just because of the tone. If I didn't read in that tone, it wouldn't have sounded like that.
Fair enough.
This is the Katana of the Oni. Are you familiar with the Oni, Pat?
Yeah.
All right. For
both
folks
in D&D and in general.
Cool. I don't know what it is in general, but in D&D, the Oni is like a big, scary boogeyman type monster. It eats children. It can become invisible. It's super evil, demon-y. It killed
Japanese ogre demon.
It killed everyone's favorite / not particularly my favorite character in Critical Role. Spoilers! Haha, gotcha. Nerd.
Right. Get wrecked. Fucking 10-year-old spoilers.
Oh my god, are those spoilers really 10 years old? I'm so fucking old.
I don't think so. I think they're like 5. I don't think they're 10 years old. They're pretty old, but I don't think Critical Role has been done. Is Critical Role 10 years old?
I don't know. It matters not.
Yeah.
What matters is that this person made their piece publicly available.
8 years old. Wow. Fair enough.
There would only be one single Oni per weapon. However, for simplicity, all Oni descriptions have been added to this particular item. Okay, so is the idea that every katana comes from a specific Oni, or has a specific Oni? Ugly, welcome to the Pretty Cool Club. Thank you very much. We had another person. Who was the other member that joined? We had another member that joined today. Rex. Rex gifted a sub today. Sorry, I shouldn't shout you out, Rex. I meant to do that earlier. I apologize. All right, let's take a look. A masterfully crafted sword with a gentle curve and a single edge. The blade, pommel cap, and disc guard are made of dark metal and covered with archaic runes. These runes trap an Oni soul within the blade. Aiello's a new member. Welcome, new member. They're the one that got gifted the sub. Okay, it's very rare. And there's going to be a golden, a red, or a silver. So it's also a +2 weapon. I would put the +2 thing on top.
Yeah.
And then they can only be from the following types. And then the one thing that I will say is I don't understand which, like, if an Odachi is a gold or a red or a silver. So I'm not sure if these are supposed to connect with these, and if they are,
I think you might just be able to.
There might not. Okay. So you could pick like a silver Odachi or a red Odachi or a gold Odachi.
Yeah, because I'm relatively certain that those are just Japanese terms for the word.
Yeah. Marauders says, "Can I be next, please?" You're not asking the right person. You need to ask the wheel. The wheel is the one that dictates that, and I don't know what influences the wheel. People have tried to influence it before, but I'm not sure what does. Those are just the Japanese size of swords. Oh, as you can tell, that was a test, and you passed, Turtle Druid. I was wondering who else here spoke Japanese. Thank you for clarifying that you are one of the only other people here that does. Moose, welcome to the Too Cool for School Club. Thank you.
Wait, so we have a crazy moose and a regular moose now?
Yeah.
Getting out of hand.
Why are you saying member law? The wheel has nothing to do with members. The only night that the wheel has to do with members is Thursday.
The Marauder is asking if they could be the next to receive a gifted
Member.
membership. He's chosen
Oh.
at random.
Oh, I see, Marauder. I misunderstood. Here's the problem that you have to face as a streamer, is that you have to decide, is that comment directed to me or someone else in the chat? And the answer is you always decide it's directed at you because you're the center of attention. Now let's see what these +2 weapons do. The golden one is prideful and greedy. Anyone who attunes to this weapon, who attune to this weapon gain a powerful boon at a cost. You gain the ability to deal an extra 2d10 damage on a hit once per turn. I would just... This is so pedantic, but I think it's important. The way that I would write that is once per turn, when you hit a creature with this weapon, it deals an extra 2d10 damage on a hit. Or just, it deals an extra 2d10 damage. When attuned to this weapon, attempting to wield any other weapons makes it jealous. When you attempt to wield another weapon, you must make a DC 17 wisdom saving throw or drop the weapon. You also take 1d6 poison damage, regardless of success on the save.
Damage.
Yeah, psychic damage, regardless on the success of the save. In addition, you cannot attune to another weapon while attuned to this weapon. Cool.
That's cool. That's
I would maybe split the downsides just so that it's very clear that they're like put a paragraph break there just to make it easier to read. But that's pretty good. Dealing an extra 2 damage is pretty strong. On even if it's just once per turn. It's a vicious fighter.
It's really strong, but I like the idea that you take damage if you try to even hold another weapon. Yeah,
that's fun. That's fun. The red one, while attuned to this weapon, when a creature within your range deals damage to you. What does within your range mean? You can make an opportunity attack against them. Within your reach, I guess is what you mean. When you miss 3 attacks in a row, the Oni grows spiteful. Make a DC 17 con saving throw or take 2d6 psychic damage.
Oh.
Okay.
3 attacks in a row is a clunky thing to need to remember. I would maybe make that if you miss the attack by 5 or more.
That's not a bad idea. If you miss an attack by 5 or more, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like that. That makes sense.
Just because you don't want to, you don't want it to be if you miss any attack, because that's crazy amounts of damage. But you also don't want to try to keep track of 3 misses on a cycle. That's just, it's awkward.
Yeah. Then we have the Silver Oni. This Oni is a master of trickery and lies. While attuned to this weapon, you have proficiency in deception. If you also gain the ability to cast Alter Self and Minor Illusion at will. The Silver Oni cares not for who it deceives, however, and also affects its wielder. While attuned to this item, you have disadvantage on any checks to resist or detect illusions. Okay. I think these are all pretty fun items. I think the main feedback that I have is you got to format these a lot better. I would split the downside and maybe say curse underneath it. But yeah, I think they're pretty solid items. They're pretty fun.
Yeah. I'm pretty happy with these from a mechanical perspective, but also a flavor perspective. I feel like you've done a pretty good job of capturing the emotional state of each of the swords.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess the only thing that I would say is if I were going to make this item, I would make it have a +1 instead of a +2. And I would make them do more things. I feel like doing more things is better. Also, why does the silver one do more things than the other ones? Yeah, the red one does one thing. The gold one does one thing. The silver one does 3 things.
Maybe drop the +2 to a +1 and throw a proficiency on all 3 of them.
Yeah, I could see that. You could do I don't know. One of them would probably be like intimidation, and one of them would probably be, I don't know, maybe athletics.
Gold is probably athletics. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, Aideen. Let's give them some round of applause. Brains.
The brains in the chat. Brains in the chat. Brains in the chat.
Oh, the brains in the chat. The brains in the chat. Daya. All these names with D's and Y's. You notice that? Kind of strange. What kind of strange world are we living in? The world of D's and Y's.
There's an existentialism joke in there, but I'm not going to spend the time to find it.
Any time you spend is time well spent. That's what they say. Hey, Cinder, hope you don't mind my unusual formatting. That depends on your unusual formatting.
Oh,
this is taken straight from a handout from my players. I mean, if it's for a handout, that might be cool. There's lots of unusual can mean a lot of things. You know what I mean? The first 2 pages are said handout and offer flavor, and then the third one is the item. Okay, let's take a look.
Okay.
This is kind of fun.
Interesting.
Get some plants. This is a great font for a in-world thing, but it's a font that I don't want to have to read on a computer.
Yeah.
But I like the art.
Oh, the whole thing is in this. Oh no.
Yeah, I would write the item in regular language font.
It is.
But
totally
I really like this, and I really like all the art. I really like the partial sketches and like the full things. That's really cool. That's really cool.
The whole layout of the first 2 pages, I think, are immaculate. The third page is just do it like normal homebrew, because again, that is for player reference, not player character reference, because the player character wouldn't get that anyway. Like, what does wondrous item rare requires attunement mean in fiction?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not an in-fiction thing. Just lay it out normally.
Yeah. As they say, yeah. The whole point of using funky font is to be like, oh, it's the font of the writer. The writer wasn't saying requires attunement. So let's see what this Crocus pendant does. While attuned to the Crocus pendant, you gain the following benefits. You learn the Spectral Barrier spell. You trying to get me to read a spell on top of reading a magic item? Is that what's going on here?
That's at the end of the thing.
Let's see what else we get other than that first. You can cast Calm Emotions at will without expending a spell slot. If you're gonna give an item the ability to cast a spell, you need to say what the spell save DC is on that item, because you could use any, we need to know how we're figuring out what that is. Even if it's just saying using that of the caster. And if it's using that of the caster, you need to say requires attunement from a spellcaster up here.
Mm-hmm.
Calm Emotions at will is very powerful. I would say if you ended it here, if this was the only thing it did, just Calm Emotions at will, it would probably be a very rare item.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think this is at least a very rare item, if not more.
Yeah, let's see what else get. At the core of its power lies a powerful specter feeding on emotions. Surrounding it and binding it, it's time to break free. In truth, the pendant has a limited amount of charges set, tracked by the dungeon master for each of the effects. Oh, then you definitely don't write this in the font, because you don't want the player to see this. When the charges reach 0, the specter is set free and possesses the nearest vessel. Oh, so it's not actually casting this at will. It's casting it a set number of times. How many charges does it have? You need to tell that. If I'm the dungeon master, I want to know how many charges it has. Mood swings. As the charges deplete, the pendant's inhabitants possesses unpredictable mood swings upon the wearer, subjecting them to sudden surges of sorrow, elation, anger, or fear. These emotional outbursts may occur seemingly without cause, leaving the wearer's disposition in a constant flux. This is really good flavor. You need to give examples of how to mechanically interpret that.
Yeah, I would. If not an outright rule, which is like every time a charge is used, roll a d6. Then the result of that d6 is a mood swing that the user has to grapple with, because you don't want to tell the player how they feel. You can tell them that they're fighting against a feeling in that way.
Yeah. The next one says that after the specter is defeated, the pendant loses the ability to cast Calm Emotions. Is there something about a specter being released and attacking you somewhere that I missed?
Yeah. When it reaches 0, the specter is set free and seeks to possess the nearest suitable vessel.
This besting the specter should be part of the thing that says that. It should be part of Spectral Prison. It shouldn't be a separate feature.
Also, there is no mention of charges in this entire item other than what happens when you reach 0. So you I don't know how many it has, and I don't know how I spend them, because it also seems like casting Calm Emotions is not one of the ways I spend the charges. So is it just Spectral Barrier?
It seems like Cast Emotions does cost a charge. It's just that I think it's implied that it is. But yeah, if you want this item to be something other people use, you got to make it more obvious. Hey, the Marauders. See you later, buddy.
Bye.
All right, let's take a look at Spectral Barrier. Casting time 1 reaction, which you take when a creature you can see within range is about to take damage. You draw upon the pendant Spectral Essence, conjuring a protective barrier around a creature. This ethereal shield reduces damage, granting the target temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your spellcasting modifier to absorb the harm. Why give them temporary hit points to absorb the harm? Why not just reduce the damage by that amount? I would reduce the damage by that amount instead. I wouldn't make it temporary hit points.
I agree. It is interesting that when you do make it temporary hit points, because you're the one place where that would have a distinct interaction is that you would still have to concentration check against it.
It's not a concentration spell, though.
I'm saying if you're maintaining concentration and you do temp HP buffer instead of damage reduction, the temp HP buffer still counts as taking the damage, so it may affect your concentration DC.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
But that's such a
well. The other thing
interaction.
is, if something did 10 damage to you and you rolled a 10, so you got 14 temporary hit points, you would have 4 temporary hit points after the damage. But even then, I think that makes it stronger than a first level spell. So I would get rid of that temporary hit points. And how many times can it do this? It doesn't really say.
I also
once per day you can do this.
I am kind of the opinion that like I wouldn't make this a spell because it is.
Just make it a feature.
Or drop the bit about the pendant, right? Like either the spell should exist independently of the pendant, or it should just be part of the pendant. And I shouldn't have spell slots. I feel like you're getting a little confused with what should be a spell and what should be a feature, what requires charges and what requires spell slots. And if you can detangle those, I think you'll be in a better place.
Yeah, I feel like you could just pull this mechanic, make it cost charges in the same way the Calm Emotions cost charges, and just write the mechanic in here, because it's not that complicated an ability. I don't think it's too complicated. I don't think it's complicated enough to make sense for it to require a spell slot. It's a neat idea for an item, though. I really like the flavor of an item that is it has like the soul of a ghost inside it, and you're like unknowingly using the soul of the ghost to mess with stuff. Is it too late to submit? Lol. It is too late to submit for tonight, but not for any of the other things I do in this coming week or into the future.
I have a question.
I usually stop accepting submissions for Homebrew either when stream starts or an hour before stream starts. Usually.
Yeah, that seems right. I have a question for this author, which I will never get answered, but I find it interesting. Why a crocus? Because a crocus, there are flowers that are like thematically or literally associated with like peace and calm. That like you could have made these poppies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why crocus? I'm very curious.
It was a mortal youth who was changed by the gods. That's who Crocus was.
Okay.
Unhappy with his love affair with a nymph, turned by the gods into a plant.
Honestly, you know what? That might actually be the answer. That seems super plausible.
Daya suggested to read the first page if we wanted to learn why. So Patrick, go read this first page if you want to learn why.
Cool.
Cool. Very much. Very cool piece. I like it a lot. I think that from a formatting perspective, the first 2 pages are awesome. The second page, you will do yourself a million favors by writing it in a more legible font. Try to make this just a mechanic. I don't see the point of it being a spell. I don't think it needs to be one. And keep track of the charges somewhere. And also, if I was going to make an item like this, I would make 2 versions of it. I would make one version of it for the players and one version of it for the dungeon master. So that way you don't have to like do weird shenanigans to figure it out. You can just like have your own copy that you can check very quickly if you need to keep track of it. Cool. Very cool. I really like the art here. I love it's when like
really good.
I love when journals have like I don't know, sketch art and stuff. I think
margin
really cool.
doodles.
Yeah, margin doodles. Yeah, very cool. All right, let's give Daya a round of applause. Really cool piece.
Etc.
Brains. Plundy says there is the part you don't show the players, but that is in the same font and smaller. Oh yeah, I just missed it because it was probably hard to read. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Daya. Very cool. Very cool. Field notes. Yeah. Page of field notes. Very fun. Very cool. Somebody said, when is my next homebrew review? If you are a member, the next homebrew review will be on Thursday, and you can submit homebrew to that when I post on the Discord and on the YouTube tab for that on tomorrow. I'll post a link for that tomorrow. And then Patreon. But there's a link in the video description right now for a homebrew review for next Sunday. So if you want to submit something for that, boom, it's right down there. Can you join the Discord? Sure. Unless you got banned for some reason, then yeah, you can join it. I had to ban someone today.
That's fun.
Yeah, I had to ban them today, and then they were spamming the waiting room for this channel with like, why'd I get banned? Why'd I get banned? Why'd I get banned? Why'd I get banned?
Fun. I mean, that seems right. That's probably why they got banned.
A yellow. What don't you know where to find? The Discord. It's linked 1,000 places. There's one of the places that it's linked.
Yeah, Derek.
Fireflower. And if you want to post something for member review, I will be posting about that on the member tab on YouTube and in the Discord on tomorrow, probably. Fireflower. This is an idea of a haunted item that I got while watching one of your shorts. I'm very new to this entire D&D thing, and I would love feedback on my item. Hope you enjoy.
Well, welcome to D&D, first and foremost.
Oh, this is cool. So this is a picture that I found in one of the books. It's a D&D picture that I thought was really cool, and I made a short just being like, this is a really cool picture. It's an axe where the handle is making the shadow. The shadow is a hand, and I was just like, that's really cool. You know,
Sure.
so I basically made a short being like, what is this? What does this magic item do? And some people were like, actually that magic item exists. It's a +2 berserker sword. And other people were like, oh, it should do this. And people had a million ideas for weird shadow things, and it was very cool. So let's see what this does.
All right, well, here's one of them.
It's a bludgeoning
This is
melee
not how you
weapon.
lay out items.
What the? I'm gonna ask a genuine question. When you say bludgeoning melee weapon needs true sight, what is your intention here?
Also,
is your
it's
intent
an axe. Why is it bludgeoning?
Well, that's what I mean, because I was gonna say maybe you're trying to say what like the weapon type it is and that it requires true sight, but why can't you just say, why not just say hand axe? But what do you mean needs true sight? What does needs true sight mean?
I don't know.
Because if you mean that a creature requires true sight to wield it, no one is going to be able to use this item unless they are like a level 10 wizard. Because there's a spell that you can cast to give somebody true sight for a short period of time. But outside of that, nobody has true sight. So only monsters could wield this item. So I would probably change that. Yeah, this is formatted a little confusingly. The axe of the Lich's grasp. To the naked eye, this weapon might look like a normal axe, worn down from wars fought, won and lost. I like this song. It's hilt made from dark, strong yet old wood. These all feel like half sentences. Yeah, there's a verb missing here. The blade made from well-forged iron. Although again, all of these sentences are missing verbs. All of these are half sentences. But to the occasional being with true sight that might come across this item, the axe's true form is revealed, the rotting, tattering hand of a lich. Okay. So I like the idea that you're working with here a lot, which is that it's a lich hand that appears like a normal magic item. But I probably would not write it this way. If I were you, I would probably write it something like, this magical hand axe is cursed. This is cursed. This magical weapon is cursed with an illusion that it appears through all blah 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 like a hand axe, but with a, you know, maybe an Arcana check of 25 or higher, or a investigation check of 25 or higher, like some really high check. It is revealed that it is actually the hand of a lich, something like that. Blind sight is not the same as true sight. I'm not sure who said that. Yeah, blind sight and true sight are very different features. So yeah, you got to dramatically change the way this is written, and maybe even just build this into the mechanics. The lich's hand came to be this way through, you're missing an H there, the near death of a lich itself, where its phylactery was lost and destroyed. In its final moments, the lich teleported away its severed arm and poured all the remaining power into it, permanently disguising it as the axe before you. And again, there's no, you're missing your. So this is not the word, same misspelling of the word true, through. And the siphoning wielders, the wielders targets level. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna finish reading this flavor text. If I were you, I would spend a little bit of time and read your flavor text out loud to yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that will help a little bit. But the way it's worded right now, like, there's a good amount of misspellings, and your sentences aren't full sentences, and this last sentence is too long. But your idea is pretty cool. Okay, don't say may, say can. You can use this axe even without true sight. Okay, then what the fuck is this fucking true sight shit up here? If the first mechanic of the axe goes against this, what are we talking about? When used in this way, it deals 1d8 bludgeoning damage, but everyone who does not see the axe as true form believes it as slashing damage. Okay. I think you could probably just say, I would probably just say, even though this weapon appears to be an axe, it is a club. So it deals bludgeoning damage instead of slashing damage. If the wielder of this weapon has true sight and can see it for its true form, they don't say may, say can. Also use the magical effect of the weapon being added 1d4 necrotic damage on top of the original. Okay, so the way that I would word this is, a wielder that can see the true nature of this weapon gains access to its power. Attacks made by creatures that can see it or whatever deal an additional 1d4 necrotic damage on a hit, period. And they also take deal an extra 1d4 necrotic damage on a hit, period. And then I would make a separate feature that says, like, that this last part. I would make this probably separate. And, you know, creatures that can see it for its true nature, when creatures that can see it for its true nature take damage, they take... Wait, no, they just take this damage immediately? What the fuck? Is that what's happening here? I'm tripping over the writing here pretty badly.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. And can see it for its true self. They may also use the magical effect of the weapon, being an added 1d4 necrotic damage on top of the original bludgeoning damage, but the wielder takes in retaliation. So whenever you choose to add 1d4 on a successful hit, you take 1d4 plus 1 necrotic damage.
Yeah, write it the way that Patrick just said it.
Which, is, to be fair, is weird and just bad.
It's just bad, yeah. Each consecutive turn you utilize the necrotic damage bonus. I'm going to read the sentence out loud. I'm not going to try to understand it. I'm just going to read it. Each consecutive turn you utilize the necrotic damage bonus, the bonus damage you deal... No, let me try again. Each consecutive turn you utilize the necrotic damage bonus, the bonus damage you both deal and take is increased by 1. You must understand that that's a confusing sentence. Like, surely that's not the way to get this idea across, right?
Did you follow what it's saying after reading it 3 times?
Yeah, so the bonus... So basically, I think... No, I didn't. I'm going to tell you what I think it understands, though. I'm going to say...
Sure.
Every time you... deal extra necrotic damage. Every turn you continue to use this feature, the bonus damage you deal increases by 1, and the bonus damage you take increases by 1.
Yes.
Something like that is what I think it's supposed to
No,
be.
that's exactly right. It's supposed to be.
No, that's exactly what I think it's supposed to be.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So if you hit, you do the necrotic. You hit, you do the necrotic. You hit, you do the necrotic. You're dealing on that third turn 1d4 plus 3 and taking 1d4 plus 4. I don't understand why. It's just bad.
I would probably not. Yeah, I would probably. I probably would. I like the idea of you do damage, you take damage. I mean, that concept is out there. Grovel Thrash is a artifact that's out there. That's literally what it does here. Because just to remind you guys that I know every single thing that was ever written in D&D immediately off the top of my head. Here's Grovel Thrash. One of its main features is this one. When you hit with an attack using this Warhammer, you can deal an extra 2d6 bludgeoning damage. If you do, you take 1d6 psychic damage. So basically what you want to do is you want to write your feature like this, where you can deal 1d... I would treat it like this too. You deal 2d4 extra necrotic damage and you take 1d4. You got to make it so you're taking less than you're dealing, otherwise it just feels silly. The other thing is that if you want that damage to increase over time, you have to cap it. You can't just let it go up forever. So you could maybe say each subsequent turn use this ability, both the damage you deal and take increases by 1d4 or increases by +1 to a maximum of +3, to a maximum of 3d4, something like that. I love the idea from a lore perspective, but I strongly encourage you to look at some magic items that are already written for the language of the mechanics, because the mechanics of this item are pretty straightforward. They're not that hectic. In fact, they're very simple. It's a club. It's basically a club that looks like an axe, and you can deal more damage to take some damage, and that can stack. So I think that if you look at some items in the game that do similar things, or even different sorts of things, but look at some illusion spells, how they're written, look at spells like Seeming, look at spells like Disguise Self, and then look at items like Grovel Thrash, or like the Flame Tongue, or even abilities like the Zealot Barbarian's extra damage ability, to get your language right, because there's a lot of words you're using that are bigger than they need to be to express the idea, and they're also not the way D&D things are written, and it's making it trip over stuff. And you're just making yourself, you're ending up in the situation where you're writing hyper convoluted sentences in a way that your idea you're getting across isn't that convoluted. You're overcomplicating your idea with your sentence structure.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But yeah, so those are my thoughts. I also want to point out that I don't think this item's ability should be limited to a creature with True Sight for two reasons. One, no one's going to have True Sight, so no one's going to use this item or be able to. Two, the ability that it gets, as Patrick mentioned, is not good. If anything, it's just bad. You are always taking a little bit more damage than you're giving, and the creatures in D&D that would have access to True Sight regularly are strong enough that they should have way stronger items than this.
Also, what is this? This item is what, a rare item?
It doesn't say.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Fair enough. In 5e, magic items have a rarity, and that rarity represents its power level. It's a little unintuitive, but you should try to figure out what the rarity is and then build a commensurate power level to that rarity. Because as it stands right now, I would say this is one of the worst uncommon magical items in the game.
Yeah, it's not a strong item right now. It's just a bad cursed item. But, and I don't mean bad like bad idea. I mean like it is just a not good, like there's no reason to use it cursed item. Like it's bad for you. I do want to point out something that Data said, which I agree with 100%. Having said all of that in terms of all the feedback of I think what this needs to change to work, which is a lot, this is a fantastic idea to interpret. This is it's a fantastic interpretation of this image. Like turning this image into a magic item, this is such a cool way of doing that, especially because when you think of it as like the shadow of the axe making a hand just makes sense because it literally is a hand. So the shadow is like reflecting its true sight. So like all of that is very cool. Yeah. I like the idea a lot. Ace says, Cinder, you realize your link might not work. Ace, do you expect me to go on a fucking scavenger hunt to find it? You can edit it right now. Edit it right now. You have the ability to edit your fucking link. I'm not worrying about if Kelcon Dutre has it. I'm going to say you can click the thing when you go click on the form from before, wherever it was, or go back to it, and then you can click on it, and then you can say edit form, and then you edit it. I'm not making anybody else do work. I'm not asking anybody else for shit. I'm not going to go on a fucking scavenger hunt for it. Take care of your business. Part of the reason why I set standards is because I would like for you guys to come into this with a certain amount of standards for yourself. Anyway, thank you, Fireflower. Brains, 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 brains. Poor Ace made a hunt to find you. Why'd they make a hunt? They didn't have to hunt. Why are they hunting for you? Oh, they made a hunt to find. They didn't really make a hunt to find you, but I just want people to take care of their business. You know?
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where it's like when it's the same exact thing when somebody asks a question that they can just Google. It's like, I'm not gonna help. Just Google it. The same thing. It's honestly a big part of how I pick what questions I answer for my shorts. You can't find it and you gotta go. All right, better luck next time, I guess. It sounds like you put a lot of work into finding it. Oh, Brian's on the list today, but we're not. It's Ace. It's you. Speak of the devil.
Oh no.
Let's see if it's.
Let's
see if it works.
try the link, I guess.
I hope it works.
Yeah, irony.
Hey, it worked. Look at that. Fucking dinguses.
Okay, this is just a Pokemon.
You're all dinguses. Every single one of you is a dingus. I want you to know that. I love you. I love you till the ends of the earth, and I will always love you. But I'm also not going to sugarcoat it when I say that you are a dingus. Some might even argue you're a dingus malingus. What is terrified? That's not a feature. Do you mean frightened? Cool. What is burned? That's not anything. Is this literally a Pokemon?
It's literally a Pokemon. Poltegeist is literally a Pokemon from Sword and Shield.
Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. If you didn't put any effort into building this like a stat block, I'm not going to take this time to describe to you how to build a stat block, but I will look at the features of this as. I'm just going to let you know that this none of this makes sense. All of the math here is wrong.
Yeah.
It can phase through walls to escape hunters. Look at etherealness and make it that. Can remove one armor point, but boost its attack for +1 in every attack. What does that mean? Do you mean that when it okay, here's what you're going to do actually. You make that part of the attack. You say, when this attack hits, the target gets -1 to their AC, and it has +1 to its next attack. Will-O-Wisp gives the target burn effect. That's not anything. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. This is a great Pokemon. It looks like you just took a Pokemon and put it into D&D. You didn't really build it to work for D&D. This isn't something from D&D. And I think if you wanted to make it from D&D, you should look at things like ghosts and ghosts for how things like being ethereal would work, and things like oozes for how messing with armor would work. And also I'm going to say this once, all of these numbers matter. So if you give something a +7 to its con, that has to affect its hit points. Why is this thing's AC 18? Why does it have a +2 to attack, but only a 1d8 damage? What is it using to attack here? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, is it using strength? Is it using dex? What's going on? Where are we coming from here? All the bonuses are wrong. All the math is wrong. I don't want to say anything else. I don't even know what to say. No, it gives the burn effect, Patrick.
Yeah, right.
What
That's
is the
definitely
what is the burn effect?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, burn effect isn't anything. So, while I do love the idea of a little ghost in a teapot, I do think the idea of a character that can mess with armor and improve its damage is pretty devastating. Next time you're gonna make a monster stat block, I would encourage you to show it to some people and to be like, hey, how do I build a monster stat block? Did I do the numbers right here? Because how does this work? But yeah, cute little guy in a teapot. Very nice. All right, let's give Ace some brains. Brains.
Also, with the fucking Pokemon meta commentary.
What is the Pokemon meta commentary?
Kokon's complaining that Will-O-Wisp is a bad move to put on this build out for Poltegeist, which fine.
I don't play enough Pokemon to know what any of that means. I want to say I do want to say that I'm glad that Ace's piece was just viewable, because if we ended up doing a whole rigmarole to get to that, I would have gotten frustrated.
Been real upset.
Because it would have been like, it's like half written. Yeah. I am okay with looking at unfinished stuff sometimes, but I hesitate to, I want to say with a big, heavy tone, don't put a feature on a thing unless you're sure that feature is part of the game that you're playing. Like, if you got all those numbers wrong, that's fine. If you got but as soon as you start like applying like conditions or mechanics that just aren't a part of the game, it's like you got to at least make sure the thing you're giving your thing is a part of the game before you give it, you know? Is that crazy? Is that madness? If that's madness, I don't want to be sane.
Yeah.
If a Pokemon is burned, it will lose. Pokemon can't be burned. They're imaginary.
You can imagine that they're burned.
Yeah, but that's kind of a fucked up thing to do. What's wrong with you, my guy?
The whole of Pokemon is a fucked up thing to do. It's just organized dogfighting.
Well, some might say that. I've never played it before.
Do. It's a good game. It's fun organized dogfighting, but it's fucked up.
All right, fair. Next, we're going to be looking at Mr. Cuddles by Galadriel.
Still only one subclass tonight.
Yeah.
So, all right.
This is Mr. Cuddles. The only thing they said about Mr. Cuddles was boo. And so the fear begins to crawl into us like a cosmic vex of darkness. Mr. Cuddles is a lonely-looking plush bear adorned with button eyes and corduroy overalls. Any humanoid that meets the bear's gaze hears the faint sound of children's laughter. Mr. Cuddles is a magic item with 6 charges and regains 1d4 plus 1 charges each night at midnight. Ooh. What's up, Sean? How's it going? You've been watching my vids and checking out my stream, and you want to say thanks for getting you to understand this funky game? Thank you for getting me to understand this funky game.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at my namesake for worse. Basically, a person catching it gets a single Gardevoir. I don't know what that means.
It's a Gardevoir is a Pokemon. It's a Pokemon reference. Gardevoir is a weird Pokemon. We're not going to get into that, I think.
All right. Send me a picture of what it looks like if that's something I'm supposed to see. All right. Fuzzy and frightening. As an action, you can spend 1 charge to cast Fear. Creatures frightened by this casting the spell pine for a stuffed toy of their own to comfort them. If a creature obtains a stuffed toy, they are no longer frightened. Huh. Okay. Wait a minute.
That's cute.
Yeah, but how does it work with the fear spell? Like, is the implication here that they pick up the Mr. Cuddles, or not? Because you can't run towards the creature that I don't want to do that. All right, I won't do that. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know anything about Pokemon. Everybody's saying don't send me pictures of that Pokemon. So don't. I apologize for asking. Is it one? Okay, I think I can guess. Is it one of those ones that's like Mr. Mime, where it's kind of human looking? But maybe in a way that's like a little uncomfortable.
Extraordinarily, yes.
Okay. Yeah, nah, not for me. I like to keep my love cosmic.
I feel like Gardevoir was the first of what became a very strong running friend in Pokemon, where they include a waifu in each generation, and it's really unpleasant.
And is there always like a new guy that Ash meets that's like, hey, I only have 1 Pokemon in my collection, and it's that one? I'll help you. I'll help you fight them. I'll help you fight Team Rocket. Let me get my Pokemon. Come here, honey.
That would be hilarious meta commentary, yes.
Yeah, that would be great. Let's see. Haunted. Mr. Cuddles is possessed by the spirit of an 8-year-old boy named Stead. Stead has dark vision up to 30 feet from Mr. Cuddles and speaks common. As an action, you can spend 3 charges to summon Stead as a specter. He is too nervous to participate in a fight, however. I don't know if you need to say however there. You can make charisma persuasion check to convince him to fight on your side. Interesting. What happens if he dies? If the attuned creature does something to upset or anger Stead, he will begin to cry, casting Weird, centered on Mr. Cuddles. If the attuned creature is frightened by Weird, they forcibly unattune and cannot attune to Mr. Cuddles again. Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
That's so interesting.
I like the dynamic here.
Yeah, Lonely Soul. Stead has been alone with Mr. Cuddles for a long time and would like a new friend. As an action, you can spend 3 charges to cast Soul Cage. Mr. Cuddles functions as the material component for the spell. Damn. This is okay. I don't know how I feel about Soul Cage, to be honest.
I like it. I think that's kind of really cool. It's also sort of the only thing that this is doing.
It's casting fear.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I guess that's true. That's true. It's basically fear in Soul Cage, because the Haunted is almost kind of a curse.
Yeah, I don't see, there's no reason to bring, specters aren't even that good in combat. Like, there's truly no reason to ever summon him.
Yeah. What does a Spectre even do?
It's like a CR 1/4 ghost thing. Is this attunement thing, where if you do something to upset or anger Stead, is this supposed to, the way that it's written, I feel like this only happens if you summon him.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so why would you ever summon him?
Maybe make him a ghost. Maybe make it worth it.
Yeah,
it's a CR. It's a CR1. It does get life drain.
it's not.
It's pretty bad.
It's not worth it.
It's pretty bad.
Like you get a specter as a minion as a 6th level Hexblade warlock.
Yeah, maybe make it a ghost, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like you genuinely get the ghost, and then there's a downside to there being a ghost.
Well, there's also like, and ghosts can do cool stuff. They can do like possession, and like that makes it a lot more powerful, I think. Yeah, I like the idea of it. It's an interesting mechanic. How do you feel about the way to interpret the struggle with this thing as it casting Weird?
I think that's really fucking cool. Honestly, I mean, I think upset or anger is like, it is a place where an unscrupulous DM could inject some conflict in a way that's not great, right? Like, what does it mean to piss off Stead? Could it just be anything? So you could get a combative DM that's not gonna treat that, I think, diligently. But I love the casting of Weird. I think the casting of Weird as representing like a ghost temper tantrum is fucking cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Soul Cage is a reaction to cast normally, not an action. So maybe make it not an action. Is that true? I believe you.
That can't be true.
I'm checking.
That can't be right.
Yeah, it's a reaction. It's because it's a reaction to a creature dying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so make it a reaction.
Yeah, so it should be a reaction, not an action.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a really fun item. I think the main thing here is that either you need to clarify that Stead is present a lot more often, and like I would put that up in the top part up here. I would probably not, if you want, I wouldn't tie the ability to summon Stead into the haunted mechanic. If you want the haunted mechanic to affect this thing throughout, where it's like Stead is present and you can talk or whatever. But if you want the haunted mechanic where it's like there's a creature in here specifically only to matter when you've summoned it, then you can keep it like that. But yeah, it's got to be stronger than a specter. Specters are weak.
Yeah,
Specters
I think
are,
that's right, especially for 3 charges, because you're getting a specter for 3 castings of fear, which is like not good.
Yeah, as the good book says, specters are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, weak.
Yeah, 100%. Also, I just realized that not only is it weak, you have to use your action to make a persuasion check to get him to fucking do anything.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
As a ghost, I could see that, because like ghosts are pretty goddamn powerful, but yeah.
Yeah, so twist that around. All right, cool. That was Galadriel's piece. All right, thank you, Galadriel. Yeah. Brains, good job. Brains. Brains. As they say in the business. Brains.
Brains.
All right. Click. We've seen a couple. I mean, it makes sense because the theme is haunted objects. But I think it's fun to make magic items that have a creature that's a part of it, that's associated to it. Like, that's fun.
That's cool.
I mean, you might even want to treat it differently, so it's like you could even count it as like you aren't the one that is casting the magic from it. Like Stead is the one that's casting the spells, which could add to some interesting mechanics in there. Things to think about. Brian's. Let's see. We have Wondrous Wizard. This is something me and a friend created. Eager to hear your response. Oh.
Ooh, all right.
An adult Insula. What's an Insula?
Huh.
It's a monster born from a creature's intense obsession with a certain object, such as a sword, instrument, or book. Its shape is emaciated but vaguely humanoid. Its thin limbs twisted into spider-like positions, each ending in a clawed hand. Is this Golem? Its head is featureless except for a dark concave opening at the front of the face, from which bloody proboscis extends when it's ready to feed. Oh, cool. Gross.
Brutal. Yeah.
All right, let's see. It says challenge rating 12 monster. It begins as a creature no larger than a beetle and grows in size as its obsession that birthed it continues. It spends its life hiding nearby its item and is mostly passive unless it feels threatened. The item is destroyed or the creator's obsession fades. Wait, whose obsession is it based on? A creator? Oh, it's based on a creature's obsession, not its own obsession. At which point it will begin to feed on living creatures, beginning with its creator. Wait a minute. So it is docile until the item is damaged or its creator doesn't care about it anymore. That's weird. It's weird that it's like a ghost of obsession that becomes dangerous when the obsession goes away.
Makes sense. It's like self-preservation kind of a thing.
I guess. Okay, that makes sense. A proboscis is like a tube mouth that like a mosquito has.
Like
butterflies. Yeah, butterflies have them too. It's CR12. It's got some medium, okay hit points for a CR12. Got about some armor, bunch of saving throws. It's acrobatic and stealth. I could also see giving it strength or athletics in here too for a skill. It's immune to psychic.
That would make sense.
It's condition immune to blind, charmed, deafened, poisoned, or unconscious. What does that mean to be immune to unconscious? I'm not sure.
Unconscious, I guess.
I'm not sure what that's going to mean. I guess it doesn't sleep is basically what that means. The creature that is the source of the obsession that created in Insula is charmed by it. What?
Say that again.
I'm going to read this. I'm going to read the sentence out loud, and then who wrote this? And then Wondrous Wizard, ask me if you wrote this the way that you're intending to. The creature that is the source of the obsession that created an Insula is charmed by it. What does that mean?
Oh, okay. The Insula charms, by default, charms the creature that created it.
Just write it like that. Write it the opposite of you wrote it. The effect ends if it dies or a remove curse spell is cast on the creature or the object. What do you mean, the object?
The object that the obsession
is built around? The object of obsession?
Yeah, the object of obsession. There we go.
Okay. It's got a climb speed.
I will say, you are using those words, referencing the description, when the description comes after the stat block and may not get read at all. So, like, this is probably a place to kind of briefly clarify what you mean.
Pat, did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, you cut out at the end.
Oh, I was just saying, this is probably a place where you need to briefly clarify what you mean.
Yes. Yes. Much agree. Unseen entity. The Insula is invisible and cannot be heard. If a creature succeeds on a DC 17 Wisdom perception check, it perceives the Insula beyond this invisibility. Creature charmed by the Insula automatically fails this check. All right, it's kind of a weird invisibility mechanic. It's like half invisibility. It's sort of just like a stealth. It's like a I don't know. It's like invisibility, but stealth version.
It's obsession blindness. It cannot be seen by the creator of the thing.
I know, but
right?
but I'm not talking about for everybody else.
It's just kind of not invisible to everybody else.
Then maybe it shouldn't be invisible.
Oh no, it is. I'm wrong. You're right. It is, but only with a perception check. It's like default hidden. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's weird. I think it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, okay, maybe it's fine, but for this person in general, one thing that we're bumping up with a lot is you are using confusing language. So like that is an issue that has come up in this feature and this feature so far, and I think it's important to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Philip, you just pointed out a good point, which is like, when does the perception check happen?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Maybe make it passive perception to like make that easier and drop the DC slightly.
Or say like, I don't know. You could even make it a range thing. If a creature makes a perception check DC 15 within 60 feet of the Insula, it can perceive it for some amount of time, or until it leaves that range or something like that.
Yeah.
It makes 2 claw attacks, +7 to hit. Okay. Slashing damage. Instead of dealing damage, the Insula can grapple the target. This is just a thing that all creatures can do all the time, called regular D&D. It's just regular D&D power.
It's amazing to me how much people don't know that the attack actions that are taken within multi-attack are the same attack actions that are taken within multi-attack for player characters, and you can swap out special attacks for them.
Yeah. And then as a proboscis, it has to do unto a large or smaller incapacitated humanoid grappled by it. This should not be a CR12 monster. It does a bunch of damage, and they have to make a wisdom saving throw or be stunned until it finishes a short or long rest, or lesser restoration is cast on it. That is tedious.
That's a long stun. Holy crap.
Okay, so I'm going to point out 2 things here. This should not be an incapacitated human. They should probably just be grappled. That way it can, because I think what you should do here is you should make the claw attacks. This is how I would do it. If it hits with 2 claw attacks, the target is grappled, and it can attempt to make a proboscis attack. That's the way I would word it. Now with the proboscis attack, I feel like the stun is too much. It's just too much. What I would probably do is maybe make them stunned until the end of their next turn, where they can remake the save, or something to guide so that it's an ongoing thing that happens every round.
Mm-hmm.
And then the action, and the other thing I want to point out is if this creature is using its whole action on subsequent turns to do 2d10 psychic damage, that means that this CR12 monster is dealing an average of 11 damage a turn on those turns. That's really low. That's lower than like a CR1 monster a lot of the time. And this is a CR12 monster. A CR12 monster should be doing like 50 plus damage a turn casually. So I think that you got to spend a little bit of time to rework this. Honestly, if I were you, I would go in the down direction over up. I don't feel like this makes sense as it being a big, crazy, giant monster. I feel like this makes sense as like a lean, scrawny little guy. So I would make it more lean, more scrawny, more little guy. And in terms of the proboscis, I'm wondering if you looked at the Sturge, because the Sturge has a very similar mechanic to this.
Yeah, it does.
This is the Sturge. Look at this little cutie. That's a proboscis right there.
I have an issue with this, which is that kind of twofold. One, I feel like the way that the proboscis is written with the it needs to be incapacitated, which means that you need to incapacitate it, and the fastest way to incapacitate it is to figure out how to stun it, and then that just makes the stun permanent. That's an awkward dance, right? That's not fun. Also, stun for that long is just not fun. That's a whole other thought. But genuinely, I feel like it loses the fiction. I feel like this thing is like you're building this idea of a beast that feeds on an obsessive, and that obsessive energy, and it's almost like developing a hatred when that obsession becomes threatened, and then in the end, you just kind of built a Sturge that has like a funky way of hiding.
I think the invisibility mechanic tied with the obsessive thing, I think is really interesting. I think that there's
But
something.
that's the only place where that shows up.
Yeah,
right?
I think there's something to that, but I agree. I feel like you should look at the Sturge for how to write this proboscis mechanic, or the chasm if you wanted to. But also look at other CR12 monsters for their damage output, because yeah, this ain't doing it. This ain't doing it. Like this is doing enough damage if it gets to do its claw attacks and its proboscis, but that's kind of it. And then other than that, it's like either doing too much or too little. The stun, way too much. The damage, way too little.
I mean, I think mechanically you're absolutely right, but I really just want to pull back and say, like, I feel like there's a loop that you need to close here from a lore perspective. And I think it harkens back to your initial confusion about, like, this thing being born out of the ending of an obsessive relationship between a creature and an object, and how does this thing sit in that triangle if the obsessive relationship has ended, right?
Mhm.
Like, I think you've got to get clearer on that, because what I'm left wanting in this situation is, like, I want this thing to, like, eat free will, right? Or like make obsession, seed obsession, or like regenerate off of obsession. There's something here, a relationship to obsession, that is just not well mechanically represented. And I feel like you're playing around in a space where you're like, how do I make really long stuns like feel good? Which is like, that just doesn't feel like it's got anything to do with addiction. I don't know what stun has to do with obsessive.
It's also just not fun. It's just not a fun thing. It's like it's not gonna be. It's not a fun mechanic. Like you can like a stun can be. You can do a stun in a way that it's scary, but a stun that's just this long is just annoying. It's just gonna be tedious feeling. Yeah, maybe the move is to move away from this weird stun lock gameplay loop of the proboscis and more into like what sort of mechanics could you build around this creature. Here's what I would say. The thing that I think is the most interesting to this is I feel like this creature should do what it can to maintain this person's obsession with this object. Because that seems to be like what is keeping them docile, which means they're keeping them calm.
Right.
So I would give them powers that are around the idea of what kind of powers would a creature need if its job was to keep somebody in a sort of psychotic, obsessive state. So, like, what sort of ways could they isolate that person from other people? What sort of ways could they, like, you know, manipulate the vibe around them, you know?
Yeah. Suggestion is a spell that you could look at for like you could theoretically, the proboscis could do a little bit of damage and automatically cast suggestion, right? Like there's something there that you could push on.
Yeah. All right, cool. It's a very spooky, creepy little guy. Thank you very much, Wondrous Wizard. Get some brains in the chat for Wondrous. What were you
with those brains, I am going to be dipping out. I'm heading out for the night, but this was a tremendous amount of fun, y'all. Keep up the spooky.
All right, Pat. See you, buddy.
Take it easy, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Brains, 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 brains. Click. Power word obsess. That'd be kind of an interesting spell. I mean, there's sort of spells like that. Next is a piece from Derek. If you see a different item here before Sunday, don't pull my piece. I'll change it to a spooky piece, hopefully in time. All right, I guess we'll see. It's Sunday. Urn of the Oracle. Urn of the Oracle. The Oracle's urn. Finally made it. You were hanging out with friends all day. Sorry you're late. That's fine. You like the wheel noise? I know you do. It's a wondrous item. It's a pallet level 7. So only pallets of level 7 or higher can wield it. This clay pot is covered in rough designs of ghostly creatures and divine beings. While attuned to this urn, you can use it as a spellcasting focus. The staff, I think it's an urn, not a staff, has 15 charges. It regains 2d6 plus 2 charges at midnight. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the urn shatters. So my guess is this is pulled from, like, Staff of Power or something like that, probably. Right? Yeah. Get that staff out of there. Repelling Sight. While attuned to this urn, you cannot be targeted by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying or sensors. Okay. Spells. You get some spells. Guidance, Detect Good and Evil, Augury, Tongues, Divination, Commune, Contact Other Plane. I'm gonna be honest with you. Based on what the spells we're getting, I think we should get less charges. I feel like these spells aren't good spells to lend themselves for, like, a lot of use. I feel like these are all good, like, very limited use spells. I would significantly cut the charges down. Shattered Form, you can use an action to break it over... Or you really did just pull the Staff of Power, huh? The urn is destroyed and releases a spirit inside. This summons a ghostly undead spirit, as if you cast Summon Undead. The spirit is not under your control, and it acts in accordance with its normal alignment. If you do this, I would just pick a stat block. I would pick a monster stat block. I wouldn't do the Summon Undead spell. Pick a cool monster or like a Shadow Demon or something. 10 charges. I mean, a lot of these spells, I feel like I don't feel like you should, like, I feel like a lot of these, like, specifically the last, I mean, let's be frank, actually, pretty much everything other than Guidance, Detect Good and Evil, and Tongues, I feel like I would, like, Augury, Divination, Commune, and Contact Other Planes are all spells that I would be like, I don't want my players either casting all of these spells more than once a day, and I certainly don't want them casting them, like, immediately after each other. It's just too much. Yeah, it's Contact Other Planes. Yeah, it's spamming. It's like spam. I don't know. It feels too spammy. These are all powerful divination spells. No, I know. That's why I mean, like, I feel weird about a character casting divination and then commune, or commune then Contact Other Plane, or vice versa. Like, all that just feels kind of wonky to me. I would twist it a little bit. There's an element of lore around, like, communicating with gods versus communicating with cosmic that I think might be good to separate here. So maybe pull out the cosmic or pull out the gods. That's what I would say. I feel like my guess is that you grabbed, like, every Contact Other Things spell and put them in here, but I feel like that's not the move. I wouldn't do it that way. It just feels weird to me. Like, I think, honestly, I think it would get tedious. I think it would get tedious because they all sort of also do the same thing. They all do minorly different versions of the same thing, you know? Also, which deity would they be contacting with commune? I'm not sure. What is the relationship to an oracle? Give it, like, a strong passive perception and then be able to ask it what it sees. I mean, I think that's the oracle. The oracle is the contacting other creatures. This is the oracle part right here. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. I just feel like these spells all kind of do the same thing in a way that I'm like, it's too much. You know? You like the music? Good. It's an interesting idea, though, Derek. An interesting idea for sure. I like that you can smash it and it makes a ghost come out. That's the second item that we looked at this week that does that. But yeah, these are all, like, two different, but too much the same. If that's sort of a weird thing, but that's what I mean. So I'm sticking to it, because it's what I mean. Remove all the other spells and make it a once-a-day Contact Other Plane. I mean, you could do something like that. Or a once-a-day Divination, or a once-a-day Commune. Maybe you could summon that ghost to fight for you. Yeah, you could do something like that. Maybe pop the cap open, it comes out. But I don't think that's the goal of it. I think this is the goal of it is like this is a last resort situation. And that the initial goal of it is you're like using the spirit to beseech distant things. So I would lean into that. You could do light ghost summoning. Like you could do maybe you could cast chill touch. Like the ghost is just shooting its arm out and scratching somebody. Yeah, those are my thoughts, Derek. I hope that was somewhat helpful. Thank you very much for your ghostly vessel. Brains. Brains. The idea is that all the spells are talking to the ghost. Most of those spells don't work like that, so I would not do that then. I would change it to make it different. A lot of those spells very specifically talk to things that aren't ghosts, you know? Anyway, brains, 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 brains. I don't think that lore works, Derek. I don't think any of these could be argued. I don't think divination is talking to a ghost. I don't think commune is talking to a ghost. I don't think contact other planes is talking to a ghost. I don't think augury is talking to a ghost. I think those are all divine or otherworldly in a way that is more than ghost. So I would change it. Change it to either make the thing inside more than ghost and get that lore in more, or lean more into the lore of making it that you are beseeching a ghost for help. Whichever one you think is more interesting to do. Well, Speak with Dead is, I mean, yes, honestly, Speak with Dead could fit there too. Derek, Data says, if you want them all to be talking to the ghost, you need to clarify that you are talking to the ghost. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Why isn't there Speak with Dead? Good. That is also a good point. You'd let you use Contact Other Plane for talking to a lich? Derek, I normally you're not so defensive, but I feel the need to push back here. There is not anything close to a lich referenced anything in this argument, and you should not assume a lich to exist in a game world. There's a lot of game worlds that don't have liches, and there's even more that don't have liches that aren't otherworldly creatures. Yeah, either way, you should clarify it. Especially if the goal is that you are beseeching a creature inside a thing. Well, if you want the ghost to represent sort of something that is a lich regardless, you still need to make reference to that. Because none of those spells are spells that people would normally associate to a lich or to a ghost. They are all like extra-dimensional beings or gods. Pretty much across the board. The next piece is brought to us by Mika. Or Micah. One of the two. I made it in not too much time. I tried to keep the balance in order, and I also tried to mainly stick the theme. But I may have strayed a bit. I hope this is fun. All right, let's take a look. Listen, it's a really cool... I'm not saying it's not a cool idea. I'm just saying that you should clarify the idea and focus it in a little bit. This is the Haunted Pact. Is this a warlock? When you make a pact with a dark, remaining old spirit, you open up the opportunity to perform confusing acts. Okay, I have no idea what this is about so far. Crawling out of objects you shouldn't be able to fit into, moving objects around as if they were part of your own what? Any place can become a haunted house with you inside. This flavor text, I'm going to be very honest, is confusing. Plague Doctor, this is very confusing language. I have no idea what you're talking about here. The only sentence that I would say makes this thing make sense is this last sentence. I would get rid of the rest and start with this last sentence and then go from there. Because I genuinely don't know what we're talking about here. Like, what is our patron? Our patron is what? What are we? Yes, patrons are subclasses, packs are boons. That is a good call. I would change that to say the haunted patron. Color spray, snare, haunted self, vortex whirl, warp blink, and automatic confusion, polymorph, and objects mislead. Why are we getting color spray and snare? Why are these supposed to be like haunted house spells? I guess. I get animated objects and mislead. I get confusion and polymorph. I get hypnotic pattern. I don't really buy blink. I would do more illusion stuff probably if I were you. It's supposed to be confusing. That's not good design. I can't tell if you're joking or not. If you write something to be confusing, do you know what that does? You know what that does if you write something to be confusing? It makes it so people are going to not want to read it, or people are going to think it's badly written. Not clever to write something intentionally confusing, and it's not clever to make an excuse of poor writing as writing in a confusing way. You can just own that you wrote it in a confusing way, and that you should try to write it in a more clear way. Or you can be like, oh, I thought writing it in a confusing way would make it more interesting, but now I understand that it won't make it more interesting. It'll make people not read it. Okay? Okay. It's supposed to be confusing. That's a silly thing to say. Let's see what we're getting at first level. At first level, when you make your pact makes you have a hollowing presence when walking around normally, as if spirits wade in your presence. Don't use presence and presence in the same sentence. Why not just say, starting at first level, your patron grants you a hollowing presence, period. You learn the thaumaturgy cantrip. Boom, done. Then we get Jack in the Box. Why is this a question mark? Starting at first level, your patron allows you to move from container to container on a whim, becoming the very clown to scare your foes to death. The very clown implies that, like, we've been talking about clowns already. I would just get rid of this last part. I would probably just cut this whole part out. It was I know it was unintentionally confusing. I know you were just making a stupid excuse. It's okay. You're nervous. You're scared. It's fine. Calm down. Let the criticism wash over you. You don't even need to listen to it if it's too uncomfortable now. And then just watch it later if you prefer. Ace, I tore your piece to shreds. Welcome back. Your piece was literally the first one that I looked at the second after you left. Mostly I said it's just a Pokemon written in the format of a D&D, and it's not really written in a way that it follows D&D rules. So my main piece of feedback was that you should not give a D&D stat block features that don't exist in D&D. Yes, you know. Okay, good. Then why did you send it? If the only feedback you needed was feedback you knew. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point then? You silly goof. Preparation. As an action, don't say may, say can. As an action, you can touch an object that can open and close, like a door, chest, jar, or anything of the sorts. Get rid of this. This is too informal. To mark that object. This mark can look like anything you want, but needs to fit within a 1 foot square. Okay? The mark persists until you next take a short rest. Until your next short rest. Until your next short or long rest, or until you mark another object. Okay? You can create an amount of marks equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay? For a first time writer, this is all way more reasonably written than the beginning. You were responding to what I said. It was a Pokemon, not the review. All right. I don't know what you're saying there, but I accept. Where's the link to edit your submission? I don't know. As a bonus action, you could probably find it in an old thing or on the Discord, or I'm not sure where. As a bonus action, while you have an object marked, you can activate it. When you do so, you completely dissipate. Wait, let me read that again. As a bonus action, while you have an object marked, you can activate it. I would switch that around. Whenever you have, as a bonus action, you can activate a marked object, something like that. Yeah, Bildo, I got rid of it when I started to stream. When you do so, you completely dissipate as if being sucked up by a black hole as the container you marked opens up and spits you out within 5 feet. Oh, I like that a lot, but I do think you need to switch your language around a little bit here. I would probably say something like, as a bonus action, you can activate a marked an object you have marked. When you do so, you disappear, teleporting, disappear as if being sucked. Say you want to say, you don't want to say dissipate. You want to say like disappear or teleport. Reappearing. As the marked object opens up, and you teleport out, leaping out of it within 5 feet. Also, if it's a container, you should make it a container earlier. Don't call it an object some places, and call it a container other places. You cannot activate a mark if the container is unable to open by normal means. Oh, interesting. So if it's locked, you can't activate it. That's interesting. Yeah, I like this idea. It's a cool thing. So it's essentially, when you do the teleport, does it get rid of the mark? Does it use it up? When you activate the mark, it should use it up. It shouldn't be able to be something you can use forever. It should be like you mark something and that thing is marked, and then when you teleport to that thing, the mark dissipates. But that's kind of fun. So we get like a weird teleport and we get thaumaturgy. All right. Starting at 6th level, you learn to create animate objects with personalities of the spirits that remain, giving life to those that perished long ago. This is almost too much flavor text. I would probably get rid of this last part. As an action, you can place a waiting spirit into an object. What what is a waiting spirit? Into an object no larger than a 1-foot cube, turning it alive. Turning it alive doesn't mean anything. What does that mean? When you do so, you roll on the table below, granting it a personality in regards to the spirit that houses it. The object has the same stats as a tiny animated object, as seen as the animate object spell. It can speak in a radius of 30 feet, or to you telepathically while within... What? Wait a minute. What do you mean it can speak in a radius of 30 feet? Just say it can speak. Speech doesn't have radius. And don't say, and this needs to be its own sentence. You can communicate telepathically with it while you're within 60 feet of it. Something like that. The object stays alive. Say the object remains for 1 hour or until it is destroyed. You can have up to 2 objects animated. Don't say alive. Say animated, because this is what it is. It's animated objects. Okay. I think that you need to spend a little bit of time reworking some of your language here. But, I mean, it's a neat idea. A tiny animated object is what? It's like, it does like... It's like I've got a +8 to hit. It does like 1d4 plus 4 damage, something like that. How many times a day can you do this? Yeah, AC 18. I mean, a tiny animated object is actually pretty strong. I might say you should only be able to have 1 at a time. I also think that this should be limited to how many times a day you can do this. I don't think you should be able to do this infinitely. I think this is like a... You have to think about maybe a once per short rest sort of situation. Also, this is kind of weirdly similar to what the Hexblade gets. The Hexblade gets a ghost at 6th level. The Hexblade gets their accursed spirit. And they get a ghost once per long rest. And I would argue that this tiny thing is, yeah, about that. About what? Did you just base this off of the Hexblade? Is that what you're about to say? I would, this definitely needs to be limited in use. Definitely needs to be limited in use. Starting at 10th level, your patron allows you to take full control over an abandoned house or place, being able to create illusions on a whim within its space. What does that mean? As an action, you can create a sphere within a 50-foot radius around yourself, which follows you around you for 1 minute. During this minute, you can create illusions following the major image spell, which others can smell, feel, and touch, though the illusions cannot deal any damage. That's major image. They can't deal any damage normally anyway. You have 1 use of this ability. Okay, you need to just write this the way other things are written, please. It's going to do so much better. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until finishing a long rest. Also, this is not a haunted house spell. This is not a haunted house spell at all. This is an illusions around you spell. So decide what is happening here. Are you setting illusions to exist within a space, or are you setting illusions to go around you? Sounds like you're setting illusions to go around you. You need to clarify the limitations of this. Does this mean how many major images spells can you have within this 50-foot radius? Like, what is going on here? Like, let's look at the major image spell, because that is the only thing we have to go off of. So major image allows you to create something that's in a 20-foot cube. So is this essentially you are casting major image, but no concentration, and it is in a 100-foot circle? Unclear. If that's what it is, that is too strong. That could maybe be a 14th level feature. Maybe. But it is way too strong. Or you could make it sort of like an alternative version of casting hallucinatory terrain, but it could work in buildings and make things spooky. But be able to essentially have the power of major image within a 100-foot diameter area is really strong. What are you talking about, 6 ancient dragons? I don't know. Horrifying spooks. At 14th level, your haunting abilities improve. You can have up to 2 marked things active at once, and you only need a bonus action to place one. You can now create objects of any size and have up to 4. Yeah, you're not going to... Okay. I'm going to be honest. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to take whatever this haunted house feature is. You're going to rename it so it's not haunted house, so it fits what it actually is supposed to do. Or you make it do what it actually... Make it actually a haunted house thing. You make it the 14th level feature. You make it once a day. You completely get rid of all of this, and you come up with a new 10th level feature. This needs to be limited in use and should be 1 creature at a time. This needs to be once it's used, it's done. But yeah, it's a pretty neat idea. I'm also gonna say that I'm gonna be honest with you here that I think that these features all individually are interesting, but I don't think they work well together to create the idea of a haunted house warlock. Just straight up, they feel too divergent. I feel like the Jack-in-the-Box feature really doesn't fit. I would like, if you like how it works, then maybe you could use this, but from like a meta perspective of like the vibe, I feel like it really doesn't fit. And I probably would get rid of it. I think you need to think about what you want the goal of this subclass to do. It's part of why this flavor text, I think, is really shooting you in the foot, because I have no idea what this subclass is supposed to feel like. I'm guessing it's supposed to feel like you can make a haunted house. But if that's the case, a lot of these features aren't that. So I think that I would try to focus more towards that. Animated Friends is like, I don't know, it doesn't really feel like a haunted house to me. Jack in the Box doesn't feel like a haunted house. Thaumaturgy kind of does. Yeah, those are my thoughts. It's an interesting idea. I think it needs some refocusing, though. Would be cool if they could conjure food. Maybe it would be. All right, let's give the Plague Doctor a round of applause. Thank you, Plague Doctor, for your piece. Excuse me. A haunted house warlock. Ooh, yes. Oh, the spookies. The spookies. The spookies. Next is Brian. All right, Plague Doctor. Are you accept? Was that not too painful? Hopefully. Good feedback. Good feedback too. Not much to say here. It's a spooky shovel. All right, let's take a look, Brian. Oh, it's pronounced brain. I'm sorry. My mistake. This is the Gravedigger's Shovel. A very rare item. This shovel's rusty blade paired with a splintered shaft can only be described as mundane. I'm going to be honest, I would drop this second part. I would just say, this shovel has a rusty blade and splintered shaft, period. This part feels weird. Inset on the handle is a tiny polished white skull. Immediately, it's not mundane. So yeah. This sentence immediately destroys this. Like, these are not normal shovels don't have tiny white polished skulls carved into them. Which belies the shovel's otherwise ordinary nature. Just get rid of that. Just keep the inset. Keep this part. Get rid of the it's mundane. Get rid of the belies. Ignore all that. It's a mundane tiny white skull. Oh, that's nothing. A shovel is a simple +1 weapon with a versatile and improvised property. Improvised isn't really a property. Is improvised I don't think improvised is a property in D&D. There are weapons that are improvised weapons, but that's not a property of weapons. I'm not sure. I like anything that isn't a weapon has the improvised property. So I would just get rid of this. When wielded in one hand, the shovel deals 1d6 slashing damage. When wielded in two hands, it deals 1d8 slashing damage. This is the same property. This is like a club. I would just write it like that. I don't believe it is a property. No, it's not. Improvised weapons is more like it's not a weapon, but yeah. So you get rid of that. You could just use a great club or any of those sort of things, or a quarterstaff. Actually, a quarterstaff is what you do. A quarterstaff does this. A quarterstaff is a D6 one-handed, a D8 two-handed. So use a quarterstaff. While attuned, you gain the following features. You know the mold earth cantrip. You have advantage on strength checks to lift, push, or drag, and constitution checks to endure strenuous activities. Okay. Once per long rest, you can re-roll one failed death save. You must use the new roll. Okay. I like all of those. While the shovel is wielded in your equipment or in your backpack, the following effects apply. Wait, so these don't apply normally? What do you mean? I feel like all of these would apply, right? At the start of your next long rest, I would just say whenever you long rest, you must make a DC 14 charisma saving throw. If you are immune to charm, you automatically succeed. On a success, you are immune to this effect until the start of your next long rest. On a failure, you must find the closest suitable patch of dirt and start digging a trench with a length of 7 feet and a width of 2 feet and a depth of 6 feet. After an hour, while the shovel is on your person in the ways described above. What the fuck do you mean by that? The creature must remake the saving throw. The DC increases by 1. Failing to resist causes you to continue dig. Oh my god, you need to chill out with this. Okay. So basically I would say this. After an hour, comma, you can remake the saving throw with the DC increased by 1. Period. On a failure, you continue digging. Period. After 4 hours, the trench is complete and you stop digging. You are then compelled to, to lay prone in the trench. The shovel magically moves to start excavating dirt back onto the trench. Over the course of 4 hours, if you need to breathe, you begin to suffocate. I'm going to be really honest with you here. I would completely drop this whole last part. Just force them to dig a grave. Because this is getting too wordy at the bottom. And it's such a specific curse. One of the things about curses in D&D is that they can be a lot of fun. But if you make them too specific, they can go from being spooky or troublesome to just annoying. Because as soon as this happens one time, all it does... I understand that it buries you. I don't think that's a good curse. I think that's a good one-time thing. But I feel like that's an annoying curse because that's just going to, let's think about this logically. How is this going to play out in game? The first night you fail this save, you start to dig your grave, and then you dig your grave and you start burying yourself, and everyone freaks out and they dig you up and it's like, oh, that was scary. The second time it happens, you now have to be like, hey, can you stand by the grave and dig against this shovel so I'm not getting buried? And the person's like, yeah. And then you just do that, and that's tedious. Do you really want to do that? Do you really want to do you really want the curse of this magic item to be let's role play or just deal with the homework of somebody needing to unbury me? It's just tedious. It's just extra and tedious in a way that doesn't make sense. I like everything else. I would also say that I don't think it's that good. Like, I feel like for a cursed item, I feel like it could be better. For example, what if instead of once per long rest, you re-roll one death saving throw? What if you just roll death saves with advantage? For example. Like, mold earth, advantage on checks to lift stuff, and even a bonus to death saves. Is that worth dealing with this curse? I don't know. I don't know if it is. If I'm being honest, I don't. So yeah, clean up this language around the improvised weapon shenanigans. Get rid of about half the curse. And rewrite the other half so it's... Rewrite this part so it's not sloppily written. But I like the idea of the item overall. I think if you drop the curse to you just have to dig a trench and then you can go to bed, I think that that makes it a lot more reasonable. But I also think that maybe it could do something else too. I would change the curse to be more like it interrupts rest because you're digging graves. What if the grave is filled with a creature, the curse goes away? That could work, I guess. I don't know. Wouldn't you just unattune afterwards? Its benefits aren't good enough to keep. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Dragon. Do you still long rest while digging, or does it ruin your rest? I think if you could get 8 hours of sleep in that, you'd be fine. But again, it's like the way you would have to rest would be, or however much sleep you need. Not everyone needs 8 hours. But it would need to be a creature standing next to the grave, digging, like as soon as the shovel digs in, you dig out. Like, that's annoying. That's not a fun curse to manage. That's just like a tedious thing. I like the idea overall, though. I like the idea of a gravedigger shovel, and I think the mechanics that we get here are all pretty cool. I just wanted to do more. All right, Brian. I have no more thoughts. What if it made you did up the dead with a chance to have turning the dead into undead? It could be something like that. But that also goes in a different direction. Yeah, maybe you could give it like an animate dead mechanic. Or an opposite thing where it can bury people in more. Brian, you're welcome. Thank you for the piece. Let's give a round of applause to Brian, everybody. Brains. Snotty, we looked at your piece earlier tonight. How's it going, buddy? Yours might have been the first piece we looked at, actually. Oh, it's going pretty well. I will be honest, and I will say we have bumped into a lot of pieces that were not the most well written, which sometimes makes it harder for me to read them, which takes up more of my brain and energy juice. But all of the ideas that we've seen so far have been very cool. Some of the expressions could use some work. Next is a piece from Data. Hello, Sally. Today I'm submitting a magical vehicle. It's called Home on the Road. You recommended a haunted cart. I gave a haunted wagon. Cool, let's take a look. Alright. The Home on the Road. The Wondrous Vehicle. Cool. I need to get some more tea or something soon. You got nothing to apologize for, Plague Doctor. I wasn't talking about any specific person. I was talking about every specific person. Home on the Road. This simple wagon appears run down and shabby. Its body made of gray wood, of old gray wood, stray cobwebs in the spokes, and holes stretched across its unhelpful covers. Unhelpful? It's a weird word there. Those who sit in it, however, see its true form, well kept and ready for the road. While animals feel comfortable around it and sometimes even flock to it, no beasts want to be tied to pull it. Okay. You suspect themes led to generally less time spent on submitting pieces. I think that's fine. I think you can still aspire to write it in a way it's understandable. Unless you're really keen on me yelling at you about grammar, I think it's still worth, the extra 10 minutes it takes to think about how to write a sentence. Self-moving. The wagon moves on its own. If a creature is in the driver's seat, they can hold a pair of reins and direct the wagon in whatever direction they please. The wagon cannot move as at a fast pace of travel. If directed in combat, it can be treated as a mount. Otherwise, it moves on initiative count 10. In these situations, it has a movement speed of 40. What is its movement speed outside of combat? You don't actually say that. You might want to. You mean but still? All right, Plague Doctor. Calm down. The main reason why I give you a hard time about when your stuff isn't well written is because no one is going to read it if it's not well written. So if you have any care about somebody thinking you're a good writer, you need to spend a little bit of amount of time to try to prove that to them. Your 2 haunted ideas were candy mimics and a Dr. Frankenstein monster? That's cool. Travel speed outside of combat is normal, fast, or slow. It can't move fast. Okay. Is that... Okay, I guess... All right, maybe that's something people will know. That is not something that I was thinking of. But I think is worth thinking about. Maybe 0 out of combat as a regular wagon. Life restoring nature. The home on the road restores those in its abode to normal power. It's a weird sentence. I guess we'll see what it means. Creatures put into the wagon are instantly stabilized. I would just say creatures in the wagon, not put in the wagon. Stabilized creatures in the wagon wake up after 1d4 minutes instead of 1d4 hours. If a creature in the wagon has 10 hit points or less, they can spend 10 minutes to take a short rest. If a creature in the wagon is suffering from a disease or poison that waits before... Wait a second, what? If a creature in the wagon is suffering from a disease or poison that waits before the effect take... Am I missing something? If a creature in the wagon is suffering from a disease or poison that waits before the effect takes place, something is wrong with that. Affects them during a specific time or lasts for a specific amount of time, the timer is paused and any negative effects are repressed while in the wagon. The disease or poisons take effect, and the timer continues as soon as the creature leaves the wagon. Yeah, you're gonna have to rewrite it maybe multiple more times, Data. This is still really not well written in that way. I get what you're trying to say here. Like, you're basically saying any creature affected by an ongoing effect. If a creature is affected by an ongoing effect, is what I think you want to say. Any creature affected by a negative ongoing effect has that effect paused while within the wagon or something like that. But that's the way I would phrase that. This is not the way to write that. The other thing that I want to say is I don't know how I feel about this. Because you could take a short rest. Let's say I have 10 hit points or less, okay? Let's say I'm a warlock with 10 hit points or less. I could take 10 minutes to take a short rest, choose not to recover any hit die, just get all my spell slots and abilities back, and then just keep doing that. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like that's a weird thing. It feels like maybe a loophole situation that maybe you don't care about, but I think it's worth thinking about. Enriching sleep. Sleeping in the home on the road grants creatures a minor boon of power. Upon finishing a long rest, a creature that slept in the wagon gains 1 addition. I would probably call it the wagon from here on out. I wouldn't call it home on the road once we're this deep in. Gain 1 additional hit die. Doing this does not stack the maximum number of hit die any creature can have is... Wait, what? Doing this does not stack? Just say this cannot stack. And the maximum number of hit die any creature can have is 1 plus their total 1 plus their normal number of hit die. I don't know if you need this. It just sort of feels redundant because you're saying 1 additional hit die here, and you're just writing it in a different way here. The wagon can only comfortably fit 2 medium creatures or 4 small ones. I understand that you don't want them to accumulate extra one, but then you can just say that it doesn't stack. Just these two, you get all of that across with these 2 phrases. You don't need anything beyond that. Limited sentience. Home on the Road has its own limited sentience and won't enter areas it deems too dangerous or places wagons don't normally go. It cannot make friends with any people that use it. What does that mean? But will leave those that use it are cruel. This feels weird. I don't know. Why is this sentence here? If mistreated, it will completely try to ditch its current owners. Okay, I think that this is a fine idea, but I probably would. It doesn't make sense to me that it can't make friends. That seems stupid. Why not give it? Why not give it the ability to make friends? It doesn't make sense. Or better yet, if you don't care about that, just completely drop that and just keep the last part. It has to do with the curse. All right, let's read the curse. It's always on the move. The wagon will remain still for around 1d4 hours before heading away in any direction it pleases. If it is tied to a hitch or tree or location, it will remain for 1d6 days, after which the non-magical knock or binding will untie. Okay, I don't think that... Yeah, okay, I like that. It cursed to wander. I like a lot. I still don't think that it justifies needing to do any of this other stuff. If you want to do the mistreated thing, you can. But if you're going to make something sentient, you also need to give it mental stats, I think, to a certain extent. I would if I were you. Most of the time when things are given sentience in D&D, they're given mental stats. It's a neat idea for a thing. I think it's definitely very rare. Probably not rare. I would definitely give it a very rare. One thing that I want to point out here. One thing that I want... I don't see... I don't know if you... Oh, I see. If the DM must roll for the wagon, it has those. Wait. All right. So one thing that I want to point out, Data, and maybe this is just a design choice that you're doing, but I do feel like... I feel like a lot of things this item does, it rests on assumed knowledge, and maybe that's fine, but maybe it's not. I don't know. For example, the movement speed as the pace of travel. Or even the stabilizing creatures. Creatures stabilize in 1d4 minutes instead of 1d4 hours. Like, I feel like, I feel like if I were you, this is the way I would word this feature. I would say stabilized creatures. I would say stabilized but unconscious creature, whatever. Creatures with 0 hit points that are stabilized, or just stabilized creatures within the wagon wake up with 1 hit point after 1d4 minutes. Just write it like that. I feel like it will make it... I feel like it will make it more easily digestible as an item for people to use, because it will more clearly express what's happening if you do that. I understand that a lot of it is niche, but I still think the things that it does are pretty strong. I also feel like this can be really juked. This last one, I think you just got to rewrite. You just got to rewrite it again. Any creature that is suffering from a disease or poison with an ongoing effect any disease or ongoing effect affecting a creature inside the wagon is paused for the duration that they remain within their wagon. Period. Something like that. I think it's pretty cool though. I like it. I think it's cool. I don't think Born to Wander should be considered a curse. Also, I feel like it's just an aspect of it. I think it's cool. I would probably put Born to Wander and Limited Sentience way higher up. I think that we need to get those at around the same time we get self-moving. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool item. I like it. A ghostly wagon that wanders around. There's one piece of lore that I am confused by, which I'm going to point out now. Why are animals sometimes drawn to it, but no beasts want to be tied to it? I felt like there was going to be more to that, but there isn't. And I'm not sure I would maybe get rid of this part of the flavor text, unless you plan on changing it a little bit so that there's something more to it here. Oh, I understand that it's its own beast, but why would that affect other creatures in any way? Is what I'm saying. Like, it seems like that's something that I'm not seeing the connection there. All right, cool. Yeah, it's a fun item. Fun little ghostly wagon. I like it too. All right, let us give a round of applause for Databank. A very cool ghostly wagon. Brains, 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 brains. You would want to be friends with it, though? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like that's one of my biggest feedbacks, is I would just drop all of that stuff about you know, it can't be friends, but it can decide it's not friends. That feels a little silly to me, but you know, do what you want. Do what you want. All right, guys, I need to go to the bathroom, and I need to re-up my tea, so I'm going to go do that. I will be right back. In the meantime, I will play you some music. You guys can jam out. And I will be back in a minute. Let me get some music. One second. One second. One second. Okay. Calm down. Jeez Louise. Calm down. All right, I'll be right back. See you in a minute. Hey guys. I'm back. Miss me? You miss me? Oh, the lights are going crazy. What's going on here? Did I get a super chat while I was away? I think so. Calm down, lights. No, that's from yesterday. I think that's from yesterday. Let me double check. If you send me something, I shall add you to the thing. You did not, I shall not told. We don't need to worry about it. We don't need to worry about it. No, 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 we don't need to worry about it. How was the dance party? Was it fun? Were you guys so happy when I was here and so sad when I was away? You have nothing going on in life right now? Not true. You got this weird hangout on the internet. You talked about time zones? Let me guess, all the foreigners were like, Cinder needs to start stream earlier. That's probably what it was. It's usually what it is. I need to have some time to myself, friends. I need to have some time to myself. Unfortunately or unfortunately, Sunday is often a family time for me, and I like to keep it somewhat open for that. It's 3:54. It's 3:57 in the morning. That's fun. That's a great time. You got up and danced? That's nice. I'm actually I think that there will be there's some stuff coming up. I'm trying to think of a cool thing to do for New Year's. And I was thinking maybe for New Year's we would do like I've been thinking about maybe rearranging some of my setup so that I could stand up, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. And I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that yet because my camera is pretty limited in what it can do. But I'm going to play around with maybe doing a thing where we can have like we are all standing up and dancing. I need to do a subathon at some point. I don't know when it's going to be. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Before I do a subathon, I need to square a couple ducks in order. I need to get a couple ducks in line. Dibs on the midnight kiss. You're all getting the midnight kiss. No, you're all getting it. It's gonna be a big old group kiss. Okay, this is the Pokemon I'm not supposed to look up. Let's see what she made. This is actually a weapon I'm going to add to a campaign I'm running, so I would adore any feedback. All right, let's take a look. Uh-oh, the Marauders are back. Everybody hide your goods. Hide your wares. Will I sick your souls? I don't think I'll sick anything. Unless I have like mimetic diseases I could give you, which let's be real, if I could send you mimetic illnesses at this point, especially ones that could like manipulate you a little bit, I probably would have. In fact, realistically, I probably have. So I might even have done it to such an extent that I could say that right now, and you still won't believe me. So maybe that'll be a test. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. We'll just try that right now. We'll just see. We'll see who believes me. Yeah, I have sent you mimetic infections and viral things. All sort of extraplanar, mind you. None of them biological or terrestrial in nature. And yeah, you don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but you're here, so something's working. The Whispering Frost. Look at that formatting, though. Like, it's okay, right? It's actually not the worst. It's, I mean, to be fair, a lot of it is pretty straightforward in a way that I like. You don't believe me? All right. You don't have to, Snotty. You know why Snotty, do you know why you don't have to believe me? Do you really want to know why you don't have to believe me? I'll tell you why. Give me 1 second. Oh, shit. Wait, why'd the music turn off? Okay. Stop it, you stupid. Stop it, you stupid. Okay. I'll tell you why, Snotty. I'll tell you why you don't need to believe me. Here's the situation. Snotty. And you too, Marauders. You might not believe me, but I believe you. And I know that's a weird thing to hear, that somebody believes in you. I know you might not be used to that. You know, we all live in these communities of isolation. So often we are left to fend for ourselves emotionally while only really getting the most base level of human interaction. We're handing in our homework. Our bosses are telling us that we need to do more, or we're doing a good job, or, you know, friends, what game are we playing? But so rarely do we have that moment where somebody just stops and looks at us and says, I believe in you. I don't really care what your output is, even. The thing that you're working on, I don't need you to prove it to me. Because you are you. You have proven your existence. You stand before me. And that alone is enough to have a little bit of believing in you. Also, hi, Mortis. Thank you for the 20. That is very generous. You're wonderful, and I appreciate it. And, you know, not everybody feels that. Not everybody has moments of belief. Of people believing in them. You know? It's not always what happens in our lives. Some people go a really long time without ever having that. And so to you, dear stranger, know this, as I pick my nose. You are a stranger no more. Does anyone know why? First person in the chat to know why wins. Yeah, Morty also wins for... That's right! Horror dude, bro. You should believe in yourself because you have a great life ahead of you. Not alone, but with me, Cinder, as your captain. Because I will join you as we go to sea together. We'll battle the waves. We'll fight the pirate lords. And we shall cross the seas. We'll go through the East Blue, the West Blue, the South Blue, the North Blue. We are going to make it. We're going to follow our dreams and be a good pirate crew together. And we are going to find the One Piece. And I will be king of the pirates. And you will help my dream to be true, and I will help your dream to be true. So know this, whether you are new or old, whether this is your first time watching my stream or your last time watching my stream, I believe in you. I believe in your power, and I believe that with you by my side, we are going to get through the great line, the green line, the blue line. We're going to get through all the lines. And we're going to travel the grand one too. And we're going to get those little ponteglyph things. And we're going to find the 4 things we need to read the thing. And we're going to become the king of the pirates together. Okay? So that's why you should believe in yourself. That's why it doesn't matter if you believe in yourself, actually. All right. All right? All right. There we go. You know, I was really not sure. I was really not sure how I was going to get that into this stream. If I'm being honest, I was not sure. I was even messaging my dear friend Patrick about it. I was like, I'm not sure if we're going to get a One Piece pirate speech in. So who made that comment about them not believing me? Who was that? Also, Mortis, thank you for the 20. Who the hell said that? Snotty. There you go. Snotty wins the prize for sparking the nonsense speech that turns into a nonsense speech. Let's take a look at the Whispering Frost, shall we? Description. Legendary. A great axe in the shape of a white dragon coiled around a long silver haft. Its wings form the blade of the axe. That's very cool immediately. Who is my favorite One Piece character? I don't know. I haven't, I guess obviously it's Dracul Mihawk. Duh. The only one that matters. The only cool one. The weapon is cold to the touch, and faint whispering can be heard emanating from it. Being near it causes goosebumps to spread across your body. I don't think you need this part. The sapphire jeweled eyes of the dragon seem to gleam with an inner light. Cool. All right, very cool. Yeah, Hawk is the best. Fraud Hawk? Jace, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ain't no Fraud Hawk. Can I be the assistant to the assistant king of the pirates? I make a grilled cheese and I can do a Kermit voice. That has to be something. Horror dude, first of all, very cool that you're still a member. I appreciate it. Also, yes. Yes, you can. The thing is, I run a special sort of crew. You don't need to be a fighter if you don't want to be a fighter. Not everybody's a fighter. Oh, I see. Let me guess. Jace, did you get caught up in some fanfic stuff? A lot of people, whenever I bring up One Piece, a lot of people immediately jump into, like, fan fiction. But it's like, it's just fan fiction. Like, you don't need to pay attention to that stuff. I pretty much only follow the main thing. I don't like any of the fan fiction stuff. Somebody in chat knows the stupid joke I'm making, but most of you probably are like, what is this guy talking about? Expanding freeze. When attuned to this weapon, you have proficiency with it. Is that... The way that this is written, that means that anybody can be proficient in a great axe if they attune to it. I don't know if that's intended or not, but that is a vibe if that's intended. The only real show... Yeah, exactly, Bildo. Yeah. Well, the thing is, the original show just finished on Netflix, or the first season did, and it's 8 episodes, but there is a spin-off anime, and there is a manga that they started to make too, based off of it. But they go into these, like, expansive lore that, like, really isn't a part of the main show, so it's like, you don't need to believe it if you don't want to. So I'm just not really paying attention to the stuff that's not the main show. I mean, it's fanfic, yeah. It's basically fanfic. It's sort of like it's like stuff that gets posted on like the DMs Guild or Drive-Thru RPG. Some of it's really good, but it's not official, you know? Are you wait, Bildo, are you trying to say that fanfic doesn't get obsessive in length? Because I have several thousand pages of Harry Potter bullshit that you could sift through to argue differently. It was crazy. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure if this thing is supposed to be able to work for everybody, but the way that it's written, it works for everybody. Whenever you hit a creature with it, it deals an extra 1d12 bonus cold damage, okay? If you kill a creature with this weapon, the body explodes in a crash of ice. Crash is maybe not the word I'd use there. I might say eruption of ice. Each creature, except you within 5 feet, must make a dex saving throw or take 1d6 cold damage. The DC is 8 plus your con modifier. I would just make the DC a number. Don't make it based on you. Just pick a number. It's a legendary item. You can make it like 19. If a creature would die to this effect, it freezes and also explodes. Oh, that's cool. Also, this should do more than 1d6. I would make this explosion do 1d12. I would make it do the same as the extra cold damage. Oops. Stop it. Thank you. Dragon's Maw. For every 10 creatures you kill with this weapon, you gain permanent +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Maximum +10. Oh, my good dear sir, ma'am. Wait, ma'am. Sorry. I remembered. I checked. Listen. This is too high, you silly goof. This is too much, you silly goof. You silly. This is just too much. So I'm not going to go into the details of it right now, but I'm just going to show you a thing you should look up. This is a phrase. It's called bounded accuracy. You look this phrase up, and you read this. Bounded accuracy is a design principle in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, which limits numeric bonuses to a d20 based rolls, which accrue with character level. So what is bounded accuracy? You could read all of this to understand it too, but the long and the short of what bounded accuracy is, you can't give a weapon a +10 bonus. That's like the longest. That's like the short. That's what that gets to. So what I would do if I were you is I would probably remove this whole feature, and I would just make it a +3 weapon. Or remove this whole feature and make you get some other bonus that grows and changes with you over time. A cool thing to maybe actually do is, what if every creature you killed with it, or every couple creatures you killed with it, what if you tied it to expanding freeze? So like, what if every time you killed a creature with it, it gained like a cold charge that you could then expand to do something else or something like that. That's probably what I would do if I were you. Yeah. Also, it's a legendary item. It doesn't get that many features. Like, it should get more than this. This is not that good for a legendary item. Maybe that's because of the +10, you were like, that's a lot. I don't want to give it a lot more. But if you get rid of that, you have a lot of room to give it other things. What about this? It's got a dragon on it, right? So what if after every 10 creatures you kill with it, you gain the ability to cast Cone of Cold once per day? So you gain a charge that lets you cast Cone of Cold. Cone of Cold is kind of like a dragon ice breath, you know? So you could give it something where it's like, if you kill enough creatures with it, you get ice dragon type power that you could do. It adds a lot more. Does it add a lot more in the cursed part? I guess we'll see. You're subbed? Welcome, subbed. Nice to meet you. I thought you were the assassins for a minute there. Gina! How's it going, my good sir? How are you, you champion of darkness? We are looking at an item called the Whispering Frost. The description of it's pretty fucking cool. It's like, it's an axe that looks like a dragon holding onto a handle with like its wings coming out of being the blade. And we just read the first part. Now we're going to look at the curse. Gina, are you writing right now? Telka said, how's the writing going? You working on some writing? You're liking the feedback so far? Good, I'm glad. I will say... Oh, this song's so good. I'm so sorry, but we need to just pause for a second. This is like my favorite song on my playlist. You was, now you're taking a break? You're like, oh, where's it gonna go? Where's it gonna go from here? Oh, is it gonna get heavy? Or is it gonna bounce? Oh, it's gonna bounce. Is it gonna bounce? Oh yeah. It's called Spooked. I can't tell if this is an interesting part of stream when I do this, but I do like this song so much. Oh my! I even made like a theme song to it at one point. Search AI covers, best music ever. No, I don't like AI. I don't like using AI art. All right, calm down, song. Let's keep going, shall we? I am very much not a fan of using the AI art. The song is called Spooked. I forget what it's by. It's by a band called Fashion. Maybe? AI is a tool like those who use it. Oh my god, Bildo. Yes, I like that is a very funny. That is a very funny. You win. You win the prize of the very funny. Quick question, Cinder. What songs do you use in the credits usually? The song that I usually use in the credit is a song called Don't Think About It, and it is by a band called Sleepaway Camp. Vegeta AI singing is great. All right, calm down. It's pronounced Vegeta. Shut up. Trapped inside this weapon is the soul of an ancient white dragon. Once attuned to the item, you cannot unattune from it unless you come under the effects of a remove curse spell. I would not say come under the effects of. I would say unless a remove curse spell or magic of similar means is cast upon you, something like that. When you attune this item, you will periodically hear the voice of a voice whispering thoughts of destruction and death in your mind. If you attempt to tell anyone about the voices, you're unable to speak. This should probably be its own paragraph. While in combat, while attuned to this weapon, you can only understand or speak Draconic. This should definitely be separate in its own paragraph. The voice slowly becomes more coherent as you kill creatures while attuned to the weapon. What does this mean? Does this mean anything mechanically or no? You're doing something here that I think is good from a writing perspective, but it's something you have to fight against when you're writing for D&D, which is you're weaving the flavor and the mechanics together. Like, this is a very mechanical sentence in between some, like, flavory stuff, and there's, like, flavory stuff at the end. You don't want to do that. You want to have the flavor and then the mechanics, and the mechanics need to be very clearly marked as mechanics, and the reason, and a good way to do that is paragraphs or bolds or things like that. And the logic of that is you don't want somebody to lose too much time or momentum or excitement at the table trying to find where the mechanics are in the piece that you're using. Otherwise, it could slow things down, or they might just forget that mechanic is a part of it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like if a mechanic is hard to find in a way where you forget that it exists, it might as well not exist. Any ideas for an Assassin's Creed D&D campaign? Yeah, you make it about a bunch of people who work out of office, but their great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were part of an Assassin's Guild, and then they plug into a robot, and then they go back in time into the minds of their great-great-great-great assassin grandparents, and then they beat up a bunch of people in foreign countries, and then they fight the Templar, and then they sort of slowly but surely go from a fairly interesting, simple, open-world semi-puzzle, semi-assassin, semi-adventure game and become a, very meticulously microtransactioned game. Let's do that, and you'll be good. Millennial Creed. Okay, let's see what else happens. Every time you end combat where you killed a creature while attuned to this weapon, every time you end a combat, every time you end a combat where you killed a creature with this weapon, you must make a con saving throw with a DC of 10 plus the number of creatures killed with this weapon during the last combat. I think that you can avoid this first part of the sentence almost entirely. I think you can say, when you end combat, you must make a constitution. Whenever you end combat, you must make a con saving throw equal to 10 plus the number of creatures that you killed during the last combat, or gain a Draconic feature from the Draconic feature table. You can choose to fail this save. You can choose to fail this save. What do these do? You just get horns. That doesn't do anything. You get an AC of a dragon. You get immune to cold damage. You get true sight. Your teeth become fangs. That doesn't do anything. You get fly speed. You get Draconic. You get a shitty unarmed attack. You know what? I'm going to point some things out here that I just think are worth pointing out. It is weird how some of these features like that are so powerful, and some of them like that are so shitty, and some of them like that are so nothing. I don't know how I feel about that. I think that if I were you, I would probably make them all do something. The other thing is, I don't know how I feel about this being a mechanic in general. Like, why is this in the cursed part? Once all the features of the table have been gained, you are turned into an adult white dragon and must make a wisdom saving throw. 15 plus the number of times transformed. What does that mean? Or go on a rampage, attacking all creatures indiscriminately for a bunch of hours. At the end of the duration, you return to your original form. If you succeed on the save, you're trapped in the form for an hour instead. After transforming 10 times, you're permanently stuck in the form. Okay. So I understand what you're going for here. What you're going for is basically every time you get into a fight with this, you become a little bit more draconic. And then once you get to the maximum level of draconic, you become a dragon and go on a killing spree, and then you go back to normal. Couple things here. One, you should just make this tiered. So don't make it a dice roll. Literally make it like, this is what happens the first time you fail. Then you have this. Second time you fail, now you get the second one. Third time you fail, now you have the third. Fourth time, so it goes up. That way you can sort of scale it. So you can make the weaker features here and the more powerful features up here. So it sort of creates a benefit to the going up the scale. Like, it feels like you're becoming more of a dragon as you become more of a dragon, as opposed to it sort of being random. That's the first thing. The second thing is turning into a white dragon. Even if you're turning into a white dragon and discriminately attacking everything within 500 feet, this is way too long to do this for. It's just tediously long. I would make it an hour, not more than that. The other thing is turning into an adult white dragon, even if you don't have any control, is incredibly strong. To the point where I would say that this is not a legendary item. This is an artifact. Unquestionably, this is an artifact. Which is sort of an important note, because a good way to think about artifacts is the difference in power between a very rare item and a legendary item. If you double that distance, that is usually the distance between legendary items and artifacts. Artifacts are shockingly stronger than legendary items. Something that turns you into an adult dragon, like that's like a CR 15 or 14 dragon, that is an artifact level item. And the other thing that I want to point out is the way that this is built, you do have a lot of control over this white dragon, because you can choose to fail these saves. And this is based on combat. So what dictates combat? Is combat dictated by rolling initiative? Because what I could very easily see a character doing with this item is initiating combat by starting a fight with another player and them just doing initiative for a round and then ending it, and then them getting a charge, choosing to fail. And they could just do that 8 times, and then the person who did that with you can just fucking run away. Like, whoever has this item, this is what you need. You need a person with this item, and you need another person with the spell Dimension Door. And then you can basically make a white dragon appear anywhere you want without it being a big deal. So that, I think, is an issue. So I think you need to think of a slightly different mechanic for the gaining of draconic features, and maybe have a less reliable, specific control over when you turn into a white dragon. Or lean into the opposite and make it so you have more control over when you turn into a white dragon. But either way, it's got to be way less often. I would probably drop the whole transforming 10 times you're permanently stuck in the form, because again, that's not a negative. That's just a really strong. That's just like shit. Like, that's not going to be fun for the other players, probably. It's like, oh, I failed so much. Now I get to be a dragon for the rest of the campaign. Like, I don't know if that would be fun for everyone else. But I think it's a pretty cool. I think it's a pretty cool magic item. I think that I would probably. This whole draconic table is not the cursed section, though. The only cursed part is. Actually, I would argue that pretty much none of this is cursed. All of this is just good. There's an argument for the turning into a dragon being bad because you don't control it, but that's so not that bad that it's basically good. Yes, they can. Why can't they? Keep in mind, you're not going to be getting this item realistically until at least you're level like 14 or 15. So at that point, you have spells like Seeming. You have spells like Polymorph. You probably have spells like True Polymorph. There are 1,000 ways you could have a dragon do absolutely everything in the game and more. It's totally powerful, and it's totally fine. The other thing that I would say is a dragon can totally go into a town, because what's the town gonna do? Tell them they're not allowed in? No, the town's gonna be scared shitless and do whatever they say. So I seriously, I genuinely don't see this as a downside. I mean, goodwill, what do you mean goodwill? I don't know what that means. By goodwill, do you mean like you were hoping people wouldn't take advantage of it? I think that that's fine, but I think that if your goal is to design something for D&D, you might as well design it in such a way that you don't need to worry about goodwill. Because there will always be players that are trying to do shenanigans. And there also will always be dungeon masters that don't understand exactly what you're trying to say and might interpret incorrectly. And while interpreting incorrectly is most of the time fine, it creates a situation where the vision, your goal is not being accomplished. Like, you want to write your piece, and you want to write your goal with your writing should not just be so that it's understood, but that it's understood in the way you intend for it to be understood. That makes people feel you're writing much more. And like, especially if you're making D&D mechanics, if you're making something like a short story or poetry or anything like that, leaving things up for interpretation and allowing people to read it their own way, I think is a wonderful thing. But especially when you're building something with design mechanics involved, you don't want to leave that much up to interpretation. But it's a really fun item. I like it a lot. I wish it did more stuff other than the curse. I wish it did more other than the draconic transformations. I want it to have more of like these sorts of features. More of the just sort of all the time features. Because some of these draconic features are a little bit dull, right? Like a lot of them are just things you get from being a dragon sorcerer. Yeah, I would try to give it some other features that are a little bit more special and specialized. Drop the whole cursed angle. Maybe keep the cursed angle for the you don't control the dragon. But other than that, I say the rest of it's no curse at all. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. A single Gardevoir, whatever that is. Some Pokemon that I'm not supposed to look up. Let's give some round of applause for the single Gardevoir. Brains. You know what you could do if you want it to be cursed? You said it has the soul of a dragon in it, right? What if when you use all of these, you don't become a dragon? What if it just makes that dragon spirit enter the realm and wander free for an hour? And now you have to fight a spectral adult white dragon. That could be cool too. Or instead of it being like you become a dragon, you are possessed by the dragon. Maybe that would be a way to make it still sort of feel like a genuine curse. But either way, I think you should make these powers stronger. Cool. Thank you very much. Really, really fun piece. Also, I do want to just point something out because I give people a lot of guff for when they overdo flavor text or whatever. This is a really cool image for the this is a really cool imagery. So, very clever idea, making the dragon's wings the blade. I think that's really cool. Cool dragon great axe. Yeah, very cool dragon great axe. What did you miss? Oh, mountains and oceans and storms and strangers. Creatures dancing. Shadows succumbing to their desires and ice cream melting and being reformed anew in my image and then consumed by the masses and so that they would be subjugated to my will. That's all. You want the art of that sword? I want it too. I want the sword or the axe. Tell you a good idea for a D&D Fallout campaign in Texas? Why? It's not an item, but rather a spell you could use to create a haunted item. Ooh, cool. A ninth level soul graft. Oh, that's an interesting idea. An idea for a campaign that would be in the Fallout series would be you are playing as a group of ghouls that are awakened and smart, and you are the first awakened smart ghouls to enter into a new part of the world, and you're trying to prove to whatever civilization is in charge that you can be a part of society. So they make you they turn your adventurers into a Suicide Squad style task force, where because of your ghoulish nature you're able to traverse the wasteland more safely. So they give you like special weapons or whatever and send you on missions to like go to the super irradiated places to help people, with the idea being that if you do enough of this you will be welcomed into society. Does that work? Does that count? Ghouls are already smart? I don't fucking know. I haven't played the game, man. For having no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, that was a pretty good suggestion. Let's check out this spell, Soul Graft. Not all ghouls. I'll tell you what, nothing makes me feel better about giving people suggestions when the immediate thing they say after I give the suggestion is a critique of the suggestion. I love it. I wish people did it more. Soul Graft, 9th level necromancy spell. It requires 7 obsidian shards worth at least 200 gold each, and a piece of amber worth 600 gold. Matt, I'm going to tell you the same thing I think I told you last time. I always wonder, whenever you make a spell require a specific component, I always think it is a good idea to make that specific component relevant to what the spell does, whether through lore or like an inside joke or a pun or something like that. I'll give you an example. Like for example, the spell Plane Shift requires a piece of metal or a precious something from the plane that you want to shift into, for example. Play the games? What games? I'm playing games right now. I'm playing games with your heart, the assassins. With your heart. A tuning fork. Yeah, it has to be tuned, yeah. Or detect thoughts is a copper piece for a penny for your thoughts. Yeah, there's a bunch of them like that. But it's a good way to balance spell power is by making them require a consumption of some sort. But think about the consumed thing that they're requiring as an opportunity for lore or for storytelling or for plot building also. Because how do you attune a tuning fork to another plane of existence? You need to go to that plane of existence. So if you want to be able to cast Plane Shift, and you want to be able to hop to the plane of water, it becomes a quest to the plane of water. So you know what I mean? There's stuff you can do in there. That's fun. Yeah, all those spells, pretty much every component cost of a spell, not all of them, but most of them are either a joke or a pun or a bit of inside lore. Who's asking for memberships? You could just mute people that are doing that if it's being annoying. I didn't even see it. Did you already do that? I saw somebody got their comment deleted. You timed him out. Good. Good. Are we at that level now? Are we at the level of where people are beggars? Don't do that. Earn it. Do the dishes for a week or two. Get that allowance, my guy. You're imagining eating a tuning fork? I'd eat a tuning fork. I think I've eaten a few tuning forks. How do you beg for a membership? I don't know. You basically you sort of switch around the words that you said and make it more of an active question. Either read the Fallout Bible or play the games. No, I'm not going to do either of those. I don't care. I played Fallout 3 a long time ago, and it was fine. And then I played a little bit of Fallout 76, or whatever the newest one was, and I didn't really like it that much. And then I didn't play it ever again. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this spell. This music's getting a little hectic, isn't it? Oh, the song ended. Oh, Kelf just gifted a membership to somebody. Thank you, Kelf. Good job. You're a champion. He's like somebody other than that guy. We don't need to be harsh. Listen, we live and we learn. We make mistakes. This is why we time people out for some things and not ban everybody for everything. Because we are nothing if not, well, you are nothing if not human, and all creatures, most creatures are somewhat fallible. And just because somebody trips doesn't mean that they're not allowed the opportunity to stand back up. We don't need to bully somebody for making a mess. We need to bully them for not cleaning it up. Cinder, my campaign starts with a prison break, but one of my party members have no reason to be there. Is that okay, or should I have made them meet outside? I mean, why do they, is it unreasonable to ask for them to not have a reason to be there? They could be they could be visiting someone. They don't have to be a prisoner. There's a lot of reasons to be at a prison and not be a prisoner. Yeah, or they could just be innocent. They could be a wrongly accused. Framed, polished, adorned. Let's take a look at this spell. Casting time 8 hours. You perform a complex ritual to permanently transform the soul of a humanoid into a non-magical item of your choice. The creature can be willing or a corpse that has been dead for less than 24 hours. The spell fails if the soul is protected by effects or spells such as Gentle Repose or Magic Jar. Okay. The item the soul is trapped in will become a sentient item with an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores equal to what it was when it was alive. I would say equal to what the creature had when it was alive. I don't too many its in this sentence. The soul will be able to. Don't say will. The soul. Everything you should be saying in the present tense. The soul can communicate. The soul. All of this should be can, not will. The soul can. The soul can speak telepathically with anyone in contact with the item, as long as they share a language. At the DM's discretion, they target can. This might be a May appropriate moment. Be able to use spells abilities when it was alive. This is a weird thing because it makes it. This really changes the power level of the spell. If the item is a weapon or armor, it gains +1 modifiers to attack and damage rolls for AC. Equal to half the target's proficiency modifier rounded. No, get rid of that. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do here. Don't do that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just make it. Just make it a flat number. Using these properties requires attunement. Or, I guess you're trying to say it gains. If the item is a weapon or armor, that weapon gains plus. I just think you don't want to say +1 modifiers equal to half. You were trying to say like the higher CR the thing was, the more powerful it is. I hear that, and I understand that even you make it based on proficiency modifier, it limits it to +1 to +3, which I appreciate. But it gains, if you want to write it like this way, you have to say it would gain a number of +1 modifiers equal to this, or you say it gains a modifier to its attack, damage rolls, or AC equal to this, but don't put the +1 here. It's going to get confusing if you do. When are you going to get untimed out? I have no idea. This is my first stream I've been watching of yours, and it's amazing. You're a really fun streamer. I will be with you till the end of time. Thank you, Assassins. I do have a pirate crew. You are more than welcome to be a part of it. We will find the One Piece. I will be king of the pirates, and we will collectively dominate the seas with love, friendship, and monsters and mayhem and magic. I also have a subreddit and all sorts of things if you want to go to any of those. Okay. If a person whose soul doesn't approve, if a person who the soul doesn't approve of tries to attune to it, it can choose to curse them. Does the item require attunement? Using the properties requires attunement. Okay, I see. Cursed creatures can't willingly unattune from the item and have disadvantage on any saving throws the item might. Why the hell would a... Okay. Why would the item curse the... If a soul didn't like someone, why would the curse make it so they couldn't put it down? The curse should make it so they just can't attune to it. Or it should make it so they don't want it. You know what I mean? Like, why would, you know what I mean? Like, this is like opposite of what the curse should do. Spite? But I feel like this, the way that this reads is this is very much still like a sentient thing. I feel like that's not the move. I don't know. I would make it different. I would make the curse something that would make you want to unattune from it. You've learned your lesson? Well, we'll see about that. You're with me, you're just being silly? I accept. Plague Doctor is the doctor and Dragoness is the cook. I love that you all assume positions. First of all, I'm going to be very blunt here. We definitely have more than one ship. Just so you guys know. Second of all, when I'm talking about ships, you guys need to start thinking a little bit more multidimensionally here. Because if you're traveling with the Blocksally, we have things that are at our disposal that normal pirates don't have. So we can be very cosmic and interdimensional with our pirates. Yeah, Gina, I don't know if you've heard, but I am going to be the king of the pirates. And these are my crew. Some of them are. The best ship is friendship, exactly. So if you attune to the item, it gets bonuses. Odd. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's the. I think the way that it's written, the way that you could write it is you could write it sort of like the draconic shard. I think is it. Let's see. If I remember, behold my amazing memory. Draconic shard. I think it says draconic shard. Is that what it's called? Oh my god, I'm so smart. So this is a magic item. This is a monster. That's not a magic item. But the way that it's worded is you say this is what you do. If a creature wears or carries an inhabited object, the shard can grant the creature the following benefits. And you could write it that way. So you could write it like, oops, where is it? You could write it like if a creature wields it, it grants the following benefits. You could just write it like that. But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool spell. I like it overall. I would probably drop the spell casting. I would try to drop this part. And I think that this needs to get reworded a little bit. But overall, I think it's a pretty cool item. Pretty cool, fun little spell. It's a very, very evil feeling spell, if you ask me. Very evil feeling indeed. Which I guess sometimes we want to feel. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. You guys know that song? I wrote that song. And I wrote that for you. You're trying to get me to play? Play what? SOT? What is SOT? Sea of Thieves? Gina, do you play Sea of Thieves? I've never played before. I really want to play. I've never played it before. Wait, have we not talked about this on stream? Wait. Before we go any, please, we need to give a round of applause to Matt for his pretty friggin' cool spell. Brains. I've never played Sea of Thieves before easily, but I would be super down. And I actually think there are a couple games that I was thinking about starting to play on stream that I think would be really fun to invite community to play with me. But it would need to be in a situation where if I don't want to play with you anymore, I can leave very quickly and start again. Because if you're not particularly entertaining, or if you are particularly offensive or tedious, I want to be able to, like, kick your character out. So I'm not exactly sure what the move is there, but I'll tell you the games that I do want to play and I think would be fun to play with other people. One is Sea of Thieves. I think that would be really fun. The other one is Deep Rock Galactic. I really want to play Deep Rock Galactic with people. I'm not good at either of them. Anyway, thank you very much, Matt. Very cool piece. You got to get a Cthulhu game playing? Like a video game or like a real people game? I'm down to play a Cthulhu game. And Mothership? I don't know what Mothership is. You need players vetted by mods and applications and the likes? Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. That would make sense. Oh, real people game. I'm down to do some real people game. Dead by Daylight and Phasmophobia. I don't want to spend a lot of money, though. I don't make a lot of money. So any games that I already bought Dead by Daylight, I guess. But I don't actually like Dead by Daylight that much, if I'm being honest. Like I play it with I like playing it with Davy Chappie and Blaine and Delta because they're fun. But there's other games I would much rather play. I played it with friends. I don't really like it. It's not for me. It's like the game is so deep that it's like there's so much going on. Or not so much going on, but it's been around so long that it just feels like I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just like, I don't like it. Do I have Xbox Game Pass? No, I don't own any gaming systems. I don't have an Xbox Game Pass. I don't even have an Xbox game. Xbox. Give me that Xbox. Did I say it in a weird accent? You can teach me any game I want. You used to play. I don't want to learn Dead by Daylight. I don't care about it. It doesn't. It's not like it's. I'm not. I don't. Yeah. I don't care. I don't care. I don't feel any. I genuinely don't feel any need to learn to be good at that game. It's the end goal is not interesting to me. A game. I would much rather play Sea of Thieves for that sort of thing, or something a little bit more open ended. Hello D&D headman. Hey, that's me. I do love when people call me these. That's so funny. I decided to take one of the cursed objects from Phantasmophobia. Oh, it's that fucking game somebody else just mentioned. To make into a haunted D&D item. I took the Ouija board, which in the game lets you ask the ghost questions, but has a chance of summoning it to hunt you, which seems like it'd be a fun mechanic to put in D&D. I agree. I do think that would be a fun mechanic to put in D&D. No one is good at it. Listen, I don't. If that is a reference to Dead by Daylight, it doesn't matter if no one is good at it. I genuinely don't like it that much. It is not fun for me. It is not a game I care about playing. The only reason I play Dead by Daylight is because Davy Chappie and Blaine and Delta want to play it. If they didn't want to play it, I would never play it again. What is this game? This game is Ouija. No, the game they're talking about is Dead by Daylight, which is like a game where people like, I don't know, it's like a little game where some people play survivors and one person plays a monster and you sort of are like trying to survive, and I don't know. It's fine. It's just not a game I care about or find that fun. I find it fun messing with my friends. That's the only time that it's fun. Exactly. It is. Yeah, it's the same thing over and over. It's the kind of game where it's like, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of opportunities for different things to happen. I like games that feel like different things can happen. And as soon as a game feels like it's not different things happening, I don't want to play it anymore. We're with you on this, OG. Let's get haunted. Why the fuck is it spelled that way? I don't know, because not all words come from English. Cinder Pirate Grand Fleet has started. It would be fucking cool if we started playing not Dead by Daylight, Sea of Thieves, and I had a crew, and then we had multiple crews like meet up, and we like traveled as like a fleet. That would be really cool. I would love that. You wanted the genius Cinder explanation, you got it. It's because you live in a English-centric world. But where I come from, English is not the main language. So I'm very accustomed to things not being spelled in a way that makes sense from an English perspective. You can pick your own server. You can't pick your server? Oh, dang. Oh, well. Maybe we'll figure something out. Okay, Gina, you're welcome. You're welcome to be on it. But first, we have to learn how to play the game. Well, maybe that. Maybe not first. Maybe second. Do you know what language the origin is? Of course I do. I'm a pirate legend on Sea of Thieves, but I need to make some major PC upgrades. I need to make some major PC upgrades too. My computer is starting to slowly die in a way that I'm getting nervous. Let's take a look at this Ouija board. Same. I know, Gina. It's trouble. Can I tell you? And I'm not going to say this to Hannah because I really like her and she's wonderful. But when she sent a picture of her new computer, I got jealous in a way that was like inappropriate. Like it was one of those moments where I was like, I want to be happy for you, but I am just jealous. And I had to take a moment to myself and then be like, I just need to say nothing. Because the only thing that I will say, there will be some amount of jealousy in it, and that's not nice. Jealousy isn't nice to present to somebody when you really should be celebrating something. So when you realize that that's a place where you're at, the best thing to do is often just remove yourself quietly until you can mature the fuck up a little bit. But yes, I was quite envious. Okay, the ancient wooden boards feature. I knew, by the way, I knew as soon as I said I want to play Sea of Thieves with people, people would be like, I can play, which is very exciting for me because I think it means that it would actually be like really fun and like we could actually get a lot of people to like want to play, and there might be enough people that if I have to kick you out, it's fine. Bildo, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but I feel like did we talk about I talked about how we wanted to play Sea of Thieves. Did we not talk about that? Did I imagine us talking about that? No. This ancient, I might have imagined us talking about, it might have been a conversation we had late at night, and then I fell asleep, and then I sort of dream imagined the rest. Sometimes that happens. Have you ever done that? I've done that more often than I'd like to think, where I've been having a conversation with someone late at night, and then I thought it went in a certain direction, or I thought we'd like discussed a plan or something, and then I woke up the next day, and like that wasn't it. Like that just didn't happen. I was like, oh, okay. I guess I just made all that up. For real, though, let's get in a campaign or a one-shot together. Yes, Gina. Every time, yes. The answer is just yes. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, who's the dungeon master? Are we doing it for fun or for content? And who's the players? And then we can move on from there. So think about it. I can think about it. We can talk about it off screen if you want to. And we can be very... Here's what I'll also say. To you specifically, Gina. But to anybody. We can be ridiculously selective if we want, because it is not offensive if you just reach out to individual people and say, hey, do you want to do a one shot? Because if we just reach out to like 3 or 4 people and say, hey, do you want to do a one shot? That isn't us saying no to anybody. It only becomes exclusive when you like open it up and then have to pick. So think about who we should ask. This ancient wooden board features an inscribed surface with the common alphabet numbers 0 through 9. The words, yes, I'm sorry, I just thought of something so inappropriate. I have to calm down. Okay. Oh, that's a joke for the after hours show. The ancient wooden board features an inscribed surface with the common alphabet numbers 0 through 9. The words yes and no and the phrase goodbye. It is accompanied by a small planchette. Oh, for folks that don't know how to pronounce this word correctly, it's planchetti. It's accompanied by a small planchetti, a wooden triangle with a hole used for communication with the spirits. Each Ouija board is bound to a ghost, which has a chance of being summoned whenever the Ouija board is used. A creature can touch the board and ask the ghost simple questions that can be answered in 3 or fewer words. Can I make a suggestion here? Wait a second. If the ghost knows the answer to the question, it will spell it out for the creature using the planchetti. I know that's not how you pronounce it. I'm sorry. Calm down. Salty, I know. Come on. You've been around long enough. You know that that's not... You know that I'm just a nonsense man. You're making a list now. Okay, don't forget to check it twice to find out who's naughty or nice. Also, we can... If the goal, Gina, think about what the goal is also. If the goal is for fun, I think the list should be different than if the goal is for content, which I hate to say, but I do think that way. But also, if the goal is like, let's play a game with people we know, or let's play a game with people that we want to know, or people that I can think of a couple people that I would like to potentially invite as well that I feel like you don't know. Like Zach Speaks Giant is somebody that I would like to ask, but I don't know if he'd want to. But yeah, we'll think about it. We'll talk about it. The other thing that you could do if you didn't want to make it 3 words or fewer, you could make it movements. So you could basically say the ghost can move the planchette to 15 spaces or whatever to answer the question. So it could use up to 15 letters, or it could just use yes, which would just be 1. There's a lot of stuff you could do there if you want to. You don't have to. Maybe that's overcomplicating it. Nah, I don't know. But I think it's mostly fine. But you could do it that way if you wanted to. Whenever the ghost answers a question, the DM rolls a d10. On a 1, the ghost manifests and is hostile to everyone and its nearby allies. If the ghost manifests, roll a d4 to choose one of the following stat blocks. It's either a banshee, a ghost, a revenant, or a wraith. I like that it's different depending on... I actually want to suggest, in a weird sort of way, that maybe you do this before they even use it as a Ouija board. And you could give it a different personality or a different knowledge set depending on what the ghost is. So like if, for example, it's a banshee, maybe it will be, you know, like maybe like a wraith is always going to lead towards the violent answers or violent ideas, or, you know, a revenant is always going to lead towards retribution. A ghost is going to, you know, try to get all silly and pranky, and a banshee is going to be loud. I don't know. There's a lot of different... There's a lot of ways you could do that, but I do like the idea that the answers it gives are tied to its personality, and maybe its personality also dictates the type of spirit that comes out of it. After a ghost manifests, it can't be used. It goes away. How many? So the other thing is that this should be limited. Even though on a 10, on a 1, it'll become a ghost will come out. I still think this should be somewhat limited in how often it could be used. I might say it could be used once a... Like, I might make it so it's like you have to perform a 10-minute ritual to do this. You can do this 10-minute ritual once a day. And when you do this ritual, you can ask 3 questions. Or something like that. What does the ghost know? See, James, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you could say, like, what if the, you know, maybe the banshee would have knowledge of something. Like, you know, maybe the wraith would have knowledge of demons and devils. The revenant would have knowledge of the of undead and celestials. The ghost would have knowledge, I don't know, whatever. You could break it down in that way. There's a lot of different things you could do. But I think it's a really cool item. I think it's actually a very, very straightforward way of accomplishing a Ouija board. And I want to make a suggestion here. Who wrote this? Pasta. I don't know if you're here. You are here. Great. I figured the knowledge of the ghost is up to the DM, and why you can shoot, and what's why you can choose, and that's why you can choose instead of rolling a d4. I hear that. I just feel like listen, you don't need to take my advice. I think that could fine. I just like the idea that they have different personalities, and their personalities impact the way they answer the questions. But the pasta. What I was gonna say was, you should consider not calling it a Ouija board. And I'll tell you why. Does anyone know why you shouldn't call it a Ouija board? There's 2 reasons. One of them is sort of technical, and one of them is a little bit more meta from a design perspective. Chat, why shouldn't we call it a Ouija board? So the first, yep, that's the one reason. That's the technical reason. It's the Ouija is the brand. It is actually a spirit board. Well, what's the second reason? What's the second reason? What's the second reason? What's the second reason? I'll give you a clue. The second reason is inside this. You can see it. Read between the lines of this, and you can see the second reason. If you don't, this is I'm asking you a very hard question right now. I don't expect you to get the answer, but I want to open it up. This is why I think it would benefit. Data, you're dancing with where I'm going. You're dancing with where I'm going. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I don't think you're going to get in trouble legally for calling it a Ouija board. I just think that you should call it a spirit board, because that's technically what it is. But here's the meta reason. The meta reason is because this does a pretty good job of describing what a Ouija board looks like, right? Like, we can tell that this is a Ouija board from this description. I think that if you call it like a board of spirit engagement, a player reading this description is probably going to get to somewhere around here when they realize it's a Ouija board. And then that's going to be funny. Like, have you ever given someone a magic item in a game that was like a gun, but instead of calling it a gun, you just described it? Because the character wouldn't know what a gun was, but the player does. And then they're like, oh, is this a gun? Like the player's like that. And you're like, you know, like it creates a fun moment of like, you're essentially describing the way somebody who has no reference for what a Ouija board is to know what a Ouija board is. And that is a very funny thing to do, and often a very fun thing to do. So I would encourage doing that. But I really like it. I think it's a really solid thing. I think it just needs limited use, and I think you could mess around with the different ghosts, giving different personalities to it. So yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty solid. A spirit board is also what they are called in the real world when they aren't trademarked by Hasbro. I'm gonna make this very simple. Can you review Fallout Equestrian? Sorry, Equest. Oh my gosh. Equestria. I have no idea what that is, so I'm probably not gonna review it. Doesn't Hasbro own Wizards of the Coast? They do. It might not be Hasbro that owns Ouija, but it is a game company. It's a board game company that does. But that doesn't even matter from a trademark perspective. It's just like it's a spirit board. If you ever buy one from somebody that isn't the gaming company, it's called a spirit board. It's like how it's like what's the thing called? Scantron owns that, right? Like those Scantron sheets, that's a company. Or like Kleenex, right? Kleenex is a brand, or Band-Aid is a brand, for example. Hoover. Oh, it's time for our French / Lord of the Rings friend, Quelques Andutre. A cursed item to go along with an encounter. I'm planning on submitting later. The haunted aspect is represented in the fact that the trapped conscious of this is not the correct spelling of the word conscious. If you're trying to say consciousness, you need "ness" at the end. But you want to... This is an English to French translation thing. But consciousness is how you'd want to write this. Of the creature judges you and will... Oh, wait, no. Wait, it is conscience. The conscience of the creature judges you and will punish the greedy. Oh, it's kind of a weird way of putting it, but okay. It is conscience. I thought you were trying to say consciousness. Might be. Wait, oh my god, I forgot. Yes. Pasta. Let's get a round of applause for Pasta. I'm so sorry. Brains. Click. Oh, that got quiet really quickly, didn't it? Calm down, guys. We're not going to do a whole fucking thing again. All right, let's see. This is the This is Vouvre's Ruby. Vouvre. French. This is French Ruby. The Frenchman's Ruby. Ruby of the French. The Vouvre is a region in French folklore. Is a regional French folklore creature that would be best described in D&D as a nymph. I can also turn into a wyvern. Okay, cool. The dulcet tones of Cinder's French. I'm quite fluent in every language, except I'm not always the best at speaking them. We've talked about this before, right? I've proven it at least once on stream. You guys remember that time on stream where somebody called in and they were like, is it true? They were like, you once said you could guess where anybody's from based on their accent. And I said, I can. And it's not a guess, I know. And they said, where am I from? And I said, you're from South Africa, and they were from South Africa, because I am always right, and I blew their minds, and I blew all of your minds, because I proved my power. That's the thing. I'm a noble beast. I don't ask for your faith. Okay? I don't need your faith. I'm not like those, you know, I'm not like your terrestrial overseers that are like, oh, believe in me. I don't need to prove it. Nah, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna prove it. That might have been you, Snotty. I don't remember who it was. South Africa. Okay, the Vouvres Ruby. So bad. Accents. The Marauder said something earlier during stream about something that happened on Friday. Since this is my first time I didn't watch the stream, what happened? I have no idea. I have no idea. He's not like other Eldritch beings. It's not called South Africa. It's called South Africa. South Africa. A transparent clear red to deep crimson gemstone. Clear red to deep crimson is a weird. I would say a translucent crimson gemstone. That's what I would say. From the forehead of a Vouvre, and inhabited by its conscience. While holding this ruby, you gain +2 bonus to spell attack rolls. In addition, you can use the ruby as a spellcasting focus. Okay, that's pretty strong. This is at least very rare. An important thing to think about is when you're giving a magic item +1, if you're giving it a +1 to its weapon attacks, that's usually a lower rarity than if you're giving it a plus of equal amount to its spell attacks, or its spell save DCs, or its armor. All of those are more powerful, generally. In general, a +2, like a +2 weapon on its own, there's an argument for that being very rare in some circles. So, definitely up this up. He won't answer you? Why won't I answer you? Dylan, why did you say I don't deserve the role of 2nd Division Commander? Oh my god, are you guys getting into some fucking shenanigans in the chat? What's going on here? Everybody calm down. I love that you guys are assuming roles. Because when we get to the sea, those titles ain't gonna mean diddly. You're gonna earn your role by the nobility you present, by the influence you have, and by the power you show that you are capable of wielding with focus and responsibility. So I'm going to be very honest with you, Ace the Donut. You ask, can I be 2nd Division Commander? And I'm going to say from the bottom of my heart, I don't know. Because I don't know what you're capable of. But I hope you're capable of a lot. And I believe that if we work together, you could be capable of a lot. But at the end of the day, you are you. And I can only do so much to uplift you. I can keep you safe. I can keep you warded. But if your goal is to make a name for yourself, if you want to be a captain or a subdivision leader or something, that is a merit that you must earn with your own mitts, etc. This is an inspiring speech. I don't know about that. War. Bildo, calm down. You goofy goof. Can you be the parrot? I don't know, man. Maybe. I hope so. I would love it if you could. Let's see what else this thing does. You know what you know what is also kind of fun? I must admit, it does. There are elements of humor that feel like they are becoming our humor. Do you notice that? And I think some of that is me rubbing off on you, but I think some of that is you rubbing off on you. And sooner than later, we're all going to be rubbing off. But it's fun. I like when you guys make comments that make me laugh. It's wonderful. I feel like it means we are succeeding at this game we're playing together. You're here for it? Good. Rubbing me off? Rubbing me off! Rub-a-dub-dub. Exactly. Cinder, I'm gonna make you act up. I'm gonna make you act up, down, left, and right, turtle druid. Isn't it you know what one of the biggest tragedies in D&D is? Okay, we're gonna look at your item in a second. I'm sorry. You know what genuinely one of the biggest tragedies in D&D is? I'm gonna show you right now. Actually, wait, no, we gotta do it better. Truly one of the biggest tragedies in D&D I'm about to show you. These are all the turtles in D&D. That's it. There's not even a little turtle. There's no turtle below a CR3. And the lowest CR turtle is a giant snapping turtle. I mean, it's cool. But if we're looking for true turtles, and it's Tomb of Annihilation specific, so technically, the lowest CR turtle is a fucking dragon turtle. That's crazy. That's so silly. One of the biggest tragedies of this game. People no, there's no mundane turtle. That's what I'm saying. Isn't that insane? It's literal madness. I know Wizards of the Coast gets into a lot of controversy. They do some sidesteps. There have been some issues. But why isn't anybody talking about the real problems? Why isn't anybody talking about the lack of turtles? Okay? Because you know what I'm seeing here? I'm seeing a significant lack of turtles. And I don't know about you, but in my game, when I'm king of the pirates, when we're done traveling the seas together, finding journeys of glory, finding truths in ourselves and in the greaterness of society, and working towards building a better world through freedom and fun and self-actualization, we're gonna have a little talk with the big boys at the WOTC. And that talk is gonna be turtle talk. And we're not gonna say anything, we're not gonna accept anything other than turtles. Turtle talk. So yeah, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. You're gonna be in my crew. We're gonna get to the Grand Line. We're gonna go island hopping. We're gonna find the One Piece. We're gonna become king of the pirates. We're gonna go talk to Wizards of the Coast. We're gonna ask them to put more turtles in D&D. And if they don't, we're gonna ask them again. And that time, the next time maybe, we'll use more evocative language. We'll use rhetoric. We'll be more performative. We'll leave a greater emotional impact in a positive way. And we will demand from ourselves that we do not stop until we can make them leave within their heart of hearts knowing that their lives will be better, that their company will be better, that the world will be better if they put in a couple more turtles. I'm here for it. You're here for it. Jet wants to talk about crabs. Jet, let's be real here. Yes, we can talk about crabs. We can talk about crabs too. But there are more crabs in D&D. There's a bunch of crabs. Let's look at all the crabs. How many crabs are there? I feel like there's more crabs than turtles. There's more crabs than turtles. There's also a low CR crab. So what do we need to talk about crabs? Do we talk about how they're delicious? Do we talk about how we love them? Do we talk about sometimes some crabs seem to have a little bit of personality when they hold up their claws and they walk side to side and you're like, you just have your little guy get a little angry. It's so cute. Or do we talk about how we should eat them forever or not eat them forever? I don't know. Anyway, crabs exist. Oh yeah, we can talk about them. Oh God, I love being distracted. It is my favorite thing to do. Are we talking about broccoli too? If we're talking about broccoli too, we're going to be in trouble. Humble request, the new series, Turtle Talk. That would be so funny. I would like to do a show called Turtle Talk so long as it was always like tangential Turtle Talk. Like we're not really talking about turtles. We're talking about just how much turtles need to be more a part of things and ways that we can accomplish that. But we don't ever really talk about turtles. I think that would be the goal of Turtle Talk. Maybe that's too meta. Wait? Okay, I'll wait. What am I waiting for? Wait. Everything through the lens of turtles? That could work too. How do I make a character that's basically a mind flayer that controls the character kind of like the blue people avatar? That's not how mind flayers work. So try to make a blue people avatar, not a mind flayer. That's also you cast Soul Cage on somebody or Magic Jar. One of those two. Cinder gets political, but no, it's turtles. Yeah, I'm here for it. Fair enough. I love when people say fair enough. Fair enough. I always imagine the Ludwig voice saying fair enough. That little voice he does sometimes. Cinder, we should make channels for the Cinder Pirates to stream 2 streams in a row. We brought it up. What more can we ask for other than a Cinder Pirate Discord channel? All right. Yeah. Mods. If I don't think about making it happen, you are granted permission to make it happen. Also, in general, if you are somebody that's a mod in my Discord, you can always do that. The only time that I might not like it is if you don't do it without bringing it up first in the mod channel. I don't like crap. Sup. Oh, I don't like crab. Sup. Oh, message got taken away. Let's go. Should we look at what this item does? Who's waiting? This is Kelka on. No, they're waiting so patiently. You know what the irony of this is? This is our French friend. They're up so late. You guys keep distracting me. Can we read this fucking item? Yeah. Thank you, Data. Exactly. Deceiving nature. The ruby appears to be worth 5,000 gold pieces. On a successful DC 18 intelligence check, can cast Identify will reveal that the item is cursed, but not its price of temptation effect. What does that mean? So the Identify reveals that it's cursed, but does not reveal. I would make a whole sentence here. Say it reveals that it is cursed, but does not reveal its price of temptation effect. Write it out full sentence. Let's get political. All right, calm down. We can get political later. 5,000 gold is pretty cheap for a rare item in my experience, or that's pretty like reasonable. Like even if it if all this was a rare item, like a +2 spell. Wait a second. Is it not worth 5,000 gold? Is it worth more than that? Because in games that I play, a +2 thing that's worth 5,000 gold a lot of the time. When willingly selling the ruby for gold or any valuable material while attuned to the item, all the valuable materials turn into dried out leaves the moment you take a long rest or leave it unattended. What the fuck are you trying to say? Additionally, the buyer takes 1 level of exhaustion at the end of each long rest. Chat, what is this? Chat, somebody explain to me what this does, please. What is happening here? What is turning into dried leaves, and who's the what is happening here? So this is one of those reasons why it's really important to write things that items are doing in the second person, so that it is very clear who things are happening to. When you try to sell the ruby for gold, or trade it for any valuable material while you are attuned to it, all valuable materials you gain from the trade turn into dried leaves as soon as you take, over the course of your next long rest. Something like that, period. Additionally, whomever you sell the ruby to takes 1 level of exhaustion at the end of each long rest. This needs to be a saving throw thing. This just kills a creature in a week. I don't think you should make an item that just kills a creature in a week. That don't make no sense to me. This seems too strong. I would drop this last part. The item is cursed. Also, this should not probably be part of the curse. The gem is cursed. In becoming attuned to it, extend the curse to you until the curse is broken. With remove curse spell, you are unwilling to part with it unless you intend to sell it. Whenever you cast a spell that requires a spell attack with the ruby, and roll a 1 on the attack, You and every other creature within 10-foot radius suffer the effects of the Incite Greed spell. Put this on italics. With a DC of 16 centered on the ruby. This effect ends for every target if you make the save or take any damage. When a creature dies while tuned to this gem, it disappears along with it. Don't say it disappears along with it, because what is the it here? Is the it this it? Is this it the creature? Is this it the gem? When a creature attunes to the item, that creature disappears along with the gem. Write it out like that. And is reborn into the Feywild as a Vouvray. I like that. Okay, that's cool. All this is cool. I like the Incite Greed thing. This is also the curse, though. Like, I'm going to be honest. Pretty much all of this is the curse. The only thing that's not the curse is the +2. So if I were you, I would probably just make all of this the curse. But it's a cool item. It's a cool curse. It's very, very, it's very punishing, but in a weird way, because it's a cursed item in that it has all this bad stuff, but there's nothing compelling you to do any of this bad stuff. So, like, it's like a very circumstantially cursed item. Like, it's cursed if you decide to sell it. But if you get an item that gives you +2 to spell attack rolls, you're probably not going to sell that. That's just a good item. Like, that's an item that's good at any level. You know? But yeah, I think it's a neat idea. I like all of this stuff. I'm wondering if it would make sense to bake in some compulsion to sell it, or some element of it that would encourage you to try to sell it, or something like that. But yeah. Yeah, it looks like chat has devolved into crabs versus turtles, but I'm okay with the crab versus turtle war. I mean, I think the turtles win that, like, unquestionably. One snapping turtle will beat, like, a regular, like, not even a giant one. A ordinary-sized snapping turtle will beat 99.9% of crabs, regardless of their size, when you're looking at real-world crabs. The biggest crabs in the world are not that big. Even, like, have you guys seen, like, coconut crabs? Like, these guys are pretty big. Coconut crabs. Like, I mean, here. That's not a real picture, but there's a couple big ones. Like, yeah, let's look at that guy. That's a big crab, right? These are big. These are real crabs. But that's still not going to do anything against a snapping turtle. Snapping turtle's going to mess this guy up. Spider crabs have skinny little legs. I know what a spider crab is. A coconut crab would fuck up a spider crab. Coconut crab's a little tank. Spider crabs are these gangly guys. Spider crabs aren't nothing. I would beat a spider crab. They're weak. Look how skinny their arms are. Look at those skinny little arms. Crush it. Look how tiny their pinchers are. Itty bitty little pinchers. They got nothing. They're not this long-limbed creatures because they fuck shit up. They're long-limbed so they have a long reach, and that they kind of are hard to notice because their body is stretched really wide and takes up less space as it moves, it makes more fuzzy space when it moves, so they're harder to, like, pinpoint. It's like a daddy long legs. The reason why daddy long legs is like that is because it makes them, like, they're kind of messed, you know, they're like, ooh, things that sense things in different ways struggle to find their middle. It's a defensive thing, not an offensive thing. Horseshoe crabs, yeah, but I mean, listen, horseshoe crabs can't hurt you. They have no attack. They have literally no bonus to their attacks. They have a stinger that is barely movable. Yeah, cool item. I like it. I would lean more into the cursey stuff, and sort of tie all of these. I would tie all of these together, and I would consider making something that allows the player to have something that encourages them to try to sell it for some reason. They'll outlast your entire species, though. Whose entire species? My entire species? I don't think so. Let's give Kelkaan a round of applause. Thank you, Kelkaan. Kelkaan do today. Yes. Kelkaan do today. Brains. 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 I'm gonna be sad when I have to do different lighting. Cinder, what is your favorite movie? I have a lot of movies that I like quite a bit. Give me more specifics. Ask me what my favorite monster movie is. Ask me what my favorite old movie is. Ask me what... Give me more... I'll answer your question, but I don't have a favorite movie. Comedy is too vague. You need to ask me way more specifics. Thriller, I have very different... It depends. There's too many different types of movies. You guys are listing the broadest topics. Favorite gothic punk movie? I really like Psycho Gorman. That's kind of a gothic punk. Although that's not really a gothic movie. I like Psycho Gorman a lot, though. I like, what's the movie with the guy with the helmet? And, none of you are going to know this movie. Phantom of the Paradise, I think is what it's called. That's another good one. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. Yeah, Phantom of the Paradise. This is a pretty good This is a pretty good movie. Star Wars, I don't like Star Wars that much. Star Wars is fine. That's a weird one. That's a weird one, just so you know. Psycho Gorman, I like more than that, maybe. You guys want to see a really good movie? Go check out Psycho Gorman. This movie. It's really good. Psycho Gorman. Here's the plot of Psycho Gorman. What if you took a Power Rangers type movie, or like a Power Rangers type movie, except where the villain was the main character, and it was hyper realistic in terms of how horrible and messed up it could be, and it was also a comedy, and it was also about a super villain becoming friends with little kids, and it was also a hyper violent sort of like 80s vibe, gory I don't know, it's a weird movie, but it's really good. Yes, I've seen Happy Gilmore. Star Wars reminds him of home too much. I like some of the Star Wars. It just gets boring after a while. I couldn't get through The Mandalorian, and I really liked the first season or two of it. Did I like it, though? Did I like what? Happy Gilmore? Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while. I used to like all the Adam Sandler movies. I haven't seen any of them in a while, though. Gina, Psycho Gorman it's intense. I think you'll like it. And I know everyone says I got to watch Andor. I've heard a lot of people saying Andor is good. Favorite animated movie? It's probably a Studio Ghibli movie, but it also could be The Iron Giant. I really like The Iron Giant. I really like most of Studio Ghibli stuff. I like Akira a lot. I like Megamind. Iron Giant is probably my favorite, if I'm being... Yeah, Iron Giant might be my favorite. There's probably some I'm not thinking of. But The Iron Giant is the first thing that came to my head. I really like that movie. If you guys haven't seen The Iron Giant, you should watch that. It's a really good movie. What's your favorite movie to watch with your eyes? Into the Void. No. That's a really fucked up movie. It's a good movie, but it's fucked up. How about have any of you seen Into the Void? You guys think I'm kidding, but that's a real movie, and it will fuck you up. If you ever want to have a pretty hard time, watch this movie. Watch this movie. It will make you uncomfortable. And if you're like, that movie didn't make me that uncomfortable, then you're gonna go watch the movie Mother. But a very specific movie, Mother. This one. You're gonna watch this movie. This is good. Then this movie is gonna make you uncomfortable, and you're gonna ask yourself a question many times. You're gonna say, the question you're gonna ask yourself is, how is a movie so good, but also make me so uncomfortable? Like, how do I both like a movie and hate a movie so much at the same time? This is by the same person that made the movie Parasite. It's more intense than Parasite, I would say. Modern Star Wars are all below to mid. Yeah, I didn't get into any of the modern Star Wars movies. That's what makes a movie so good. This one hurts to watch. The guy who made this also made a movie called Memories of a Murder, which is another amazing movie. Memories of a Murder is easier on the heart. Mother, like, Memories of a Murder is amazing. It's one of my favorite movies. But Mother is a movie that will hurt you emotionally in a way where, like, you kind of just have to, like, sit by yourself and, like, not talk to people for a little while. In a good way, but also in a way that's like, fuck me. Why am I only showing R-rated movies? The Iron Giant is not R-rated. Iron Giant, also one of my favorite movies. That's not R-rated. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the best story. Why are you only talking about R-rated video games? The Assassins? You silly goose. You know what? I actually haven't seen Hereditary. I do hear it's very good, but I haven't seen it. What's your favorite depressing but also family-friendly movie? Depressing but family-friendly. What's a depressing but family-friendly movie? Let me think about that for a second. Up is kind of depressing and family-friendly. Sure. The Lighthouse is also very good. The Lighthouse is a very different sort of movie. The Lighthouse is one of those movies that you gotta, like, you just gotta be ready for a journey. You're going on a journey. Mother is a movie. Like, it's a movie. You're not, like, there's not a lot of experimental stuff. Forrest Gump is kind of... Forrest Gump is not depressing. Forrest Gump has depressing parts, but I think Forrest Gump is holistic in that it is an entirety of feelings wrapped into a movie. It is nuanced. It is complex. R-rated video games don't exist. You know what I mean, The Assassins, you silly dingus. Warframe is such a great game. Never played it. Bambi, that's true. That's the real answer. Bambi is a depressing movie that's fair for kids. Bambi, I would also argue, is not a particularly good movie. Bambi, you know what Bambi is? Bambi is Avatar. Bambi is showing off the ability of animators to do some cool stuff. That's what it is. It's the same way that Avatar is. Like, Avatar is an amazing expression of visual effects that is sort of changed the game when it came out. That is exactly what Bambi was. And there's a lot of techniques that they used in filming Bambi that were sort of new. There was especially this thing, like, what was it called? Special, let's see, filming technique, Bambi forest. Let's see if I can just find it. Let's see. So Bambi did this. Oh, it's not going to load right now, is it? Man, YouTube really does not like loading when I'm streaming. All right, let's see if I can find a picture of it. The multiplane effect. Let's see if we can just find that. Multiplane effect. So this object right here. So Bambi invented this thing. So on each of these things, it's like a giant machine, and each of these pieces of glass has a different picture on it. So the camera shoots down, and then these panels of glass move at different lengths, and it creates like different speeds of things moving in the background. And I have no idea why YouTube does not like working anymore when I stream, but for whatever reason I can't. Maybe if I like exit out all this stuff, I don't know. But yeah, that's what Bambi was for. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. I mean, Skyrim is a mature rated game. If it was a movie, would it be an R-rated movie? Skyrim would be, it would be probably, it would either be an R-rated movie or it would be, I don't know. Dumbo is definitely wildly depressing. Oh my god. Assassin, listen, you're new, so I'm not going to make fun of you, but you're doing actually in a way that is unironic. It's a bad look, my guy. It's a bad look. You got to tone back your actuallying a little bit. Dumbo is super depressing. Dumbo is super depressing. I almost got meaner than I should have gotten. I'll make my arguments, you make yours. Oh my god. Okay. Let's talk. Let's talk for a second. Let's talk for a second, the assassin. You can make your arguments, but is your argument let's be real. You can't. What argument? Is the argument that you're making that I was mentioning only R-rated movies, and then you mentioned Red Dead Redemption 2, and I said that's R-rated, and the argument is like, technically it's not because games are rated differently? Oh my god, dude. You need to take a walk. Who are you winning an argument against? I didn't start it. You fucking started it. Who are you arguing with?
Actually, guys, video games are rated differently, so they can't be rated R. So technically, Red Dead Redemption is rated A for adults.
Oh my god, it's the fucking same thing. Jeez Louise. Silly goose. Come on now. Baby of Mine is the saddest thing Disney has ever made. It's pretty sad. It's true, it's pretty sad. Should we do another spin? Ooh, dramatic timing. You're one of the people that didn't send in the right thing first. What are we looking at? Ragamuffin. What is this? Is this a racial option? It looks like it's a racial option. Okay. You've just watched a clip from Turtle Talk. Actually. The Assassins, are you still talking about video game rating versus movie rating? Who cares? The Elder Scrolls 4 is really mature, but if it was a movie, it would be rated PG-13. What? How do you know? How can you just say that with any amount of authority? Why? What's in it? Have you seen it? What happens in it? How violent is it? Is there sex in it? Are there adult themes? What happens when somebody hits a sword? Does the camera show the sword hitting, or does it sort of artfully cut away from the violence? You don't know what it's rated. You don't know how it would be rated, you silly goose. That's why I'm saying this is a silly argument. You're more than welcome to keep making it, because I do enjoy the banter. But if you feel like you're an authority on what the game would be rating, I would question your understanding of what the movie would look like if it was a movie. You know? It's a race. Okay, cool. An enigmatic figure moves along the edge of a crowded market, the deep hood of their cloak pulled up. Despite the warmth of the day, they are covered from head to toe and take pains to avoid getting close to anyone. Even so heavily dressed, there is a light, almost bouncy quality to their steps as they move to distance themselves from the other market patrons. However, when a pushy fishmonger attempts to shove the catch of the day in their faces, he sees that there is nothing beneath the hood at all. He is about to cry out in surprise when he remembers that they are in fact good friends and that there is nothing to worry about. He offers his hooded companion a good price on the salmon. It's a really fine catch, but they quickly decline and depart. It is only when the spell ends, a minute later, that the man thinks to wonder in fear at what exactly he saw. Don't mention a spell. You didn't mention a spell before. Don't mention it now. Just say it is only a minute later. The exact circumstances surrounding the birth of a ragamuffin are as varied as their appearance. Perhaps a healing potion was... Okay, I don't care anymore. I'm going to be very honest with you. Very blunt. If you're going to do a paragraph of flavor text, get right the fuck into what it is. We don't need to do more we don't need to do more of this. Just explain what it is. Where is it? We still don't know what it is. We still don't know what it is. We still don't know what it is. Okay, I'm going to be really honest here. This flavor text doesn't say a fucking thing. This is cool. I like this. You know what you need to say here? Through magical or mysterious means, sometimes a spirit becomes a this, and then you describe what it is. This is nothing. I still have no idea what the fuck it is. Cinder, it seems like you don't like flavor text. I love flavor text. I think the difference is that I understand and try to highlight the importance of flavor text. I think a lot of people rush through their flavor text or misunderstand its role. And here's the thing, flavor text is arguably the most important part of your homebrew. And if you use it well, it will make the rest of your homebrew seem better than it is, regardless of how good it is. And if it's not used well, it will either make people not read your homebrew, or it will make people look at it with less interest and struggle through it more. This is the way to think about it. Your homebrew is a room at the end of a long hallway, okay? And a person looks down that hallway, and they see the hallway that they have to walk all the way down, and then at the end of the hallway, they see a door. That hallway is the flavor text. And every step they take through that hallway is them reading the flavor text. If that hallway is exciting, if it's clear, if it's straightforward, if it's well put together, that person is going to be more inclined to walk the rest of the way down that hallway. Hell, they might even be excited to open that door. But if it's not put together, if it's falling apart, if it's confusing, if it's disjointed, if it's disorienting, it is more than likely the person is going to decide, you know what, there's other hallways. I don't care about what's beyond that door. So that is why, like, what are we saying here? Is this like a person? Is this a soul stuck in an object? Is that what's happening here? It's unclear, and I think it needs to be clear. I believe you won the argument? Alright, what's Stream Elements doing? Oh, Steve's trying to start the counting game? Yeah, it's trouble. The message is too long for a YouTube comment limit for live chats, so just paste the rest in another separate comment. What are you talking about? Bidion statue? Bibsidian statue. Alright, so let's see what this is. So I'm going to be honest. We're going to have to try to figure out what this is based on this flavor text. Because what is described here is sort of like a ghost person. And then what's here is just confusing me. Hey. Oh, looks like their message got retracted. All right, cool. Nice. In and out. No, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening, Obsidian, because the message is not too long for it's I have made Stream Elements might write much longer messages than that before. That's not what is happening. Okay, so we are a construct. We are medium or small. I'm going to assume that you are a soul in an object, I guess. But man, I wish we could tell more from the flavor text. You get proficiency in either stealth or deception. Magical heart. It has been observed that the magical item that originated Let's think about what we're saying before we say it. It has been observed that the magic item that originated the ragamuffin seems to influence their life strategies. What the fuck is that sentence? What does that mean? It has been observed that the magic item that originated the ragamuffin. What is it? What magic item originated? What does that mean? What item? Wait a minute. Is a ragamuffin born from an item, or is a ragamuffin a creature that is possessing an item? All right, whatever. We're going to keep going. I am confused. A ragamuffin born from a hat of minor illusion might create the image of a face beneath its brim to help it blend in, whereas one who is originated from gloves that can cast mending might self-reliantly repair toward... Okay. So the way that I would probably say this is I would probably say that... As a creature born from a magic item, you take on, character attributes related to that item. That's how I would write this whole sentence, probably. But does it actually do anything? Roll a d6 to determine what kind of item. So this is just like a quirk table. So this should just be its own thing. Just make this separate. Choose a cantrip from the Wizard Artificer spell list. Your magical heart has a number of charges equal to proficiency bonus. Don't say may, say can. You can expend these charges as if they were on a regular magic item. What is this trying to do? Okay, so I think what you're trying to say here is you have different vibes depending on what you are, which is fine. Just make a quirk table. And then this should just be you just learn a cantrip. Don't make it this weird complicated thing. Just give them a cantrip. You aren't a magic item. You're a creature. So make it a cantrip. I don't know why it has to do charges. There's a lot of... I'm getting confused across the board for this piece so far. Charming grapple. As an action, don't say may, say can. You can attempt to grapple a creature. If you are successful, the clothing that make up your form wrap around the target creature. They must make a charisma saving throw equal to 10 plus your charisma modifier. On a fail... save, the target is charmed and does not perceive you as aggressive despite you being wrapped around them. On a success, they're immune for 24 hours. The charmed condition lasts for 5 minutes or until the target takes damage. Any damage directed at either you or the target is split evenly between you. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So this is... Okay, so this is copying pretty much word for word the way that the Rug of Smothering works. I would not make this a character trait of a character. It's doing too many things. It is weird that this is a grapple check and then a charisma saving throw. This means that you are making a contested athletics check and then they're making a charisma save? Why is that happening? That doesn't make sense to me. Also, I don't understand why we're doing the damage split thing here. As far as I'm concerned, it just doesn't fit. I'm not sure. Maybe there's something in the lore that I'm missing, but it's a really strong feature to give a creature. I just wouldn't do it. I mean, what I would do maybe if I would you is something like, as an action, you can target a creature within 5 feet of you, forcing them to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they're charmed by you for until the end of your next turn. Something like that. And you could maybe do that proficiency bonus times, or you could do that once a thing. But all this extra stuff is confusing, and I don't think we need it. My best Trump impersonation? No. Give me money, and then maybe we'll talk. And I don't normally ask people for money, but if you ask me to do annoying shit, I'm going to ask you to do annoying shit. Composite body. Your body is made of an assortment of clothes and items that you have incorporated into your form. Typically ragamuffins. Wait a minute. So you're not an object? What? Okay, so you're just like made of garbage? Arrange themselves so their items roughly resemble a bipedal creature. And then we just get the same things that a... This is just what, this is the same as Warforged. Okay, so here's what I would say. So, you need to... I would not make them the same as Warforged here. I would come up with some unique things. Maybe some amount of, like, you can fall apart and be like a big bag of clothing or come back together or whatever. You know what? It's also funny if you give me money, the assassins, and I'm going to give you 10 minutes to think about it. Because you're being annoying as fuck. I think that, I don't understand why the charming grapple is a part of it. I'm also going to be honest here, and I mean no offense. I don't understand how any of this ties into the story. I just don't understand how... Oh, look at that. Marauders, you trying to... Oh, look at that. Oh, looks like somebody else wants to sit in timeout too. Good for you. Lovely. I'll see you in 10 minutes, the Marauders, if you want to hang. Why are people getting so confrontational in the chat now? I don't know. You trying to threaten me with other content creators like a fucking dingus? Okay, I love the idea of like a people that are made of like clothing that are tied together. I think that's really cool. But I think we need more. I think we need more. I think that's not getting explained enough in this at all. And I don't think we're really seeing it in the mechanics. It's all a little convoluted still. So if I were you, I think you need to tone back the flavor text a lot and simplify and refocus it. And this feature just does too many things. And I think composite body needs to be a little bit more specific. You think Marauder and Assassin were on it together? I mean, they definitely had similar vibes. If you don't do this, I know a content creator bigger than you. Yeah, that's what it felt like. I was like, all right, go watch him. I don't give a fuck. It needs to not assume that we already know what a ragamuffin is. Yes, Salty Pork. That is exactly what's happening. The whole your body is an assortment of clothes things really doesn't fit the first thing. I know, that's what I mean. Like this should be the fucking flavor text. This should be the flavor text. It's a cool idea. It's just confusing in the way that it's being presented currently. That's all. All right, dramatic timing. Thank you very much for your piece. Let's give them a round of applause. Brains. Sometimes it's a lot of fun to sometimes it's fun to interact with people when they're kind of being like a jabroni mode, but sometimes it's better to just mute them for a little while, because then I kind of forget about them existing, which I feel like is the biggest fuck you of them all. You know? Crabs eat brains? I think so. I think everything eats brains. Name one creature that doesn't eat brains. Am I a dice goblin? I am not a dice goblin. I'll tell you what I am for dice. I have this bag of dice, which I bring whenever I'm running D&D anywhere. And then I have another bag of dice that's much smaller that has 2 or 3 sets of dice in it that are the dice that I was given as presents. You want a few more timeout options? I think we can make that happen, Phil. I don't know how. I gotta look in the mod backend stuff, but I could see if that's the thing that we can make happen. If that's an option, I'm super happy to give it. We want to scare people. Space whales would never eat brains. That's not true. I've seen them do it on multiple occasions. I've seen at least 3 space whales eat brains. different families of them too. Not all the same type. Yeah, I'll try to make it happen. Has there been things where you've had to like feel like you're on guard because people keep being annoying and it's the same person being annoying every time? Was that a hiccup? It might have been. I don't know. I'm okay with the 1 day. I do forever bans on people all the time. Not every stream, but I would say maybe every other stream I have to forever ban somebody. Because they're just people that are fucking around. They don't really care. They're just trying to be annoying, and I appreciate it. I understand the desire to be annoying. You see a content creator, you're like, oh, this guy is actually talking to the audience. He's reading chat. There's not a lot of people here, but there's enough people that I could kind of be a little bit of a show in front of them. I'm going to go for it. So I get it. But then you can just say goodbye. You say, bye. Baby. So long. Avitazen, etc. Alrighty. This community is interesting. It's something. I don't know if it's interesting. I do have a subreddit now, yes. Alright. Assassin, you're timed out for the rest of the stream because you're being annoying. Cause I I don't care about you. I don't know who you are. I pretend to be parasocial, but you're just a stranger on the internet that I don't really give a shit about. And if you can't say stuff in my chat, it has no negative impact on me. Cinder, you should do a stream where you just guess where people are from. It would be boring. Because it wouldn't really be a guess, you know? I think it would just be like, all right, Indonesia, Lithuania, Botswana. It'd be very fast. This item is based off a pirate reference and is focused on becoming a lich for a price. Focus on the effects and give input on what is balanced in between. The cost of power is expensive. Also was a new chatter. I don't mind new chatters. I love a good new chatter. But I definitely don't give a shit. What's up, Salty Pork? Yo ho ho is right. All right. Let's see. I'll tell you what, we'll make a deal. If I'm still streaming in 10 minutes and the assassin comes back, or whoever the fuck that other guy was that I banned for 10 minutes, I don't remember their name. They will have one final chance to not be an annoying person. And if they have a hard time not being an annoying person, they will disappear to the shadows. That'll be all that matters. New person who was spamming. People love spamming. All right, this is the sunken coffin of Jasper Indigo. Uh-oh, the Marauders is back. You're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo? I love sending people to the Shadow Realm. It's one of my favorite things. It's just an easy... Here's what it is. Here's what it is. At the end of the day, having those little interactions with the dinguses is... It's content for the first part. I don't know. We will see. Not if you're fucking trying to tell people to go to other streams and being a dick. Yeah, you were like, oh, somebody else is streaming. You know what? Yeah, you're in the crew, but you're in timeout still. I'm not done being annoyed about that. There's not only is there no downside to timing people out or banning people, it's content. Because then it's sort of like you guys are like, oh, it's fun watching Cinder get annoyed. Oh, he's not getting annoyed at me. That's nice. Hey, let's get annoyed at that guy with Cinder. Now we're on the same team. There's a lot of levels to value to the occasional troll. You know what I mean? If we're being honest. In the crew but scrubbing the deck. Yeah, something like that. Timing people out is good for mental health. It feels great. You know what it is? It's similar to punching somebody, but less violent, and you get in less trouble for it. I know that Slightly Mad Me is funny. The problem with Slightly Mad Me being funny is that sometimes it gets directed to the homebrew, and in hindsight, I sometimes feel bad about that. But I love when I get slightly mad with you guys. It's fun. Because it is funny. I know it's funny. Not dumb. Let's see. You're just gonna lurk to avoid catching strays? Oh, that's a dangerous move. Lurking. No, I meant that's not a dangerous move. I meant that's the opposite. I literally said the opposite of what I wanted to say. I don't think you're gonna catch a stray, Sean. You're good. What's my favorite race to play? Warforged. Easy. I love Warforged. They're my favorite. You don't lurk, you skulk. All right, let's see what this is. This small wooden coffin is made of dry driftwood with raspy rope straps. This is not a sentence. Why did you make it a sentence? Inside is pitch black with magical darkness. The inside seems deeper than normal, being like a bag of holding, but possibly half the carry weight. Rewrite this. Rewrite this whole fucking opening. This is so cash. Tony, okay, I know you wanted me to focus on the effects, but I don't care. I'm talking about the fucking homebrew. We're talking about the whole thing. Just say the inside of the coffin appears deeper than appears. I would just say the inside of the coffin appears like a deep, dark void, period. Because it looking like a bag of holding, but possibly carrying half the weight. What does that mean? Because the bag of holding doesn't look like it carries any weight. It's like, what does that mean? Inside, one can hear a heartbeat ever so often. Over so often. I think you mean every so often. Faint in the distance. Again, that's not a sentence. When closed, it seems normal. You don't need to say that. When at death's door, one can see a spectral arm coming out and grasping at one soul, pulling it slowly till one is healed away from zero. You are mixing flavor text with mechanics a little bit here in a way that is quite detrimental, and I would avoid doing. And also, until one is... It's just very strange wording. I don't know. When a creature near death's door... When a creature is near... This is how I would say this. I would say... When a creature is near death's door, they might even see a spectral arm reach out and slowly start grasping towards them. Period. Something like that. But you don't need to get into the... Don't get into the mechanics in the looks. Or don't even mention mechanics. Don't talk about healing away from zero. That doesn't... Yeah, there's a million reasons why you want to take that part out. I think the weight of the bag is half. That's not the way it's written. The way that it's written is that it looks like the weight of the bag is half, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. The effects. While attuned, you lose 2 hit die. What does that mean? I would say, while attuned to this item, your maximum hit die is reduced by 2. You have resistance to necrotic and cold damage. When you are drowned and make a death save, don't say Mesa can, you can choose to automatically save at any point, even after 3 failed saves, to stand back up with 1+ con modifier of hit points. You really should learn which proper words to use to describe mechanics, especially if you're going to be building something that is doing something complicated with the mechanics. Little things, but it dramatically changes the way your piece reads from seeming like you know what you're talking about to seeming like you don't know what you're talking about. For example, hit points, not health, hit points. After choosing this option, roll a d20. You don't need to say 1d20. Say roll a d20. The DC needed is 10 plus each failed save. What do you mean after choosing this option? Oh, because you're choosing to do this? So don't say after choosing this option. So here's what you'd say. When you are drowning and making a death save, you can choose to automatically succeed and return to health with 1 plus your con modifier HP, period. After you do so, roll a d20. If you have to roll higher than a 10 plus each failed death save, or something happens. Failing this adds 1 stack of delayed death. Each stack adds 1 point of necrotic damage each time the attuned takes damage from any source. So if this is too complicated. I'm sorry, we're maybe going to stop reading this here now. What is the goal of this item? You have to pay attention to the process of what is your intended purpose, and are you accomplishing that intended purpose in a reasonable way? What do you want this item to do? Because we're dancing this fucking confusing dance now that is like genuinely feels like it's just back and forth for no reason. So every time... So, for example, I'm just tiny thing. Why would you ever not use this ability immediately? Why would you allow any amount of death saving throws to stack up? Because every time you let a death saving throw stack up, this DC becomes higher. So it's advantageous for you to immediately use this feature, not to wait at all. Okay? I forgive you, the Marauders, and you're more than welcome to do those actions again, but you will also face the consequences of them. You're now caffeinated? Oh boy. So, like, there's no reason for you not to do this immediately. So there's something there, but also, like, this should be a saving throw. It's weird that it's just a D20. Like, if it's just a D20, it shouldn't be a DC. A DC implies saving throw. This isn't a saving throw. I don't know. There's just something weird there. Like, all that feels weird. Doing this is going to be really tedious. Like, keeping track of these And it's just doing 1 extra damage every time they take damage from any source. So just say anytime they take damage. If one gets stabbed, add each stack to the damage. Like, what does that mean? What did the assassin say? He just said, I'm sorry. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, yeah. I didn't time you out that time. Maybe you'll be able to talk. Maybe you'll be able to talk next stream. I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry. That's so funny. Some of the language gives 3.5 vibes. Well, I don't know 3.5, so I can't argue with that. But, like, this whole system seems convoluted in a way that I don't think makes sense and I disagree with. What if he's actually sorry? Then he'll be able to come back in 10 minutes or next stream. Here's the thing, Jimbo. Or anybody. This is all for naught, right? Like, what is happening? You're just watching a YouTube channel. I'm going to stream forever. And he can still watch. You know? It's fine. It's not okay. No, it's not okay. I was being a jerk if I was in your position. I don't even remember what you did, Marauders. But I appreciate that you feel like you made a mistake. But if it makes you feel any better, I genuinely don't believe what you did. Oh, so he got unbanned. Look at that. That's cute. The Assassins, you're given another chance. Let's see how it goes. I do like the subplot of this stream. A couple jabronis enter the chat. Let's see how long they last. Hey, I'm not a jabroni. You are a jabroni. But I'm a jabroni. We're all jabronis. So it's fine. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to try to understand what the point of this is, and we'll see if it makes sense. Once this effect stacks up to half your HP, your soul is drawn into the coffin and your body animates using your stats of temp HP slowly decaying each turn. What does that mean? Your body animates? Once this effect stacks up to half... Okay. Each stack still is in effect, but now heals the undead. Your soul denies any resurrection method until the stack of delayed death are purified, and the coffin is required to be in arm's reach for the soul to be pulled out. I'm gonna say something now, and I mean this in the kindest of ways. No, they pulled their own messages that time. They decided not to say whatever they said. Did they say something rude? I missed it. I didn't see what it was. There's a lot here that needs to change. So here's the main piece of feedback that I'm going to give you. This reads like a quest, not like the way an item functions. This is hyper overcomplicated. There's a lot here. Isn't jabroni the name for My Little Pony furries? No, I think brony is. Jabroni is a term for dinguses. It's an alternative way to say dingus. You might see it used by such lovely people as Mac from It's Always Sunny, or from the neighbor in What We Do in the Shadows. Some might call it a wrestling fan. Some might also call it a term of endearment. But yeah, this is really like I don't even know where to start with this. Why does your body animate? Like, aren't you already alive? Like, half your HP is... Like, what does this mean if it stacks to half your HP? You still have half your HP. So what does it mean your body animates using your stats of temp HP slowly decaying each turn? How do they decay each turn? What does that mean? What does any of this mean? We're still... Stacks now heal the undead? What stacks? What are we talking about? Stacks of the damage? But isn't that doing damage to you? You're not undead, so what's happening? There's just a lot of confusion here. So here's what I'm going to say. I think you need to... If I were you, what I would actually do... Yeah, I'm still live. What's up, Duck, with the YouTube channel? I can't believe they gave you a YouTube channel, by the way. What I would do if I were you is I would take a little bit of time and look at some other artifact level items, or I would look at spells like Soul Cage or Magic Jar to try to find the right language you're looking for, because this is not working in its current state. You had to use a secondary account to comment? What was your secondary account? Oh, I see. Oh, it's this new account. Oh, you switched accounts. That's cute. Well, I mean, you know. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate the honesty. But honesty doesn't pay. Honesty doesn't pay. Make a third account. I'm gonna make you have so many fucking email addresses in YouTube. You're gonna have so many YouTube email addresses. Let's go. Let's get another one. You gotta go through that registry. Get in there. Honesty doesn't pay on the internet. It pays sometimes. I didn't ban him. He just got timed out. He's gonna be allowed to talk in 10 minutes. He just wasn't patient. Yeah, this needs a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie. I like the idea of a coffin that sucks in souls and does stuff like that. That's all very cool, but the mechanics here seem convoluted for convoluted's sake, and they just get more convoluted the deeper they go. I don't know how to fix it. My main suggestion for you is to, anytime you want any of these things to happen, you need to sort of clarify what it's doing. Because I genuinely don't understand what this is doing. And I don't think it's just me, because I feel like no one in chat has been able to explain to me what this does either. So the main piece of feedback I have for you is, if I don't understand it and no one watching understands it, it's hard to understand. And you might need to take a couple steps back and try to think about, how do I clarify what I'm trying to do with this item in a way that is understandable? Does that make sense? I hope so. All right, let us give the shepherd a round of applause. Brains. 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 I'll be honest, I thought I was going to be done like an hour ago. But then we got into a tangent and I got energized. I like getting in tangents. Give me another thing to go on a tangent on. What else do you want to know about me? What other things do you want to know if I like? You want to know what the best movie from the 80s is? It's The Thing. Pokemon? I don't care about Pokemon. Hot take. I played Pokemon Red and or Blue. I don't remember which. And that's the only one I ever played. Never had any interest in playing any of the other ones ever again. I think the idea of little monsters that fight is fun. I think the gameplay of Pokemon is dull. And I think that if you like Pokemon, then I am so happy for you to like it. And I am so upset that the most recent Pokemon game that was supposed to be open world ended up not being that good. Because a open world Pokemon game, I bet, would have been really cool. So my heart goes out to you. But I have no interest in playing a Pokemon game. You've only ever played Mystery Dragon? I don't know what Mystery Dragon is. Favorite non-dinosaur ancient creature? Giant sloths. Giant sloths, for sure. The ones that had, like, the plated armor built into their skin. They had, like, bits of chitin in their skin, like, plates of it. So that it looked like skin, but if you had, like if you x-rayed it, you wouldn't even be able to see that well in, because the skin had, like armor plating inside of it. They were pretty cool. You only played one game religiously, and yes, it was awful, buggy, and looked bad. I don't know what game it was. Pokemon Legend is amazing. Don't believe the naysayers. All right. I mean, listen. I won't believe the naysayers. I might believe some of them, though. Favorite religion? I like the Baha'i. I'm a big fan of the Baha'i faith. I like the Baha'i. The Baha'i are pretty good. The Baha'i are cool because their prophet is the Bab, spelled B-A-B, which is very fun. And they make some beautiful gardens. So yeah, Baha'i. Best religion. Market. Best bird fact? They used to be dinosaurs? That's pretty cool. Pokemon is your only tattoo? I don't have any tattoos. I probably will never get one at this rate. Maybe we'll make that a stream goal at some point. That would be kind of a twisted thing to do. I don't know if that would be a smart idea, but it would be kind of funny. Joshua Graham? I don't know who that is. I went to camp with a guy named Josh Graham. It was pretty nice. Are you a honk shoe or a me type of sleeper? I don't know. I'm usually asleep when I'm sleeping. Can we vote on the tattoo if we hit a stream goal? Yes, sure. I'm okay with that. You're not gonna get to vote on where it goes on my body though, because as soon as I see, yeah, no, we're not getting a fucking tattoo on my forehead. No, I'm not gonna search him. I don't care. The only Joshua Graham I know is the one I went to camp with, and he was okay. He was a funny guy. Yeah. I think we'll get a tattoo. I'll probably get it on my back or on my arm, my chest. I'll tell you what, I'd get a big tattoo for sure. But it would have to be something. I would have to have some element of veto power. Like maybe I would pick the things that were being voted. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. I'll tell you what. The more open-ended I would be with it, the higher the more unrealistic getting there would need to be. You know, it would need to be in the thousands. It would need to be in the thousands of the number would need to be exorbitantly high, just so you know. Because the number would need to be high enough to pay for me to get a nice tattoo, which are expensive. And then it would also need to be high enough for me to feel like it was worth it, which would probably be, you know, a substantial amount. 13,000? I don't know if well, that's a lot. Maybe not that much. Alfredo sauce. The finger puppet as a tattoo. That's not a bad idea, Gina. You know, I have been thinking about what sorts of things I should do for a subathon. I've been thinking about it for a while, actually. Because I have never done a subathon. Maybe a tattoo will be one of the things. What kind of tattoo would I want to get? I don't really want a tattoo, if I'm being honest. But I also would get one. The thing about tattoos is I feel like the things that I like change over time, and I don't know, I just don't care that much, I guess, about anything terrestrial. There's a conversation I have a lot with people that I do streaming with. This is a book that holds secrets and stuff. Sorry, let me read this. This is a book that holds powers and secrets that are from unknown creatures. It is meant for an NPC to have, not the players, although it will still work either way. Okay, cool. I have this conversation with people that make art a lot of the time, that I do projects with, where I am a big believer of the sand mandala. I believe pretty fervently that once I finish making something, I put it out in the world, I don't need to care about it anymore. I don't need to think about it anymore. It can be gone into the wind. And I like that. There's a lot of stuff that I do in my life that I work very hard on, and then I put out, and then I immediately erase from existence outside of where I share it. And I think that that's fine. I kind of like it. I have a lot of people that I do stuff with that like religiously keep things, and I think that that's fine too, but it's just not for me. I believe let's make the thing, let's work really hard on it, let's make it as cool and beautiful as we can, and then let's release it to the universe, and then not let it loom over us anymore. So a tattoo is kind of in a weird spot in that way, because a tattoo is like the opposite of that, right? You should play the quiet game for a subathon. My parents made me play that for hours. Yeah, we could do that. I said to tangent. Did I tangent? I think we're tangenting right now. Get a tattoo of your own face on your forearm. I think if I got a tattoo of my face, I would probably want to get it on my face. You know? Go big or go home. If I was going to get a tattoo of my face, this is what I would do. I would get a tattoo of my face, and I would get it on my face like an inch and a half above where it is on my face. So there would be like eyes tattooed on my eyebrows, eyebrow tattoos up here, like a nose, nostril tattoos up here, mouth tattoo over my upper lip, beard tattoo a little bit over my beard. That's what I would do. And that would be pretty cool. I think that would be a really good tattoo. When's the next stream? Probably tomorrow. Let me check. There's one day this week that I can't stream. Let me check. Today is Sunday? Yeah, I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to stream Tuesday, and I'm going to stream Thursday. I'm not able to stream Wednesday. I should do a Baldur's Gate for a subathon. We could do something like that. Good night, Duck. Still don't know how you got one of those god dang YouTube accounts. Book of Ancient Horrors. This dark, leather-bound book holds the ancient secrets passed down through myth from ancient, unknown creatures. You're using the word ancient too much. You've got ancient in the title and ancient twice in the first sentence. That's too much ancient. Check out that sweet thesaurus. I usually start streaming around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I might start a little earlier on one of those days, but it's usually 7. Oh my god. I forgot to oh my god, I'm so dumb. I have a thing. I wanted to show you guys. So, on stream, this, here's my subreddit. Oh, subreddit. This is the thing that I posted. I know it's not dark mode. It's because I'm not logged in. Everybody calm down. On stream, not tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, maybe Tuesday, I'm not sure. We are going to look through these suggestions. This is what I wanted to say. Tomorrow on stream, we are going to probably look through the suggestions that were posted on the subreddit. Here, you guys can do it again. And we are going to pick some things to make homebrew out of, or to try to make homebrew out of, or to research more to make homebrew out of. And then on Wednesday, we're probably going to do, not Wednesday, on Tuesday, we're going to do, depending on if we write the homebrew or not, on tomorrow, we will either write the homebrew and or do call-in show on Tuesday. That's probably what the vibe is going to be. Just so you guys know. But yeah, check out the Reddit. Post your answers in here if you want to. Because what I want to do is I want to start doing some. I want to be doing. I like doing things where we homebrew together. I think that's fun. And it's spooky. We're in Spooky Town. We're in Spooky Town. Bildo. That is going to be one of the things we do. You do not need to tell me. Here's the thing, Bildo. Sometimes when people want me to look at something that I wasn't expecting to look at, I feel like, ugh, I don't want to do this. But if that thing is like kind of cool looking, or in the case of you, kind of cool looking, and also it's just like by somebody who's like a mod and like helps my channel all the time, I'm more inclined to. It helps. But I skimmed it before stream because I was like, what nonsense are you sending me? And I was like, oh, this isn't nonsense. This is fucking cool. I think that we might actually, for yours, what we might do is we might spend a little bit of time. And actually, I was thinking about maybe getting really deep into some SCP stuff at some point, because I really do love the SCP Foundation, and I think it would be fun to do some crossover stuff. So I think what we might do is I might take the opportunities that I might take the ones that you posted that I'm not familiar with, and then on stream we'll watch like an exploring series video about them or something to sort of learn what they are. Who the fuck is this guy you think is cool? He's a missionary of the Mormon faith? Oh, is he from Fallout? He's a Fallout character. Oh, that's so harmless. I thought it was going to be some weird racist joke. I was getting ready for the worst. Okay. I didn't know. Are you Marauders? Are you and the assassin the same person? This dark leathery thing. Okay. It is told that secrets of this book it is told that the secrets of this book hold the secrets that this book holds. Oh, this is why this sentence is confusing. It is told. Don't just say it is told. Just say the secrets. Get rid of this whole fucking beginning. The secrets that this book holds must only be used against people who have committed horrible acts. When a creature within 60 feet of you casts Revivify, you can cast Counterspell as a reaction. Huh. Why? Genuine question. Why? I'm not against this item. It's kind of fucked up. Here's what I would say if I were you. I would give it charges, first of all. Otherwise, it's going to be really frustrating and annoying. Second of all, how does any of this tie to Book of Ancient Horrors? It's literally just Counterspell. I know they said it's not for players. It doesn't matter. If your monster can do this every turn because they have infinite uses, that's annoying. That's tedious. That's not fun to fight. If it's a resource that you can deplete or you can egg on to deplete, now there's a way you can engage with it like a gameplay mechanic. Sort of like legendary resistances. Like sometimes you will cast some spells in the hopes that a monster will use its legendary resistance on it so that you can cast another spell later. Same thing. Like you might try to bait a use out of this, and then you could get the Revivify you want in later. That being said, I also don't understand why this is tied to Book of Ancient Horrors. I feel like if it's a Book of Ancient Horrors, it should do more Ancient Horrors stuff. This is sort of just Book of keep the dead dead. That's a 100% troll item. It's definitely a little trolly. It's one, you know what it is? It's a little bit of like a dungeon master is annoyed with players casting Revivify is what it is. What do I think of Stargate? Did you say Stargate or Starfleet? What did you say? I'll answer your question. I can still see it. What's my opinion on Starfield? Well, here's what I'll say about Starfield. I'll answer your question. I'll give you kindness. I'll show you a moment of. I'll give you a moment of genteel amongst a sea of hardship. I feel like stars mostly are not in fields, but I do think that usually, more often than in cities or towns or even the forest, the best place to see the stars is a field. So I feel like star fields are pretty cool. I like them. You know, I've gone camping a bunch, and one of my favorite things to do when you are far away from worlds and look into things is look up at the stars in a field. So I'm a big fan. Will you answer my call, Boblin? I don't know. Saucer Bomb, I feel like Boblin is not answering your call. That's my guess. That's the vibe I'm getting. I think Boblin is probably not super interested in your call, you know? All right, let us give Alfredo Sauce a round of applause for this pretty nasty item. Woo! Let's make your players upset they cast Revivify. Brains. Brains. They're pretty tasty. They're pretty cool. They're like an ice cream sandwich party, and everyone's invited. What are you talking about, Cinder? I don't know what I'm talking about. I never know what I'm talking about. You know, sometimes I know what I'm talking about, but usually I don't. Usually I haven't the slightest GD idea what I'm talking about. But I'm pretty good at pretending I know what I'm talking about, and that's really what matters most. That's sort of what we get at the end of the day, at the end of the road, the end of the path. Boop, 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 boop. Is this entertaining when I just get into nonsense mode? I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea. And I'll never know, and that's fine. I never want to know. If you ever try to tell me, I'll say, shh, shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking face. Shit. Shut the hell up. And it'll be beautiful. That's how pirates roll. It is how pirates roll. Oh my goodness. Is it just in a room talk? I listen. All I do is talk to myself in a room. Sometimes I listen to what you say, but usually I'm just responding to myself. New to the channel, love the content. Nonsense goes hard. Nonsense does go hard. I agree. I wish I had more nonsense ready. I wish I could just pull it out of my tuchus. That's where the poop comes out. It's not something that's appropriate for stream. You know? That would be wild. What is that? Will, you know, that'll be we could have that be a stream goal. Hey, Cinder, what's your favorite WOT book? Oh, my favorite WOT book is... What is WOT? Let's see. World of Time. Wheel of Time. Is it Wheel of Time? Is that what WOT is? Wheel of Time. What's your favorite Wheel of Time book? I don't know. I've never read any of them. Is he talking about butt stuff again? I don't know. That fucking guy. That fucking guy. Gina, good call, by the way. Good pull. Gina's making reference to a piece of content I made. Very silly, stupid, silly little thing I made. But I'm making a second one. I'm going to make more. I liked it. Okay, friends. I think that we are rounding ourselves down for the evening. I am feeling kind of zonked. I don't really want to review any more Homebrew right now. I am tired. So I think we're going to stop. I think we're done. I think we're good. But we are going to be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Maybe a little bit earlier. I am going to be looking at your suggestions for some things to turn into D&D horror that you posted on the Reddit. So you can go to the subreddit and give some suggestions there. So tomorrow will be a stream where together we will investigate some scary ideas and try to figure out how we could implement them in D&D or make them in D&D. And then we're going to try to make them. And then at the end of it, whether that end happens on Monday or Tuesday, I shall present to you the piece of Homebrew that we create. I shall present it to you, and then you can use it for yourself. So we'll go through the whole process together. Hopefully it will be medium entertaining. It will be full of interruptions. I strongly encourage you to, interrupt me till the cows come home. I do love a good interruption. I think it's fun. And yeah, I hope that you guys have a great night, and that you're happy and wholesome and living your best life and doing it all. Listen, if you haven't checked out any of my other things, go check them out. You're wonderful. Good night, Saucer Bomb. Thank you for the 5. That is very generous of you. Gina, have you ever seen the end of my stream before? I don't know if you'll like it or not. Curious. Anyway, you guys are absolutely wonderful. I love you. Have a great night. Thank you again for all of your support. Everybody that gifted subs tonight or donated to the show, you are the difference between me paying my rent and not. That is not a small deal. That is a big deal. And I am forever, as much as I'm a goof and a gaff and I like to be silly and kind of poke fun, I am also incredibly grateful for those of you that are willing to be generous. And then I'm also incredibly grateful for those of you that are generous with your time. This is a lot of time. And if you're somebody that can't afford anything, but you want to hang out, I love you just as much. Money does not dictate love. Time does. And sometimes high fives. Anyway, you're the best. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. Be good to each other. Good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.